the masses, melt the plastic, core line, realign when the shit gets drastic, lift the veil, when the system's unmasked, it's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket, divide with the power, we charge Jurassic, gnashing T-Rex with covert tactics, rise from the ashes to back the ashes. Bring the madness. Capture your image of City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining like a mankind. The cancerous, how we breathe, vapors, green, got us blinking in the streets of cheap paper. There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image of City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining like a mankind of cancerous. How we breathe, vapors, green, got us blinking in the streets with cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic, core line, realign when the shit gets drastic, lift the veil, when the system's unmasked, it's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket, divide with the power. Charles Jurassic, gnashing T-Rex with covert tactics, rise from the ashes to back the ashes. Bring the madness. There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to
Good morning, ladies and gents. Good morning, good morning, good morning. What a beautiful day. The sun is out-ish. Anyway, I mean, it's... I shouldn't make it out like it's hot or anything, but it's... God, it's beautiful, dude. I think we may have an early day today, boys. Get out in the garden, I reckon. And see how Star Citizen treats us. I'm starting to panic about this being my infinite loading. I'm having doubts about this game, boys. It's definitely a cult, isn't it? There is no doubt about it. I wonder what the definition of a cult actually is. Shall I look it up? Have a quick look, man. What is a cult? A term often applied to I mean, the religious. I mean, does it have to be religious? Religious movements. No, it doesn't. No, and others so often applied to just to select things. Social groups which have unusual and often extreme beliefs. Oh, hang on. Extreme devotion to a particular person, object, or goal. Jesus. Oh, wow. I mean, doesn't that say it all? A cult's illegal. Are you allowed to have a cult? I don't know. I mean, do you get the FBI knocking on your door or something? All right, let's have a look around, man. Let's have a look around. It's this way, isn't it? I really don't like Seraphim Station. It's too dark and gloomy. Do you know what I mean? Cruel ones, all this like it looks like they're still unpacking the base, doesn't it? Whereas like Cruel 1 just looks like it's been up and running a bit more. It's kind of cool though. Like you can see the ring out there. Look. There's the beautiful Orison. Never really thought about how it was orientated, actually. I wonder if that's a static orientation. You know, like with the arms pointing down towards the planet. Would that be normal? I suppose I always thought of them as like being like pointy bit down, I guess. Let's see if my emotes work. Give him a little wave, mate. How you doing, me old mucker? Right, now what the hell are we doing? In fact, actually, hang on, where are we? Seraphim. I'm gonna be honest. I've got to do something constructive today. Otherwise, I just don't think there's any point playing it. Let's go and see if we can get at least our callage running. Have we got a medium? We have. I think medium's big enough for a Taurus, isn't it? Morning, Shades. Morning, Buck. It's not a cult. What's that from? Is that like? Is that from something, dude? I just don't. I'm starting to feel like there is nothing in this genre, Buck. Sadly, I just think this genre's done. And the thing is, like, do you think the industry thinks it's done as well? Like, I can't think of another genre. But then again, I don't know all the genres in video games, and maybe that's the point. Maybe the ones that I'm trying to find are the ones that have disappeared a little bit. I mean, are there any other genres that are not really covered within video games? I think we can all agree that we haven't had like a best-in-class within a genre for a long time. And not off the top of my head. I don't know whether there are some games, you know, it could be like fighting games, you know, like Street Fighter, something like that. You know, like maybe they've had their magnum opus recently, within the last like year to 2 years, perhaps. Let's see if it's still got the what's up. Feels snappy today. Definitely feels snappy. Way snappier than yesterday. This feels. This is how it kind of like. This was the thing I was quite shocked by in pre 4.1. How responsive it all felt. Hopefully that stays. Yeah, I don't. You've only got Elite Dangerous in this, haven't you? But there is nothing else. I find it hard to believe, considering how little you actually have to. I'm not being derogatory to the two games, but you know, I mean, This one's gone above and beyond in its desires, hasn't it? This is, you know, with its persistent entity streaming, dynamic server meshing, and all that sort of, you know, heavy tech that is holding it back. But could also be the very essence of the game in the future. So, you know, that's the strategy they've gone for. Elite, you know, having a, well, whether it's a one-to-one, but you get my point. The entire sort of, what is it, Milky Way galaxy or whatever it is. It's all a bit... It's very commendable, but it does make Elite incredibly boring. You know, space travel is not actually very exciting, is it? How many people watch anything from SpaceX after the fucking thing's gone up there? You know what I mean? And that's just like, you know, getting into orbit. Imagine what it's like watching one travel to Mars. You know, probably everyone will watch it passionately for the first, like, 24 hours, right? And then it'll be like, yeah, not a lot happens, does it? So Elite falls prey to that, I think. It's just, it's too bloated with its own sort of, well, I suppose, one-to-one real world. Where am I going to put this? I don't know. I mean, they're both heavy, aren't they? They're both heavy games. I think you don't... If all you had was like 3 moons, but loads of different station types. So like, you know, like, think of them like levels. So rather than going and doing a bunker in Star Citizen, imagine you had a world build team a bit like 7 Days to Die. And they just created different bunkers, different research facilities, security facilities, vehicle workshops. And that's where you went and did your bounties, you know? You don't need so many bloody ships. You just don't need that many ships. The only reason you have this many ships is because you're trying to sell ships to people, you know? But the game doesn't need this many ships, does it? No, not if you were making a new one. You know, your stations, I mean, look at them. There ain't a lot to a station, is there? No, don't me, I'm not being, you know, I'm not trying to be harsh, but you know, it wouldn't be that hard to make this, would it? Now, obviously, to make it in this world, very difficult. You know, where everything's physicalized. You know, your elevators, but you don't need that, do you? As long as the smoke and mirrors effect was adequate, I just don't see why. You know, 2 games that are so seemingly popular have not been copied by someone with half a fucking brain that just thought, yeah, we can do better, but we're just going to downscale it so we don't have all the baggage, the baggage of a one-to-one Milky Way galaxy and all the baggage of a freaking, you know, massive MMO. I just don't get it. It's like there must be thousands of us, if not tens of thousands of us. I mean, this thing's made $801 million now. Seems a bit of a no-brainer, doesn't it? You know what I mean? To bang out one of these. But like I said, obviously you can't make Star Citizen. It's never going to happen, right? But you could make a little slice of it, couldn't you? You know what I mean? Because this doesn't have what it's going... Yeah, but you're missing my point. You're completely missing my point, Glitch. So if you're not going to listen, I can't help. The point is, the dream of Star Citizen hasn't been realised. You literally are just playing little sections of a game that doesn't exist. And we already are quite happy with it. So therefore, just make that. The very thing that makes Elite Dangerous what it is, boring, no one really cares about. No one really enjoys scoop, jump, scoop, jump. Just condense the fun down. It's my whole point. You don't need all this superfluous baggage. It's one of the reasons I don't go back to Elite. It's one of the reasons I walk away from Star Citizen. You know, the dream hasn't been realised, but I do come back because these little compartmentalised chunks, you know, rock mining do, well, they don't actually work at the minute, that's my point. But they sort of work, don't they? But I don't know. You're right, Iobetus. This is not for me. I don't know what you mean. It's not an airport, mate. Let me grab... What do I want to do here? Oh yeah, missions. You know, imagine all you'd set out to do, right? Maybe we should do a Kickstarter. Maybe we should fucking do it, man. You know what I mean? Get a little crew together. I mean, even if all you set out to do was like maybe some physicalized cargo, yeah? Like imagine all you did was you set up like, I don't know, like an orbiting station and an astral body. And you create some physicalized cargo with a ship that can have it. I mean, I wonder how long it would take. You know what I mean? 1 star, 4 planets, moons, civilizations, orbital stations, hauling asteroids, mining station, PvE combat. I'm not so sure about the planets and the moons. I mean, surface stations. What about just setting out really just like for one body, just to start with, Buck? Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Like just start off with a planet surface. Because what does this work on? Does this work on a 1 to 6 scale? I can't remember now. I know the generally accepted rule of thumb in gaming back in the day was like planetary stuff tended to work best at 1 to 6, didn't it? It's a bit like the classic 60 FPS versus 40 FPS on a 40 hertz monitor. That there's that uncanny valley period of like it kind of works. Do you know what I mean? Without all the issues of actually 1-to-1 scaling. I mean. Be right, I need to make marks. We'll play some Once Human in a bit as well. What's Iabetus on about? This is not for me. Sorry. What's that chat all about, guys? I was thinking 4 biomes to certainly do. Oh, but see, I'm not even worried about biomes. See, again, I think you're already going too big, dude. Don't worry about biomes, dude. We don't need it to get it up and running, dude. Obviously, we have to make sure we're choosing a tech that enables us to go down that route at some point, but we're making it too complicated. A simple desert planet like Daymar, where we've got a procedurally generated planet with valleys, nooks, cracks, and rocks, that we don't need to start complicating things with vegetation and fauna and flora, right? All we need to be able to do is take a ship down, land it, and do a bunker, all right? But the bunkers we can make far more diverse than what this has got pretty early on, couldn't we? As long as the base first-person combat is somewhat functional, we've got a small world build team. Like I said, we're not trying to don't get me wrong, we're not trying to copy Star Citizen. We're trying to take a vertical slice of it without all the baggage. The primary difference being, you know, at the moment Star Citizen don't work very well, does it? And it could be a long time before it works. So, you know, you could probably, a lot of people would probably quite happily take a small slice of it, wouldn't they? I know I would. You know, just to play something that kind of works. Private servers, maybe. You know, have a bit of fun with that. Let's have a quick look. Offers. It's a shame. Like, I wonder if like Elite. I wonder if Elite have ever thought about selling the Elite IP. You know, because they don't really do much with it, do they? What does Elite work with? What is its what engine does Frontier Development develop Elite in? If that makes sense. It's called the Cobra engine. Is that what they call it? Yeah, I suddenly realised I don't actually know. Never really thought about it. So that's like just an in-house, like bespoke engine, is it? There's one, I did post it actually. There's one called, I think it's called The Verse or something like that, dude. Which it's not like Star Citizen. It's not trying to compete with Star Citizen, but it is like space travel. But it's got a kind of like really sort of I mean, I don't know what year it's set in or the lore, so I don't want to like you know betray the faith of the game really, but it kind of looks like a very grounded spacefaring game. It's all set in the solar system, so it's more like, you know, real dudes getting on real ships kind of thing. Not fantastical things that can VTOL in atmosphere forever. They literally do, you know, they're not built to look pretty. That they are an engine with a place to sustain human life kind of bolted in on it. Has anyone seen it? I think it's just called The Verse. You're thinking Unreal Engine? Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not what the hell? I'm not sure about. Why did that do that? That's weird. I've had that a few times, haven't I? So somewhere in my control setup, I must have the tab. Oh, I wonder if it's the ping. I wonder if I'm accidentally getting near the ping button. I might be. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't worry about biomes and things because, you know, do we really need that? You know, that's something that you can add much later on, isn't it? But when you announce like your new system. I don't know. I mean, I suppose when you start breaking it down like that, I mean, you know, well, I suppose we come full circle to my point. Star Citizen just needs to work. If Star Citizen just worked reliably, we've already got an amazing game, haven't we? I mean, it's a 10 out of 10 game. If it worked, there's just not a lot really that you can... I would argue that you can improve on. I mean, you know, if you actually take, you know, a minute just to look around, it's pretty spectacular, isn't it? It's just that it doesn't work, right? And you must all have seen those like little space demo things. There were 3, weren't there, last year, where you could walk around inside a ship and things, and they were like, holy shit, that's amazing, dude. Like, you know, they really do look great. Not necessarily any better or worse than Star Citizen, but you know, the creating of an internal space on a spaceship is something that, you know, creative developers have done an amazing job of doing. And I think that is part of the fun, isn't it? I mean, you know, I mean, just imagine Elite just not asshole boring, and you've got a pretty cool game, haven't you? Yeah, Unreal. I mean, everyone's going to say Unreal Engine, but I don't know. I see, Unreal Engine suffers in some areas, dude. I'm not sure. See, CryEngine, that was one of the issues with CryEngine, wasn't it? CryEngine did not do big spaces well. I think that's where this team had all their issues, and ultimately the lawsuit, wasn't it, I think? CryEngine was an... I mean, it is. I mean, don't get me wrong. All engines are pretty incredible, the ones that you kind of know about, including things like the Holistic Engine, which Enshrouded's bespoke engine. It's what you do with them, isn't it? I mean, a lot of people slag off the Creation Engine, but that's because they're ill-informed. You know, the Creation Engine is actually an amazing engine. See, the same people that say that Creation Engine holds them back, blah, 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 are the same people that, you know, sit there playing massive Skyrim mod pack overhauls that are photorealistic and look incredible, right? The Creation Engine is actually quite a cool and very powerful engine. It's just that they haven't really done a lot with it over the years, you know what I mean? So, you know, it's down to the modding community to sort of spread its wings. And of course, the other thing you've got to take into account is it's very easy to mod a game on a super duper top end of the range PC. But if you're Bethesda having to use the Creation Engine that runs on a PlayStation 3, which is where Skyrim was originally launched, and the Xbox 360, you know, it's not fair. You're not comparing apples to apples at that point, are you? But it's still an incredible engine. The Creation Engine is amazing. But... And this is the thing that interests me. And I don't know if we've heard anything yet. Wasn't there a bit of a hoo-ha on Steam yesterday? Now, don't quote me on this. Oh shit, what have I just done? Oh no. I didn't pick up my cargo, dude. Did I? I didn't pick up my bloody cargo. What a knob. I was thinking I was off to Horizon to pick it up. I've got to pick it up and deliver it. What a knob. Oops. This is like a dude in his HGV leaving the yard in the morning and forgot to pick up all his Tesco's crisps. Is it the stutter? Oh, hang on, what's that? Sorry, what was that? But what's the stutter do? But, yeah, didn't something happen yesterday? Was there a leak on the Steam database or something came up on the Steam database with regards to Oblivion? Because for a long, long time now, We've been we kind of know that. Well, I think we know. I mean, it's not like we've had official confirmation, but I think that the gambling man would put a lot of money on the fact that Oblivion has been remade in Unreal Engine, right? Like, as in officially remade in Unreal Engine as a product to sell. And it's pretty close to launch, isn't it? If the rumours are to be believed. I haven't actually. You don't lose your cargo, right? It does just stay in there. Yeah? I suppose we'll find. See, everything's playing very well today. You want Star Citizen and Unreal Engine 5? I don't understand why people keep saying that. You clearly know nothing about engines, do you? You couldn't do what they're doing in Unreal Engine 5. I don't understand that. Unreal Engine 5 isn't a magical engine, you know, dude. There's loads wrong with Unreal Engine 5. And not just because it can be very hard to work with within some environments, but you've seen what happens with Unreal Engine 5. It's in the hands of devs that don't really know what they're doing with it. This game couldn't run in Unreal Engine 5, dude. Not even close to it, bro. I've never understood this. It's gamers who know nothing about games design. I'm not trying to be horrible to you, dude. It's just you clearly know nothing about engines, do you? Star Citizen and Unreal Engine 5 doesn't magically fix everything, dude. Far from it. They'd be right back at the start, dude. Literally back to the drawing board. The way they've had to completely reinvent CryEngine to create Star Engine, dude. Well, you clearly don't know a lot. This project, imagine like the hoo-ha. I mean, it'd set the project back like a decade if they switched engine at this point, right? It goes to show, you know, gamers don't make good developers. I think I've lost my little. So now I'm completely screwed. So now I've lost my little whatsy, haven't I? My little dude. So I think the best thing to do. Oh, for goodness sake! The best way to do this then, because I can't summon that on its own, can I? And obviously, if I summon it, that's going to fall down the hole a little bit. I think what I'll need to do, I'll need to reset here, won't I? Let's go. But again, Aaron, so just think about what you're saying. So it doesn't matter how you twist your words to try and make it make more sense. Unreal Engine can't do this. So why would you want it switched to Unreal Engine? This is already just about functioning. Why wouldn't switching it to Unreal Engine make it any better, dude? Because it doesn't fix anything. In fact, it only adds issues. You know, it's completely illogical, dude. I know I do get what you mean, and your stance is illogical. It literally makes no sense if you even, you know, think about it for a split second. Why? Let me ask you a question. Why do you want it in Unreal Engine? And answer that. Why do you want Star Citizen in Unreal Engine? And answer me that question. Because I bet you can't, can you? Medium hangar. Oh no, hang on, I want to go to the lobby, don't I? More realistic looks. Oh my god. Oh my god. Right, I'm gonna have to time you out. I can't be dealing with this morning. I just can't be dealing with just stupidity. There you go. Job done. Fucking Jesus. I tell you what. People have got to stop talking asshole shit about games they know nothing about, man. We want it to be an Unreal Engine so it looks prettier. Oh my fucking god, dude. I mean, seriously? I can't deal with it this time of the morning, bro. I just can't fucking deal with it, mate. I've heard some dumb fucking shit in my life. What am I doing? Right, let's go back down, yeah? More, Larry, help me out with some intellectual fucking conversation, not pie in the sky bullshit, dude.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval.
Right, we want to get back down. We're going to take the tourists back out. No, in fact, no, let's not do that. Let's just go back down to the hangar, and then I should be able to pull out the rock, shouldn't What did I miss? Well, we were talking about like
Please visit us again.
you know how everyone who thinks they know better about Star Citizen, right? Comes up with the knee-jerk reaction, just build it in Unreal Engine. And I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about, do you? Unreal Engine you couldn't make this game in Unreal Engine. You couldn't. It's impossible. Now, I will add the caveat to that. You could make it Unreal Engine, but it would be unbelievably complicated. It would be exactly the same as what they did with CryEngine. You'd have to take Unreal Engine and you would have to bend it to your will in ways that Unreal Engine just cannot manage out of the gate, right? You don't just suddenly take Unreal Engine and suddenly solve all the issues around persistent tensor streaming, dynamic server meshing, and God knows what else, right? It's just not how. Oh my God, what's happened here, dude? So the discussion was, no, you're wrong, Grum, and I'm right. So I said, okay, all right, let's just write it back. So you tell me why you'd want this game built in Unreal Engine. And the answer was to make it look better. Fuck. Just fuck, dude. I can't do it, dude. Right. Let's have a look. We'll take this down. So it looks like I've got some cargo that is somehow outside of my elevator. Do Exowolf. Well, even if it did, you see, it's what I was trying to test, you know, because someone was suggesting they know engines. So my question was, like, why would you want it in Unreal Engine? So, I mean, I would have said, for example, like, if it actually come up with something other than fucking what it looks like, you might have been talking about, you know, taking advantage because of the interplanetary atmospheric travel that you might have wanted Unreal Engine to take advantage of, say, for example, nanite. And I think we could have had a discussion about that. That was showing at least that you put some thought into the discussion. And I think that would be a valid discussion point. However, nanite on a 1 to 6 planetary scale, etc., especially taken into the account. And see, the thing is, nanite's a wonderful thing, but we're not talking about a first person walking around on or plodding around on a horse game, are we? We're talking about incredibly fast speeds. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know how nanite holds up, especially with issues such as streaming tech within Unreal always being, somewhat of a concern. I think you'd have to be looking at some major sacrifices, a little bit like No Man's Sky does. So No Man's Sky, as we move down to Planet and Outer Planet, you do actually unpack a file. It's a compressed file, which you can actually on a good PC uncompress. And what that does is it massively reduces that segmented as you pass through the barrier from one area of the game into the planetary aspect, where you are essentially downloading the instance of that planet, really, all the textures associated with it, the terrain, etc. And it's a micro loading screen, but No Man's Sky covers it really, really well. One of the first things I do in No Man's Sky is I unpack all of those compressed files, and then my transitional state from space to planet and planet to space is, for all intents and purposes, seamless. There's no stutter, there's no hiccup, there's no momentary pause. I'm not sure how nanite would hold up as an element of Unreal Engine when we're talking about interstellar sort of speeds, and again, that's where you and I would have to think about, like, depending on the engine we've got, what we've got to think about, like, what speeds are we traveling at, dude? What speeds are we traveling at where we actually are expecting rendered detail? And that's why I said to you, we don't want to be worrying about biomes. We're going to have it on the back burner and plan around and fortuitously for implementation of that in the future. We don't want to, like, come up with a solution that means we'll never be able to do it. But I would settle for a simple rock. Now, how do I transfer only my cargo? If I click commodity cargo like that, yeah, should I not be able to move all this to the elevator? Why is it making me do that, dude? Is that... Should I not just be able to, like... click move all or something? Seems a bit weird. I'll try it, and then hopefully all the ones that we've got outside as well. There's plenty of devs that stuck with UE4 for better performance that say even UE4 isn't the greatest. UE4 and UE5 are just really, really, really powerful tools. Like all engines are. And just like any set of tools, the products you get using them depends on how well you use those tools. It's just that simple. Unreal Engine, and this is what I'm saying with people, oh, I wish it was made in Unreal Engine. You clearly know nothing about engines. You know, just pie in the sky backseat gamer, but believing you know something about engines. There are some amazing games in Unreal Engine, right? Incredible games in Unreal Engine. There are also a lot of really bad games. Replace Unreal Engine with any engine of your choice. There are some amazing Unity games. And Unity was often perceived as a very low-ball, weak, non-powerful, you know, idiot's engine. I could assure you it makes them definitely usable. CryEngine's a fantastic engine. Unity's a fantastic engine. Like I said, the Holistic engine that Enshrouded team are using is a fucking amazing engine. I have no doubt. What did Buck say? The Cobra engine that Frontier Development used for Elite. I'm sure that has got some amazing tech behind it. Whether or not they can ever do anything, you know, fun with it. Morning Kelgar, morning Alice, morning Sven, morning Exo. Have I missed anyone? I do apologize if I've missed anyone. There's plenty of, sorry, Star Citizen Engine will end up being the new meta when they finish it with server meshing. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest, Exo, for a long time I've been saying, I don't think, you know, we're saying like a lot of games that seem like they're regurgitated versions of old games, or there's nothing particularly fancy or new. You know, like everything's just like a bit of a reskin of another game or a twist on it. You know, you've got like classic Dark Souls with swords and magic, and then you might have one that's, you know, got robots and mechs in it, you know what I mean? Yeah, you know, one could argue, you know, maybe, you know, we haven't seen anything massively revolutionary. Maybe that's why people are looking forward to GTA 6. I know I am. You know, have they managed to push the boat out, you know, on the hardware we've got? Because it's something they always seem to do, and I'm very excited for that. I couldn't agree more. I know there's people wishing that this game was an Unreal Engine because they know nothing about how game development works. I think it's symptomatic of a bigger issue within the gaming world. Oh shit! What happened there? I think Star Engine, and the thing is, Exo, we have to add the small bit if they can get it working well, right? It could. Star Engine could, you know, if they can get it robust. And let's be honest, at some point, you know, they're going to have a hugely hugely costly to support an engine. I dread to think what it costs the Epic for Unreal Engine support, but of course that's where all the licensing fees come in, right? So, if Star Engine could actually become a product outside of Star Citizen and Squadron 42, I think it could lead to... This is a bit wishful, but I believe it could lead to massive changes in gaming if they can get it working, and especially in the MMO space. Because there is nothing else like it. There is just nothing else like it. Not on the market right now, doing what it can do. But again, but only if it works. Now, there's no point worrying about it if it doesn't work, or if it only works for a very small number with the best equipment out there. It's one of the reasons I'm so interested in Squadron 42. You know, how well is it going to run? You know, is it going to work? Obviously, we're all asking that question. Is it going to be a buggy mess? You know, prone to crashing? What are you going to need to run it? You know, a level. It doesn't matter about top-end graphics, ultra graphics, all the shit idiots say. What is required to run Squadron 42 in a way that makes it actually look impressive? Doesn't matter whether it's ultra graphics or high-level graphics or whatever sliders you've got. What do you need under the hood to make Squadron 42 actually look pretty spectacular. And you know, therefore we'll have some idea about optimization, etc., won't we? Now, I'm going to be honest, I think it's a bad example anyway, because I think Squadron 42 is going to be extremely linear game. Like an extremely linear game. But we'll still have some ballpark figure around this. So I'm very excited for that. I don't know why. I think what's happening is when I'm getting into the ship, right, I'm so used to pressing the ATC to depart that I see the hangar doors open and I think I'm leaving. You know? So I nearly did it again then. I nearly left without getting my cargo, man. Deary me, dude. Some of the new telly showed it since ago was breathtaking. I think they will sell the rights, will fund the game more. Yeah, I mean, I suppose the thing is, actually, I assume what you're saying is they'll sell licenses for using Star Engine at the point where Star Citizen is out. Because, you know, I would like to think that, you know, say when it goes 1.0 and the servers go live, and they're taking on board that the final optimization, you know, in a live user environment. That's when Star Engine gets the nuts and the bolts tightened up, right? And at that point, licensing it out potentially could lead to real innovation in a space that I don't think there is any innovation and hasn't been for years, and that is classical MMOs. I mean, even take Ashes, you know, it was quite funny because, do you remember the backlash that the devs even had to make a video, and it was basically because Asmongold, and I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not bad-mouthing Asmon here, you know, he's not the most technically minded of guys when it comes to computer games, you know, but he's an amazing guy, you know, if you like watching him. But there was a big hoo-ha, wasn't there? And they had to explain that things like persistent, well, it was specifically about server meshing, wasn't it? And there was a big confusion about server meshing within Ashes. Server meshing's been around for years. Server meshing's nothing special. It's nothing new. But dynamic server meshing, how Star Citizen are doing it, is revolutionary. It's never been done on this scale before. And there was this big hoo-ha, wasn't there, about Ashes, and even the Ashes devs had to put out a video explaining, like, there's been some confusion here. You know, what we're doing isn't this revolutionary Star Citizen-esque, we've nailed it before them scenario. So it goes to show the misinformation that's out there. Because it's just a buzzword, isn't it? It's something that people use to... I mean, I'm going to be absolutely honest with you. I still don't think I fully grasp... not so much... I mean, obviously, I don't know how it works at a code level. But I don't think I still understand. And maybe no one does. Maybe that's the point. The scale of dynamic server meshing in Star Citizen. I have no idea what their final objective goal is in terms of the scaling of it. And maybe they don't either. Maybe it's one of those things. Until they've got the base tech up and running, which they certainly seem to be making progress on, who knows how far they can push it on current tech. You know, both server and client. I just don't know. You know. I mean, it could be incredible, though, right? You can't sound very knowledgeable regarding game dev, but as far as I know, good games are built on a good engine. You first need to build an engine in order to support your game. I don't think the word good is needed. I think that's the point. It doesn't matter if it's a good engine or a bad engine. What you need is an engine that supports your game. Does that make sense? If your game is Tetris, yeah, you don't need what might be a really expensive fancy engine, right? It's something you could probably knock up yourself, yeah? It doesn't matter if it's a good engine or a bad engine. So I'm sure there's many, you know, one might objectively say that some of the early versions of, say, even CryEngine were pretty ropey at best, right? Unity certainly. I think the first licensed examples of Unreal were probably a little bit ropey. But they're still amazing games, you know? I think the most important is to have an engine that is appropriate for your game. One that scales with your game, that does the things that, you know, if you're a very heavily physics-based game, you're going to need an engine that supports, you know, physics calculations, aren't you? It doesn't mean it's a good engine because it does that. one could argue the Creation Engine is an amazingly sophisticated engine, but it does have huge issues. For example, with its cell size, etc. On the scale of Star Citizen, I haven't seen that many games fixing their engine midway. Yeah, well, I mean, Star Citizen uses Star Engine, isn't it? Which is CryEngine. Then a hybrid Lumberyard as well. And now officially, is it licensed as Star Engine? I think it is now, isn't it? It's actually a licensed Star Engine. Yeah. So it's not just a word that they used internally, because I think they did it at CitizenCon 2023, was it? Where they wasn't a whole day literally really just talking about Star Engine. I think it was, wasn't it? No, Larry, no. You're absolutely right. I'm not picking fault. I'm just trying to, to work together to fine tune the statements. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're absolutely right. But it just doesn't need the word good, does it? We just need an engine that does, the brute, open world games, I mean, Jesus Christ, I don't even know where I sit with open world games anymore. For the first time, Assassin's Creed, man. Am I burnt out on open world games? I just don't know, dude. I don't know. Have I got a... Oh, it's alright. It's not letting me move that box, dude. That's being weird, isn't it? It seems to be okay now. Yeah, open world games. I'm starting to, but basically, this is a horrible discussion for me to have, or conversation to even monologue it. It hit me quite hard actually after the stream where we were talking about Just Cause 3. One of the problems I think we've got right now in gaming, and I think Assassin's Creed Shadows is a really good example of this. Open world games used to be quite breathtaking. I think we were all very impressed with open world games, weren't we? You've gone from linear corridors to these big open expanses of exploration and dungeoneering and who knows what else. But you know what I've noticed with more and more open world games? They're highly repetitive. And I felt it more so in Assassin's Creed Shadows than any other Assassin's Creed game I've ever played. And I will be the first to admit that some of those games are probably very objectively provable to be worse than Assassin's Creed Shadows in terms of the repetition issue specifically. But something hit me really hard in Assassin's Creed. So I played that off stream, right? And I travelled about. I wasn't travelling about because I got something I was trying to discover or work out in my head. I just quite liked the world. Just went for a trot around. And everything just felt so samey. Now, the thing is, one could argue, well, it probably would be. It's set in that era, in Japan. The architecture, the style, the culture of Japan probably does mean that things look quite consistent at times. But it felt so bland. It felt... Now, I remember in Assassin's Creed Unity, I did nothing but just run around on the rooftops of the ancient Parisian setting. And it felt like there was always weird back streets and alleys and cool things to discover. I spent ages in Unity. Never ever played the game. And as in actually doing the quests and the missions and things. I just wandered around Paris taking I got loads of screenshots of Assassin's Creed Unity. But yeah, open world is fine until you realise that it's all just the same, And I think that's why I'm looking forward to Grand Theft Auto 6, because I think the difference is between open world and open world sandbox. And I'm starting to feel like the sandbox has been removed in a lot of open world games. See, Just Cause, I can literally log in for an hour in Just Cause, right? And just do dumb shit for an hour. I can't do that in Assassin's Creed. I just can't do anything particularly fun in it outside of, what is hard-coded into the game as combat and stealth. Well, and it's the same with Grand Theft Auto. There's some really dumb shit you can do, right? It's open world and sandbox. They kind of need to be quite closely correlated in gameplay mechanics, don't they? Because an open world it's just an open world. There's got to be shit to do in it, and it's got to be exciting, and each thing's got to feel fresh. And I think Skyrim was a good example of that, wasn't it? Even though we know it was repetitive at times, the illusion that it wasn't was very well. It was a good masquerade, wasn't it? If that's the case, Exo, then I don't understand why people complain about playing a literally in development build that they are still trying to figure out how to build. Hang on, what was that, Exo? The difference is a real engine is nearly fully developed and starts as an engine is being built from the ground up. As tech gets better, so does the development. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what we mean there, Alana. If you're talking about those of us that play Star Citizen and sort of like sound like we fucking hate the game, I think the problem with this game is, if you notice that my sort of dialogue since I've been back hasn't been so much about like, I can't say this enough. You know, I've always said when it comes to Star Citizen, I can deal with the bugs, all right? I can deal with, you know, a box not showing up or a box rattling around, or even deal with flying through a hangar door that suddenly, you know, decides that it's there when it wasn't a minute ago, and I explode in a ball of flame. I can even deal with bad optimization and things, you know, because it's still very much a work in progress. What I struggle with Star Citizen is the fact that it's the simple things, like the star map, that still are an abomination. I understand, like, you know, I can see her and complain, oh, the flight model's really shit, I really don't like the flight model. I actually don't think it's really bad, I don't know enough about it, but as an example. But that's a hugely complicated element of the game, right? So in that case, yeah, as you say, it's in development, you know, like, it's probably not finalised. There's changes to be made to the ships, and atmospheric flight, and all the rest of it, and we know that's all coming. That I don't care about, and that's, like you said, because it's an early access game. There's still, in fact, it's not even an early access game. All right, let's be clear, right? Star Citizen is an early access engine. Yeah. I think if people start thinking of that, you'll start understanding why some of us still play it. Even though it sounds like we're being quite critical about it. It's not an early access game, it's an early access engine. And therefore the game itself is by its very nature early access. But the thing is, what I get frustrated with more than anything is the simple things that don't work. The things that I don't understand, like how the star map cannot be such an integral part of the basic game code that you can't get it to work, right? I refuse to believe that. But then I have these moments where I think maybe it's, you know, they're not idiots. You know, these are some very intelligent men and women that work on this game, right? Like some of the best of the best. I mean, with all the hoo-ha with CryEngine, Cloud Imperium Games actually hired a lot of the old CryEngine staff, didn't they? Like the guys and the girls that literally created CryEngine, right? So this isn't a case of like, oh, we're smarter than them because like we're gamers, bro. We know everything, right? There must be an inherent issue with the star map that we just know nothing about. Otherwise, they'd fix it, wouldn't they? You know, it's quite an integral part of the game. So and then I have these moments, like for example, when my heads-up display doesn't work, my advanced heads-up display. And what's the solution to that? I stand up in my cockpit. I take my pyro tool off my belt. I put it in my inventory. Put it back on my belt, and I sit back in the pilot's seat. And that fixes my fucking heads-up display. So I dread to think what the complications are with trying to fix the fucking star map. Like, for example, if they tried to fix like the plotting from Cruel 1 to Crusader, right? Maybe every fucking station in the game vanishes, you know? just simply ceases to be. You know, I think this is where I'm starting to have my doubts, man. Like, if we ended up with a CryEngine, Lumberyard, Star Engine, spaghetti mix of code that even the devs now are starting to find, it's getting a bit difficult now to find out how the fuck all this interacts with one another, you know what I mean? You know, if we reach the point where it's like, fucking hell, dude, we really could do with starting again, mate. In Unreal Engine. I got a full circle in the end, boys. I got a full circle in the end. Yeah. You know what we need? We need this in crime. We're gonna stop production. We're going for Unreal Engine, mate. I even joked about that in Discord, didn't I? I said that's why they've cancelled the... I'm all for cancelling the CitizenCon thing, right? I just wondered if there's been any official announcement on it. The physical CitizenCon thing, I don't think folks understand, right? No, I'm not saying that there isn't a more dark and nefarious conspiracy theory-led reason for them not having a personal meetup. But fuck me, dude, that must hold them back. The amount of work that must go into CitizenCon, the amount of employees that must be involved in it. You know, that on-stage demo was Squadron 42. How many devs must have been taken off their day-to-day work to make sure that was all up and running, dude? Do you know what I mean? I think they're doing a very good thing cancelling the real-world meets. It's not about... I'm sure they make... I don't know. Do you reckon they make money on it? I don't know how much it costs. I don't think they do, because I think production time lost. I'm sure they more than make their money back from hiring venues and, you know, all the rest of it from the, you know, crazy prices they charge for some of this seats and things. But I think what it costs them in development time, it's time to buckle down now. I know some folks have probably really missed out, but there's nothing to stop you having your own meet-up. The community could organise their own meet-up somewhere and go and watch the live event together, right? I don't think it's something we should expect from them. And I've certainly never expected it. So I fully support them doing that. I think it must be a laboriously complex... it's like having a really long Christmas break, you know, in a privately owned company where all your staff want time off and, you know, your profits have suddenly plummeted. I've got no problems with them jacking in the real world. And like I said, you know, if the community really wanted to get together, I'm sure they could arrange something fun. You know, one in, I don't know, Los Angeles and one in Manchester, and they could hire a big hotel room out, or, you know, for a conference room, and, you know, they could all sit there and watch it live and have a few beers together, couldn't they? You know what I mean? Soulframe is pre-alpha, but Soulframe is working on an already proprietary owned engine that they know everything about, isn't it? So this is what I'm saying. So there's a difference, isn't there? Whereas Star Citizen is a pre-alpha engine, and therefore, you know, by inheritance, you know, a pre-alpha game. Soulframe is an in-owned, I believe. Anyway, what's the engine that they use for Warframe and Soulframe? So there's a massive difference there, isn't there? Isn't there a forklift coming to load cargo? I don't know. I mean, I know there's a couple of ships that look like they're like as if they... is it like the little Argo things? That they look like they've got arm clamps rather than a forklift. You know, like as if they... and compression close on the boxes, Buck. But I don't know if they're a thing. It's nowhere near on the scale of Star Star. Well, yeah, but it's totally different. It doesn't matter whether it's on the scale. I can't imagine Larry means it like that. I mean, you know, so Soulframe is a game being built on an engine that you know, dev team have got, what, over a decade? How long's Warframe been out? It's a long time, man. A decade of experience working with it, right? Citizen this year is going to be digital, will be to keep all the staff on Squadron 42. Yeah, exactly, and I'm all for that. You know, I don't know if there's any other... I don't know if there's been an official explanation for why they're not doing it, and it is, you know, and that's the answer, in which case, great, thanks. But yeah, you know, it's not the be-all and end-all of things. I'm sure there's some people that are kind of gutted that they're not going to get a chance to go and meet up and... But you can still do that. You don't need them to organise it, do you? I know it's cool and you get all your freebies and things and it won't be the same experience, but... You can still have a little holiday to celebrate your favourite game if you want to, can't you? I'm sure some of the big orgs will organise stuff, won't they? I'd be very surprised if they don't. Can you put a Storm AA in a Starlancer Max? I have no idea, bro. Does anyone know the answer to that? Last year they made money in Manchester, but did they? This is what I'm saying. Did they really? Because it's easy to say, you know, offset the cost of hiring of venues and all the rest of it, and you know, look into what they made through merch sales and all the rest of it. But what about the cost of development time? Taking all those devs away, you know, for days, weeks in some cases to work on that conference. I'd be very surprised if they come out having made money. I think it's very hard probably for them to even put a price on what it's cost them in terms of production time. Yeah, it's the tank, isn't it? Yeah, I got no idea, bro. I don't really know much about the Freelancer Max, to be honest. It's not a ship I've ever really had any hands-on time with. To be honest, I don't really spend any time with the ground vehicles because I've never really felt they had a role to play yet in the game. So it's an area of the game I'm very much looking forward to, actually. Can very much imagine. Yeah, it'd be nice to see, you know, an event where, you know, the player base all land and the ships drop down and orbital drop ships and terrapins and all the rest of it, and that the tanks are going in, and it'd be kind of nice to see it. Whether or not the game can ever actually live up to that sort of Hollywood spectacle dream, you know, I've yet to see. To be honest, mate, I don't think I've ever played Star Citizen when there's more than X amount of people in there, where it doesn't all seem to go to shit, to be quite honest. But my experience has largely been what's it? Jumptown, Siege of Horizon. I mean, how's the Align and Mine event? Not in terms of functionality, but in terms of like what it's like to be there in the thick of it. You know, have we got NPCs rubber banding about, phasing around? You know, huge frame drops and just general latency on imports. What's it actually like in the middle of Align and Mine? Oh, I'm sure I can easily go and look at some footage of it, but... the tumbler bikes. Again, I'm not sure what they are, I'm afraid. There was a big jump on the funny page of people and ships and merch releasing. Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, Exo. That's supplementary. That would probably happen anyway, even with a digital one. So see, you can't really count it, can you? There's always going to be a big surge of interest around CitizenCon, whether it be digital or bums on seats. And I'm pretty confident that not having it as a real world one will save them a fuck ton of money, dude. And like I said, it might not be actual cash in the bank, but it will be through money saved through production costs of not having to have half your dev team but working at showcasing the game. You know, all that stuff can be... I mean, they'll probably pre-record some of it as well. It wouldn't surprise me the slightest. Right, let's... Did I actually get a... Oh, hangar... there's a hangar somewhere. Look. I mean, it was only a couple of days ago, right? This was an interesting one. So say a day... It's like about 24 hours ago or so. They dinged the 800 million, didn't they? And it was really weird because they went from 800 million... to 800 well, yeah, another $760,000 like within seconds, didn't they? It's almost like people were waiting for it to ding the 800 million and then pumping a load of money into the game. It was like dead weird, dude. And they actually hit that like within the last 24 hours, didn't they? But it did. It went from 800 million to another $750,000 in a really short time, dude. Crazy, bro. Absolutely crazy. I think last year was the highest ever revenue income crowdfunding for the game, pledge-wise, wasn't it? Since the beginning of the project. And they only missed it, like as in breaking the actual record, but was it just like a million, something like that? It wasn't a huge amount, you know, percentage-wise, taking into account, you know, the amount of money that they brought in. But yeah, 2024 saw phenomenal income for them, didn't it? Right, let's go and have a look. So yeah, we'll I mean, it'd be nice to watch it. And I suppose the beauty of it is we'd like to think, wouldn't we, that we'll hear something about Squadron 42 this year. I still think that there is scope for a small developer. I'm not saying they're going to make their billions, but I do genuinely believe that a small developer with a good working knowledge of an engine could come along and make a nice little vertical slice of this game and make a good amount of money from it. I'm not saying, suddenly, again, I don't think people fucking listen. But I'm not saying compete with Star Citizen. I'm not saying become the new Star Citizen. I'm not saying suddenly, 10 years later, it brought 800 million in revenue. But I'm pretty sure a good dev team could come in and say, you know what, let's just take a snapshot of the game as it is, scale it right down, and let's just, just make a game that kind of works. And I think price it right. I think people would really enjoy it, man. And the thing is, it could really help the genre out as well. We'd all be winners. We get to go and play something that kind of works. To de-stress a bit. I get to see some beautiful ships. Without having to worry about all the madness of the tech. It'd be a lovely project to work on. You think CitizenCon will stay in Manchester? Yeah, you would have thought so, wouldn't you? It's their main office now, isn't it? That's not coming out, is it, for some reason? But yeah, but this year's just pure digital, isn't it? So let's just hope. Because last year's was. Is CitizenCon normally a day, like a one-day event? And last year, no, it wasn't last year's, was it? Or was it last year's? I'm not getting that box out, am I? That's weird. The amount of work that goes into setting up a con is insane. There's so much work going into. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. You start banging out tickets at a couple of £100 or whatever it is. They're so expensive, so expensive. And this is just the things you can actually put an invoice to. The hiring of the venue, the staffing and security around the venue. It's the actual development cost, isn't it? To the game of having all those developers needing to be hands-on throughout so much of the pre-roll and the final sort of period. Some of them even having to maybe fly over and things. Who knows what goes on in prep for something like that. I'm sure there'll be a massive, hands-on one again in the future. Maybe this is like you said, Exo, just a chance to buckle down. We don't want any disruption. We've got to get this Squadron 42 out of the door, man. Our deadline's getting closer internally. We really want to push it, man. I am starting to get a little bit tired though, guys. Like I was saying to Killer on Discord yesterday. I'm tired of if you want it to work, you've got to do this and this. If you want to do that, you've got to go to Pyro. If you want to do that, it's starting to grate a little bit, man. I need Squadron 42, man. I need it done now, dude. I need that out. I need it behind me. And then I can honestly say, that they've delivered on what I kickstarted all those years ago. So, really nice. At the minute, I wouldn't even give a fuck. I just want it done, dude. Even if it's a terrible game, right? just get it out, man. Just prove you can deliver me a product, man. The Star Citizen is going to be years. We know this game's going to be years and years and years in the making, right? There is no Star Citizen 1.0 for God knows how long, right? I mean, it'd be nice when it does happen, but I've not got any expectations that's going to happen for years, man. So I'm quite happy with Star Citizen, to be honest. It is what it is, man. But I'm struggling to pay attention to Star Citizen because I just want Squadron 42 done there. Let's get it out. Let's have a play with it. Let's go and see. The reason for it is let's go and see how well your engine actually does hold up in a launch-ready game. With all the tech that you've been spouting off in Star Citizen, without the issues of things like server meshing, dynamic server meshing, and all the rest of it, right? to take away all the weight, the chain, the shackle of Star Citizen away from your engine, how well does Squadron 42 run and look? You know? Is it going to be fucking spectacular? I mean, you know, that stuff they showed last year. Was it last year? Yeah, it was, and the year before, wasn't it? You know, with Gillian Anderson and the gameplay loop and all the rest of it. I mean, it looked phenomenal, didn't it? It looked amazing. They didn't look overly exciting, gotta be honest. There wasn't a huge amount of gameplay there, but, you know. That's hopefully going to come in future reveals. Yeah, show me what your engine can do, man. It will ignite the fires and passions again. That, you know, this is going to be something special. So Squadron 42, you know, whether or not, you know, I pump any time into it, it will be nice to see it, wouldn't it? You know, Star Engine in all its single player glory. But you're right, Wintex, how are you, mate? How's things? Not even tech demo. Not even that. We were saying earlier, it's not even that, is it? It's more like pre-alpha engine testing. You saw what's going for. Well, you see, but there you go. You see, you're saying you're sure it will be fine. This is what I want to see. You know, that's why I'm excited for Squadron 42. Even if it's even if it is a very linear game and it's really just a showcase of the engine. I mean, it's a bit like a Killzone Shadowfall. But big fan of the Killzone games, or at least Killzone 2 and 3, right? And Shadowfall was Guerrilla Games' launch for PlayStation 4, wasn't it? The launch title. And I'm going to be honest, it was not quite the Killzones that I was used to. You could really see a lot of it was really showcasing the power of, you know, their Decima engine, whatever, at the time. It wasn't necessarily the greatest game compared to the rest of the franchise, but man, it looked amazing, and it was like really kind of cool, you know, brand new PlayStation 4. Look at the power of this thing, look at the graphics, man, this is incredible, dude. And the game was good enough for me to have fun with that. And if Squadron 42 is a very linear game, but really showcases the tech of the engine. I mean, things that I'm looking forward to, I know this is going to sound absolutely ridiculous. Do you remember the section with the boat? Do you remember that? I'm really looking forward to that. I thought that looked really cool. All the spaceships and shit, you know, amazing, right? All you know, Gillian Anderson and all the mocap and all the rest of it. You know, cool. But I'm really looking forward to that boat bit. I thought that looked really cool, man. Like, really cool, dude. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to Squadron 42. To reinforce my faith that without the stranglehold of the bigger picture, you know, the crazy tech that's needed to turn this into a fully fledged mega MMO, you know, just in a way, it's very much what I've been talking about all morning, isn't it? It's about a sort of more contained, compartmentalized slice of the engine, you know, where they can go crazy. As they have done with all the voice acting professionals on board, you know. It'll be fun to see it, won't it? And just, you know, regardless of what happens, you know, put that to one side and then look forward to, you know, more of a focus on maybe Star Citizen. But the thing is, it's not that simple though, is it? Because isn't Squadron 42 supposed to be a trilogy? So it's not even like well, I don't think it is. It's not even like once Squadron 42 comes out that they've finished production on that. You know what I mean? To wrap it up from my side, from the outside, I'm seeing Star Citizen and also Project Tech game-wise, and I really hope they make it work at some point so I can jump into it because I'm sure I'd love it. I think you'd really like it anyway, Ilarian. To be honest, dude, I think if the game was... I'll say this as honest to God's truth, right? If... And I was very, very much on the cusp of talking about it more, and I probably would have been this week. When I played this game in 4:02, I think it was. So in other words, the week leading up to the launch, I think 4.1 launched on like the Thursday or Friday, right? So I think I'd had about a week of playing the previous iteration. I can honestly say, Ilarian, for the second time, and it's only the second time since I played the game heavily from 3.17, where if someone comes into chat and says, what do you think, is it the time? I would have said yes. I would have said now is a really good time to join the game. It's only going to cost you 35, 40 quid, possibly less. And let's be honest, we've all spent more on shit games over the years. That's not an excuse, but let's be honest, we have, right? It played really well, dude. I felt like a new player would not have 10 obstacles for every successful completion of an in-game event. And an event would be like opening an ASOP. You know, for every one of those, there's like 10 steps you've got to circumvent, be knowledgeable about, avoid like the plague. I really did feel like pre 4.1 was as good as it's ever got. And I can't remember the last time I said that. I think it was in the week. I think it might have been something around 3.19. That there was a period where everything just seemed to be working really well. It might have been a smoke and mirrors working really well. That might have just massively downsized the servers or something. But I know there was another period where it was like, now's fine. Normally I'd say, like, if you're not sure, you know, maybe try Elite Dangerous first if you've never played one of these. Maybe wait for a free fly event, you know. I definitely felt like I was able to, hand on heart, saying you're going to get a pretty good game right now. I could head out for the day. There were no crashes. There were no rollbacks. There was no fail states. And I could do ROC mining. I could do hand mining. I didn't do prospect. I could take the vulture out. I could do bunkers. I could do ship-to-ship combat. It all worked. And to be fair, it worked really quite well. Genuinely quite well. And not comparatively speaking with other versions of Star Citizen. I just mean as a game. Yeah, there were still huge frustrations with the star map, dude. That's not going away anytime soon. But it felt good, dude. Right now, I can't say that. I just can't say that in 4.1. Not yet. What? Killzone Shadowfall? I can't remember what I played. I think I must have played Killzone 2. Oh, no, sorry, Killzone 3. I assume Castle. Which I'm going to assume was like late in the life of the PlayStation 3. And I think as a result of that, I maybe played Killzone 2. You know, picked it up Market Basement. You know, what was it, CDs back then? Blu-rays? I can't even remember, dude. No, it would have been CDs, wouldn't it? DVDs. God, fucking hell, DVDs. Remember them fucking things? Yeah. I really like. I've always liked Guerrilla Games, mate. I think Guerrilla Games have been one of the most technical, just efficient masters of their craft. I still see foreign factors like Gillian Mark Strong. They did all their work 10 years back, and they've yet to see anything. But have they, Wentex? Is that for real, dude? I mean, I'm sure they don't give a fuck. I don't think there's any reason to feel sorry for Gillian Anderson. I'm sure Gillian Anderson, if she's not been brought back on board, or Mark Hamill or whatever, right? Because I don't know. I mean, was it all done years ago? They haven't brought them back recently to you know, with all the new mocap studio. I don't know. I've got no idea. It just seems it looks very good if it was all done 10 years ago. Because they've only just recently built the mocap studio they were renting one, but previously weren't they? So I don't know if maybe they've just done all that. But I don't think anyone feels sorry for them, did I? I think that's kind of stretching the drama a bit. I'm sure they got paid a fuck ton of money. I've never thought about the game since, mate. Now, I know all that was mocapped a long time ago, but have any of them been brought back more recently? You know what I mean? For the new studio. I don't know, dude. I mean, if what I saw was the old mocap, I have to say I'm fucking amazed. I mean, that stuff we saw. I mean, what was that speech that what's his name gave up in the control room? That was phenomenal. I mean, that was like really well done. You know, it's some of the best I've ever seen. So I mean, if that is all 10-year-old mocap, they must have done extra with it, right? I'm sure they've re-mocapped like all the bodies and things with a new studio, and maybe got other actors to do the facial mocap and then just transpose the the character models on it. I cannot for 1 minute believe, knowing how far mocap technology's gone, that they still have the original mocap in the game. Do you know what I mean? It's so well done, dude. I would imagine it. You know, if they haven't brought the actors back in, I can only assume it's like a transposition of old and new. Yeah, mocap years ago. Yeah, I remember. I mean, the fans asked me if they remember it, and most don't. So I feel sorry because if you do the work and others talk about, I just don't think. I just don't. I can't agree with that. I just don't think they give a fuck. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? They probably made films years ago that they've probably forgotten, and Gillian Anderson probably did episodes of X-Files that she just don't give a fuck about anymore. Or all the stuff on the cutting room floor with that. I just don't think there's any reason to feel sorry for actors. I'm sure most of them just took the paycheck. You know what I mean? You know, maybe Hamill. You know, Hamill's always been in a little bit into his gamey stuff, isn't he? But not really. Not really, to be honest. You don't know a lot about games, as he's evidently proven through his Twitter posts. I mean, Mark Strong, I don't know. You know, just, oh, what, I've been invited to do? Oh, that sounds all right. I'll take the payday for that, mate. I bet he's never lost a single day's fucking sleep over it. It's not. I can't imagine it's something that they'd ever have on their resume. You know what I mean? That they'd be really proud of. Think of all the things Mark Strong and Mark Hamill and Gillian Anderson have done over the years, right? I don't think being in Star Citizen is going to clinch a future movie deal, is it? It's definitely a game that's up my alley, and I'm sure I could easily immerse and lose myself in it, and that's why I'm scared to jump in its current state. What I'd be more interested in, I think there's a complete tangential sort of topic of discussion, is how much they got fucking paid. You know, starring in a computer game is not actually like the greatest fucking thing ever, is it? I mean, it's a bit like doing a fucking advert. You know, if you're a Hollywood star and you're doing voice acting in a video game 10 years ago, it probably wasn't the most, you know, flamboyantly, oh, wow, aren't you amazing, your career's made. You know what I mean? So one of two things. They're all going through a bit of a dull patch, right? Or, and I think much more likely knowing the talent that's involved here, they got paid a fucking lot of money, right? For a very short studio appearance. So I'd be very interested to know what they could tempt. I mean, Gillian Anderson would have been pretty big back 10 years ago, right? I can't remember when X-Files, but Mark Strong has always been very much there. I mean, I don't know about Hamill. I don't know what his career's been like. Yeah, exactly. Hamill's definitely the game one, isn't he? But he don't know a lot about games. That's what I'm saying. He's been caught out a few times on Twitter, clearly not knowing how things work. But yeah, I mean, Mark Hamill's been... Should we clarify? Mark Hamill's been a voice actor for years, regardless of whether it's games or anime or whatever. You know what I mean? So I think just because you're a voice actor doesn't mean you're a gamer. Yeah, it's the same with people like... I mean, Troy Baker's like a household name within the gaming world, isn't he? But... yeah. Yeah, he's in the Wing Commander. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and that's where I knew about Star Citizen, was Wing Commander, but I didn't, because I didn't actually know what Wing Commander was. So someone had told me about this game called Wing Commander. It was like again, this conversation so long ago I can't remember, but it was sort of like, oh, it's you fly spaceships. It was like, oh, what, really? Okay, that sounds kind of cool. And they're making a new one. You know, it's called whatever it was. Squadron 42. Was it called Squadron 42? Was it? What was it called? Star Citizen? Was it when they kick-started it at Wentex? Yeah, I'll take that. And I thought, yeah, that sounds quite cool. You know, I'm not really playing, because there were so few games. But by the time I'd started, paying any interest to anything even remotely PC related, there weren't a lot of space games. I'd played, and certainly not like Wing Commander. Yeah, I don't know how old they were, but I wasn't aware of them. But the only space games I'd really played were like Mass Effect. I can't even think of any others. What else were I played? Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. I can't even think what else I've played in space. I don't think there's a fucking lot at all, dude. And I thought, I'd heard about these ideas of Kickstarters and the idea of crowdfunding, and I thought, yeah, all right, let's do it, bruh. And then promptly really kind of forgot about it, I suppose. Yeah, it is. I think now Wentex, this is what I'm saying, 10 years ago, I think it was a very different kettle of fish, wasn't it? I would imagine almost like, oh, you're scraping the bottom of the barrel doing a computer game, right? But I mean, now look at Kojima and Norman Reedus. I mean, you get in on the right game. Look at the God of War actor, you know? I mean, much more now in 2025. I mean, if you can be in a really high-profile game, you know, your bread is buttered, man. Yeah, and I couldn't agree more. I think it's fantastic. That the thing is, though, and this is interesting because I think this leads to an interesting point about how we all sit here and bitch and moan about computer games and how much they're going to be. The problem is, these games haven't fucking increased in value that much in the UK. They really haven't. You know, if I go back, I can't remember what an N64 game would have cost me, right? But I know they weren't fucking cheap. And I know for a fact they didn't have a multi-fucking talented cast of professional actors and musicians and all that shit working on it. Let alone the amount of fucking people that worked on it with a few thousand lines of code as opposed to 4 billion fucking Unreal Engine trees, right? You know, we really do live in this bubble of fucking privilege, don't we? You want fucking pro actors in your fucking game. Don't sit there bitching to me how much the fucking price of a video game is, because those actors don't come fucking cheap, man. So yeah, you know, it's all things in balance, isn't it, man? All things in balance, you know. You can't have your cake and have eaten it, you know. You're right, Max. How are you, mate? Relaxing into the listen to my voice. I don't even know what you're talking about. Doesn't matter. Cheers. You're right, Max. How you doing, bro? We're just having a spitball about gaming in general and the mystery that is Star Citizen and the love-hate relationships so many of us have with it. There is nothing quite like the game. It is the object and... Well, it's the object of mass ridicule throughout the gaming world. And yet many of us still sit here in this bubble of... And I firmly believe cult. I started today's stream off. I feel like I actually am in a cult. And I even Googled, didn't I? A cult is a term. So I'm going to read out the whole thing, and then we'll cherry pick just the specifics out of it. A cult is a term often applied to a new religious movement. But then it goes on to say, and other social groups. So it's not exclusive to religion, which have unusual and often extreme religious, spiritual, or philosophical beliefs and rituals. And this is the interesting bit. Extreme devotion to a particular person, object, or goal is another characteristic often ascribed to cults. So obviously this is the broad overview of a cult. So if we were just to narrow it down without changing actual context or you know, imposition here, we could say a cult is a term often applied to social groups that have unusual and often extreme beliefs and extreme devotion to a particular person or goal. And you have literally described Star Citizen in a fucking nutshell, dude. What's the one fundamental flaw in all religion, yeah? You've never met God, right? There's nothing to actually empirically prove that God exists, right? And thus it's born of faith and belief, isn't it, yeah? Well, there is no working Star Citizen. And I started to think, shit, fucking hell, dude. Is this how it happens with, what's that one that everyone bangs on about with Tom Cruise and what's his name? What's it called? What's the one that everyone thinks is a bit dodgy? But it can't be that dodgy in the sense that, you know, clearly they get people in, right? But maybe it's too late and they don't realise they've been sucked into it. Scientology, innit? You know what I mean? Maybe I've been sucked into a cult, I just didn't know. Have you described Gravity? No, definitely not. No, absolutely not even close, mate. No. It's when you start... For a start, we haven't got an object or a goal, have we? Like, none whatsoever, mate. I mean, maybe we should have, but... it's when you start doing the Wiser Vibe in real life. Your front door key ain't working. You start wiping your edge. Oh, I love that. That's funny as fuck, dude. Yeah. I have to remember that. Look, lawnmower, mate, start. Wipe your visor 3 times. Fucking hell, it worked. Causality and all that, mate. Yeah, fucking hell, dude. Well, it's been an interesting discussion, boys. Right, let me see if I can get this little lot back to Horizon. And it all began with Unreal Engine, didn't it? Oh, wore me out, boys. Fen and Ward. Well, the ultimate goal would be enable me to live a life of luxury and full-time streaming. What about that, mate? I'll be up for that. If anyone's got like £1 million lying around, want to chuck it my way, I'll take it, and I'll stream for you. Like, I'll do double shifts. I'll do a morning shift and an evening shift. How about that, mate? We'll set that as our long-term objective. I've got a dog fucking bill to pay soon. Jesus Christ. Oh, that PDSA thing, that's for people on benefits, mate. I ain't got a fucking snowball's chance in hell, mate, of getting that. I don't know why anyone thought that was going to be something we'd be able to do. Yeah, it's for people on benefits only, dude. All hail the head knob. We bounce to the grumble. Lend us your wisdom. I try to lend a little bit of insight. I'm not saying you should subscribe to anything I say ever on this stream, alright? I think a lot of people don't realise. I mean, I know some of you do, because we have occasionally let on, haven't we? But just how much I fucking troll chat. But I'm very good at keeping the facade. I don't think I could keep the facade as well if I had a camera, to be honest. Because even I'm aware that if I'm smiling, I sound different. So I have to consciously be very wary of that. But I'm going to be honest, I'm sure there are other tells that I'm not aware of. So I think when the deep troll hits, I reckon I do a pretty good job, to be honest. I think I do a pretty good job, man. I think sometimes I'm aware of the chuckle that no one else is. Which is a terrible thing to confess to, but... sometimes I can't be dealing with fucking idiots, man. I just can't be dealing with it. The world's too full of fucking morons, mate. Right, ATC we don't need, do we? Let's get out of here, boys. I feel like I'm going very slow, and I've lost my heads-up display. Now, is that because we're... Is that the... Oh! And you know why we've got the bug, dude? And you see how I'm excited? Not because the game's working, but because I've solved a mystery as to why something's broken. This goes to show how deep into the cult-like religion I am. Because I'm not happy about a game working. I'm happy because I've figured out why something's broken. That should not give me the sense of dopamine and euphoria that it does. But it goes to show how we're not playing Star Citizen. We're playing a new meta game within Star Citizen, which is trying to figure out why it doesn't work, even though we've got no way of actually solving it, no input to the dev team, and no control over it in our lives, exactly like a religion. It's interesting, isn't it? And the reason I don't have an advanced heads-up display is because when I got out of the Taurus earlier, I accidentally got my tractor beam out. And look, I've immediately got a broken heads-up display. So there you go. So so we're gonna have a big hour-long conversation now, pretending we fixed something. So I wonder if it's like if you bring the tractor beam out, like on your cargo deck. Do you know what I mean? I wonder if there's a correlation between having a pyro tool out on a magnetic clampable cargo bay, and then somehow that affects your advanced heads-up display. I wonder if that's the correlation there. Right, now, how do I know how fast I'm going? You see what I mean? Like, how do I know what speed I'm even going here? I'd have to change all my MFDs, wouldn't I? But I'm going to assume I can. I'm not going to fall back to... I think we're out. We're 92,000. Hang on. Let me try doing this. So if I take that, look, pop that in there, pop that in there, and then do that. Alright, so it's not closing my inventory. That's my bad. Alright, and now I should have my advanced heads-up display, shouldn't I? How are you doing, Kelgar? How's Mrs. Kelgar, mate? She alright, bro? There you go. Look at that. Fixed. And now, somehow, right, my synaptic sort of connections in my brain, right, formed this new euphoric memory of this. Oh, I'm a badass. I fixed the problem in Star Citizen. I know how to play this game. I'm better than other people, man. Yeah, this is what I need in my life. You know, this is all that matters. I am a savant of the Roberts Industries shenanigans, bro. All is forgiven. I have solved the problem with my vast intellect. and thus begins the copium dream, you see. And in fact, it was just a dude in Twitch chat, wasn't it? Who came up with what I regarded to be one of the most dumb, batshit, crazy fixes to a problem I think I've ever seen in a video game. And lo and behold, 100% of the time, it works like a dream, dude. And somehow, this is like being given information in the next tier of Scientology, isn't it? The comparisons are scary, dude. I think Scientology works on the basis the more money you fucking hand over to the fuckers, the more information they impart upon you, you know? They will let you into the next tier of wonderful knowledge, yeah? About life and the meaning of life and all the rest of it. I think that's how it works, isn't it? So in a way, I've just moved to another tier within the cult of Star Citizen, you see. I now have a special workaround that only we know about, or, you know, I'm sure the rest of the community too, but you know what I mean? But it's a little bubble of like, ha ha ha! Forbidden knowledge! I'll tell you what, mate, you can't argue it. Taking the piss or not. There's no way you can fucking argue. This doesn't actually make a lot of sense, bro. The real game star, yeah. A few more days ago, we reproduced a heads-up display bug reliably. Yeah, I literally can. I do. If I'm starting to think it's if you're on a cargo deck when you pull out the pyro tool, dude. I think there's a high correlation there, dude. Yeah, there'll still be a bug in the game when Squadron 42 comes out, mate. And we'll sit there going, we know the workaround. Dude, alright, go. I'm good. Pleased to hear it, mate. Pleased to hear it, bro. Well, it's got. I mean, at least I'm going to have got a little bit of money today, aren't I? I don't see. Oh, because I'm not moving forwards. I've noticed a couple of times. It's definitely a me thing. I'm pretty sure it's not a game thing. Just every time, every now and again, if I sort of like say I take off my forward thrusters and I tap a lateral. It's like it locks me out of moving forwards until I release the lateral thrust. I can't quite figure it out. It doesn't happen a lot, but just sometimes I notice like, you're not accepting my forwards input anymore, you know? No, I don't seem to be getting a hang of boys. Okay, well that's a problem. I'm almost not. I also don't seem to have a queue, do I? Okay. Yeah, I think you'd really enjoy this game, Alarian. I don't know if you've ever played it or not, but I would definitely recommend, if you get a chance during a free fly event, of downloading it. It's I think it's because you very much like your roleplay stuff, don't you? Well, I mean, maybe I'm putting words in your mouth there, but you like your immersive stuff, don't you? Very like me in many ways, Hilarion. You know, you like taking your time and soaking it up. You know, a good game's a good game. You know, I shouldn't be racing through it. You know, I want to walk into the cave and look up at the cave roof and not just run to the sparkling loot in the corner. I know we've played a few games together where we've kind of like done that chill out, take it easy kind of play, haven't we? And I must admit, I think that's one of the things that appeals to me so much about Star Citizen. This makes me feel like a dude who maybe doesn't own ships, because obviously I don't have a lot, but it makes me feel like a guy who is a pilot. You know, I might not own the ship, I might have to rent it or whatever it's going to be, but I do feel like a dude when I log in. You know, outside of stream, if I let it wash over me a little bit, I do feel like a bloke who's got up, I've had a drink, I've had my wham burger or whatever it is, and I'm heading out for a day's work in my prospector to earn some money with a long goal of, you know, investing it in my own prospector or something, you know? Purchasing my own ship. It's a very, very easy game to immerse yourself into. And that's something you just can't do in Elite. Elite, there's a massive disconnect. Which is a shame. I don't think this is going to work. So, we do have a workaround, yet again, don't we? The workaround being, if I travel back to Horizon and jump back, one or two things is going to happen. Either it's going to let me... what was that? Either it will immediately give me a landing point, or it will let me recontact ATC, won't it, if all goes well. Well, let's do it, boys. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. How are you doing, Star? You alright, bro? We'll jump to some consuming in a bit anyway. Oh, so I reckon maybe we can just jump back. I mean, that's got to be out of render range, right? Maybe if we cancel the jump, go back to Seraphim, choose the jump. There we go. It's, you know, it's working, boys. It's working. Things are okay. To be honest, mate, that's probably about as good as anyone can expect right now. So, I mean, I wish it was better for you, mate. I suppose okay's all right, isn't it? Could be worse, mate. Good morning, Mr. Mario. How you doing, sir? How are things? Yeah, you're right. You nailed it. It might sound weird, but the only thing that's stopping me to jump now is how much I enjoy it, because I know at some point I get frustrated and will have expectations, and I don't know. To be honest, let me just say something, Lauren, and this is going to sound like... It's going to sound like really fucking weird, all right? Because what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to remove myself from my current understanding of the game and the project and put myself back in the boots of how I felt when I first started playing this game, right? Can I just clarify before I say anything else, yeah? I'm going to be comparing 4.1 in a relatively broken state to 3.16. I think Calgar might know more. I'm pretty sure it was 3.16 when I first started actively playing the game. I'd been playing Elite Dangerous, and I thought, you know what, it's time to take the big ball plunge into Star Citizen. I was extremely worried, dude, because I knew I was going to be live streaming it, yeah? And I was genuinely concerned that is it going to be some... I found it very hard to pay attention to details and information. It's like a streamer blindness. You know, and I know it makes us the object of ridicule many times, but it's very hard. Especially if you're trying to have a reasonably articulate conversation. I mean, if you're just one of those idiots that sits there and says dumb shit every couple of seconds, it's obviously different, but... It is very hard for me to learn a game on stream. The amount of times that I've been absolutely terrible at a game on stream and then just like 30 minutes off stream at the end having a cup of coffee and it all just suddenly makes sense. The amount of times that I've seriously even missed obvious things like a stamina bar or a combo builder element in a heads-up display. Completely blind to it during the stream, right? And I was very worried, mate. I thought, am I going to enjoy... Not because of the content... But, you know, I can't worry about that. You know, I'm not a big dick streamer. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to learn it. I was like, I'm not going to be able to fly a ship, dude. You know, I'm not going to be able to take this information in while I'm live streaming it. You know, having a chinwag with folks, man. And I was very worried, dude. You know, I thought, you know, I hope I'm not going to end up hating the game because, you know, it's not fair. It's not fair to the game, right? So I thought, fuck it. We'll give it a bash. We'll give it a bash, dude. And I can honestly say, right, it was the most broken fucking mess. Dude, I probably in 3.16, I don't think you could play for more than a couple of hours without getting what was known as a 30k error, dude. Getting eaten by a lift. Dude, to try and compare the current game to 3.16, you'd have to be an idiot to try and say not a lot has changed. But I can't tell you, Alarian. To this day, it's a mystery even to myself. I cannot begin to tell you how hard it hit me, bro. I was immediately smitten, dude. There is something about this game and getting in that first ship that is so fucking different to any other gaming experience I've ever had. And the thing is, you start getting a little desensitized to it, mate. But, dude, you know me, mate. If a game's busted up... dude, I start playing games because they've got stutter. Alright? If a game's got a stutter or a shit camera like Avowed, yeah, I start playing it, bro. I ain't got fucking time for that crap, mate. Now, you think about how powerful emotional connection I must have had to this game. For me, of all people, to have carried playing it in 316, dude. The only explanation for that is that somehow, the games that I have the most connection to are the games that I'm immersed in. and normally involving some play with friends as well. You know, it doesn't even have to be a great game. Look at Scum. I love my Scum playthroughs. We were talking about it yesterday, weren't we? But I didn't enjoy this game because of Scum. I enjoyed it because of the people I played with. I can assure you of that, mate. But Star Citizen, it was weird, dude. Because there was nothing else like it, and there still isn't anything else like it, dude. And I think the minute you join this game and you actually realise you've just woken up as a character, and you've walked down to that spaceship and you're looking around it and you're like, I have no fucking idea what I'm doing here, dude. And you take off into space and it's just like, fuck me, bro. There is nothing else like it, mate. I've said this to many people. You have no idea what Star... If you've never played Star Citizen, you cannot participate in conversations about Star Citizen. Because you just don't understand it. It's the same as VR, dude. You cannot say that you don't like VR if you've never tried VR. And you know, and there are elements to that need to be clarified. You need to be in a good VR headset playing an appropriate game for your level of time spent in VR. But if you can build up to, you know, a game style that you like, Beat Saber or a classic game like Half-Life Alyx. Half-Life Alyx is the most revolutionary gaming experience I've ever had in my life outside of Star Citizen, dude. Half-Life Alyx is just absolutely... It's just insane. It's mind-boggling. It's so bad that you almost like don't want to leave it. You want to keep exploring, but then you'll end up feeling poorly if you're not careful. If you've not got your VR legs. But Star Citizen hit me like no other game, bro. It's even in its broken mess, there is something about it that I don't know. It's I don't know. I haven't got a comparison. That's the point. I can't compare it to anything else. Are we playing to fight any NPCs there, Armok? No. I mean, I've done bunkers, dude. And to be honest, mate, I think I've done... It's either 3 or 4 bunkers now, bro. And there's always an issue. They're either completable, but they rubber band all over the place. You know what I mean? So you know, 1 minute they're on the left, and then they're like 30 pixels to the right, and then they're phasing around, or even more exaggerated. I've actually had them like just popping up all over the place, dude. The bunkers are not working well at the moment, or at least it's not the servers I've been on. So now I don't think so. I don't think so, dude. See, the thing is, the bunkers is content I'm not that worried about. I might do some salvage or something tomorrow, I think. Try and keep my hand in on that. I mean, what is it? It's we've done a run, haven't we? We've got a bit of cash here, so yeah. I think if you like, I think you'll really enjoy it, Alarian. You know, I really hope you do, dude. I think Star Citizen is, you know, for all the shit talking we give it, I think we've earned a right to shit talk it, to be honest, because there is a lot wrong with it. You know, we're not sitting here pretending it's even close to a functioning product a lot of the time. But let's put it this way, right, mate? You'll have a way better time than I did in 316. Way better time than I did in 316. I still look back on those days and just wonder what the fuck I thought I was doing, to be honest, mate. But it was the tantalising... Oh, God. I don't even leave fucking Daymar these days, bro. I do my haulage runs. This week we're going to Pyro. We're definitely going to Pyro this week. 100%, if I can get on. Quite looking forward to that. But I'm worried. I said in Discord, I'm actually really worried about going to Pyro. I just have this horrible niggling feeling that if I go to Pyro and somehow it isn't just like... Look, I know it can't be perfect, right? I know it can't. But if I see like the same kind of planetary tech as I saw at Microtech, if I still have all the same issues, and let's be honest, why would I not have the same issues? So already, you know, I'm in a bubble of discontent here. I think I'm just going to give up, dude. You know, I've got this... please let Pyro play well. If it doesn't... I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to feel like heartbreaking on it, right? That's why I haven't been there. It's like having a Christmas present, right? You've unwrapped all your little dinky Christmas presents, yeah? And you've got that one big box under the tree. And you really open it. It's like the N64. Or whatever it is. You know, I don't know. Your Steam Deck. But you're not sure if your parents really understood what you wanted. You know? If they ended up getting you like a Switch or something instead. And oh God, you're so scared to open it, you know? In the moment of opening it, it's like Schrodinger's box, right? That's how I feel about fucking Pyro, man. I really hope it's like, oh, it's so good, dude. It looks so amazing. Oh, this is amazing, Dad. And even if it has got all the things that are still broken, but it looks incredible. And I get this wonderful sense of adventure about it. Then, but that's why I've been delaying it, man. I'm not going to bullshit it. Is the game on Steam? Do you mean on Steam Fry? No. It's only through their own launcher, dude. I mean, I run it through Steam as a non-Steam game, but you're right, Secretary. Is someone else having issues with it after Quantum? The ship seems to be stuck. What do you mean as in you can't move it at all, or do you mean as in you just can't plot to the next Quantum jump? Oh right. So is it a good thing then, Maddo? Is it okay? Is he stopped pestering you in World of Warcraft now, yeah? It's a good game, mate. I really enjoy Wood's humour. It's nice to see him enjoy the game, Maddo. No, I'm not saying that he doesn't. It's just nice to see him enjoy one that I know about. I think a comparison could be... I hope you're alright, mate. How are you? You're watching a guy hit a wall and you know if he keeps hitting it, the floor might collapse. Yeah. No, you're right. I'm sure it's going to hit me exactly the same, even if it sounds weird. I'd put Star Citizen in the same boat as Enshrouded, V-Rising, Valheim, Soulframe. They are awesome games that I don't want to ruin my experience early. The thing is, Alaric, can I just say, I know you think that. I know you think the longer you wait to play Star Citizen, the better it's going to get. I'm going to be honest, dude. I would say in 1 year... Since I last played, has the game got any better? Right now, I can't honestly say it has. I think what you have to bear in mind is Star Citizen works on a different timescale to other games. I think I 100% know what you're saying. You know, if I was to pick up Assassin's Creed Shadows on launch or pick it up in 6 months, I'm probably gonna have a much better time. You know. I think actually, maybe that's a bad example because that actually played really well on launch day. But you know, a lot of games, they get bug fixes. There might be some driver updates. Might be some bug fixes. And the examples you've given there are really good ones. You know, Enshrouded, lots of active content and production on the game. You know, if you leave it for 6 months, you're going to have a whole bunch of extra content to play. So why, you know, go and play half a game now? Gonna be honest, Alarian, don't work like that with Star Citizen, dude. It really doesn't, mate. Unless you start turning 6 months into 12 months, 18 months, and 2 years, dude. You know, a lot of the time, Star Citizen is just being Star Citizen, mate. You know, you could wait another 6 months from today, and it will be either better than it is today, could even be worse than it is today, dude. You know, they're testing out so much shit in the background, man. So... I would recommend, if you're even remotely interested in it, the next Free Fly event, which I think is possibly in May, so someone in chat might know, I would install it, dude. I'd get it up and running. Have a little play with it. See if it even works, you know, on your system, for example. You know, at a level that you're content with. And maybe give it a bash, dude. Otherwise, you'll wait forever for this game. I think most of us know that, so... Cat's called Cat! What cat? Just snuck past an unkillable AR. Oh, that I've had that as well. I've had that twice now. I had one on stream as well, dude. I was in a bunker, dude, and I killed all the dudes except for the last one, and I could not kill him, bro. Well, we pumped like 3 magazines into him. The hit registration was happening, but it wasn't hurting him, dude. Yeah, I've had that twice now, dude. The bunkers seem to be really bad for that. You can look around, but forward and back. So when you forward and back, so your lateral thrusters are working, but your forwards, backwards are not. Have you tried setting it on and off again? Like completely just power the ship down and reboot it? I mean, you're not out of fuel. I think if you're out of fuel, you can't even. I don't think laterals work either, do they? So you got pitch, stuff like that, yeah. Oh, scrading this box, yeah. It is. It's a bit like that. You know, what is the state of you know, what is the physical state of you know, what's inside at that point that you open it, you know? And that's pyro. It's scrading as pyro for me, boys. They didn't even have hit registration. I think the one I had on stream had hit registration. I'm sure it didn't it, guys? If I remember right. Oh, let me go and grab a drink, actually. Yeah, I'm sure mine did have hit registration. And yeah, to start with, I was willing to put it down to a bit of lag, Sergeant Kicks. You know, just like a little bit of like oopsie, or bad aim by me. But yeah, I got some really good, you know, 3/4 of a magazine headshots in on him, and the thing, he wasn't even armored, dude. He was one of the 9 hands that just wears like the balaclava looking thing. So it, you know, I know some of them take a few rounds, don't they? But... Have you checked your fuel? I mean, I know it's a silly thing to ask, but I mean, have you checked your fuel, Zectra? I'll either wait for the free... dude, don't spend any money on it, mate. Honestly, wait for the free trial. The reason I say that, right, is I know you're a very intelligent man, Alarian. I know you're not the sort of person that's just going to throw money at a game and hope it's brilliant. The thing is, dude, even if you already know that Star Citizen, let's just say it was working really well, the thing is, it doesn't mean it's going to play well on your system, dude. Yeah, this is a notoriously quirky game for some folks, man. You know, people having crashes where other people aren't, and you know, it's just weird, quirky things. Oh, hang on, shit, I just thought, can I not get... Let me just check the pizza place. Doesn't the pizza place sell cruise? Yeah, do the free fly event more. You know, if you really think, you know, chances are I'm probably going to like it. Let's hope it plays well. Just see if it works, Larry. Yeah, just to see if the frame rate is something that you're happy with. To see if, you know, the general sort of performance of it as a video game is up there. Before you throw money at it, because like I said, you know, it is a very different product. You know, you can't look at, oh, Assassin's Creed plays, you know what people are like on Steam. I played Cyberpunk at 4K resolution and now this game doesn't work. It's just not. She can be a bit of a Scooby-Doo mystery, man. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, mate, I don't even know about AMD cards. I mean, weirdly, AMD CPUs, especially the X3Ds, are easily the best for this game. It's been proven time and time again, right? This game has a serious, passionate relationship with the X3D chipsets, doesn't it? I'm going to be asked after time. The GPU don't seem to be getting pushed that much, mate, and a lot of it just comes down to the servers being ass, bro. So again, it might be a barrier to entry. I know for any other game, the only 2 games I've ever dealt and put up with bad performance, and it is literally 2 games, dude. 7 Days to Die and Star Citizen. Only 2 games, bro, that I've played extensively that have massive performance issues. The only 2 I've ever given a green card to. No, I'm not saying that's a good thing. I've missed out on some great games because I'm just not willing to put up with shitty optimization and performance. It used to be a lot better. I didn't really care back in the day. It's something that's happened more and more recently because I think it's a symptom of lazy development. And using DLSS and things like that, frame gen as a crutch by modern day developers. So I just make a stand. Maybe I'm cutting my nose off to spite my face. I don't care. There's many good games out there that do perform well. But I will not play a game with lots of stutter and just generally bad performance. It was alright when I could buy an i5 3570K and a GTX 670 and 8GB of RAM. For not a huge amount of money. And be it almost, encroaching enthusiast level gaming. I'm sorry, but I ain't dumping $2,000 or whatever they fucking cost on a GPU to have a game play like shit. It just ain't happening, bro. Are you right, Joker? You got AMD and never had any problems with the game. Well, again, I mean, it's easy to say you've never had any problems with the game. It depends what again, it's a what does that mean? Never had any problems? Because you have had problems. I can assure you. There's no way you wander around Lawville, 100 FPS at 4K resolution. It depends what your baseline is. This is what I'm saying. Everyone's got a different expectation, haven't they? I have problems. I think Lawville, I think all the primary cities, depending on the server I'm on. Again, it's not about hardware, is it? But everyone's got their own kind of, mine is like 1440 60. A game has to be able to play at 1440 60 with a reasonable mix of the more enthusiast level settings. Otherwise, for the hardware I'm on, I'm just not willing to play your game if it's a clusterfuck. I'm just not willing to do it. Okay, there we go. Right, we're going to jump to some Once Human dudes. I think we can say that what we've achieved today is the absolute bare minimum of functionality in Star Citizen. We've done a delivery mission, which is 95% in an instanced hangar. So, and it worked. So at least I can make some money. And what I'll do, if I get a chance later, which is unlikely today, we'll try and do another gameplay loop. And what I'll do maybe tomorrow, if I'm on stream tomorrow, I will try and do maybe salvage. Maybe we'll do a salvage run tomorrow. Because that's the one thing that's been consistently working for me. So we'll test that, and then maybe head to Pyro midweek. Oh shit! I've just started Star Citizen again. Hang on, one game. But look, I made a few 100,000. So at least I'm still. Oh, for goodness sake! Did you wear a crackle then? Better for your health. Oh, I can totally get that, dude. Yeah, I think the thing is and this is why I've started playing it a little bit less. How can I say? It's not that I'm playing it less, maybe, but I'm playing less chunks, extended chunks of the game. So rather than putting 7 or 8 hours in, I'm playing Star Citizen more as a couple of hours to see how it goes. Now, I'm going to be honest. Obviously, today I just needed to get a gameplay loop done. We could have done that in probably half the time it's taken us. We've had a bit of a chinwag, but yeah. I think putting in 7 or 8 hours, it's leading to a false sense of positivity around the game. Because in 7 or 8 hours, I probably will have found something that works. I'll eventually settle on something that just works. But that's not good enough. All the gameplay loops need to be working. Otherwise, I am just another part of the problem, aren't I? I don't want to go and have to go to Pyro to do prospecting. You know, there's no reason why it shouldn't be working in Stanton, right? Oh, hang on. Let me just do my Steam controller. Oh, did that not work? Oh, hang on. I thought I did this right today. It's going to say not enabled, isn't it? Oh, no, it is. So why is it not working? Okay. We have a problem. Confirm exit. Let me close this down. Something's not right, guys. Let me see, let me see. Let me see, boys. What did I do wrong? Yeah, definitely, Larry. You know, level heads, mate, and a good sprinkling of honesty. What I will say, look, I'm not trying. You know, I didn't get anything out of it, mate. What I will tell you though, and I really do mean this, Hilarion. I think you know, having got to know you a little bit, I think you will really enjoy Star Citizen. I really do, mate. You know, I've got nothing to be gained at. You know, I wouldn't say that to a lot of people in chat, bro. I just know it's not for them. But I will say, I've said this to people before. Star Citizen is not a game you can judge if you've not played it. It's one of those very rare games where something happens because it's not about the problems. It's about that little flash of being in something that isn't being done anywhere else. I think a lot of us, or some of us, should I say, are quite smitten by the tech behind gaming, and we like virtual worlds. We like the escapism that they offer us. It's not about EP. See, a lot of people just need EP. You know, I get it. You know, God, it looks so good, man. The game looks so fucking clean. Look at it. Some of us just want a world to explore and exist in and have some fun, right? And Star Citizen, it's the connectivity to the world. You know, the fact that you can interact with so many things, that, you know, those spaceships and the physicalized cargo and things, you know. The little details of pressing a button to open a hatch to get into a ship. I can't begin to tell you how much it washes over you, man. The sense of presence you get in that game. There is nothing else that does anything like it. That's the simple fact. It's a factually accurate statement. And I think it's like the nectar, the holy nectar to some gamers. No matter how broken it is. I think you'll enjoy it, mate. I hope so, anyway. Anyone that enjoys any game. It's like Wentex. Wentex is really enjoying Once Human, which is great. You're Batman, are you, Jericho? Yeah. A lot of people just need PPT. PP. What do you mean PP? PP? Hang on. EP or PP? I didn't mention PP, dude. Max, how are you, mate? Just applied for a job in New Zealand. F it, why not? So I assume that means you would be moving to New Zealand then, dude. That's awesome, bro. That's amazing, mate. All the best, dude. Right, let's go and get my liquids set up before we embark, because we're right near a teleport, aren't we? So let's go and get set up for the day, boys. Let's do this, bro. Let's do this. Let's do this. We are on our way, boys. We are on our way. You moved your house next to you guys. Oh, I need to sort out that. I think Darth sent me that wonderful new shenanigans, didn't he? The crafting stuff. I wonder if you figured it out. I didn't get a chance to go on Discord. Let me put all this somewhere. Let's farm the shit out of some drops, boys. Right, organic. I'm going to be honest, I don't think we need all of those, do we? Oh, that's my alarm going. Hang on. I need to get a coffee, actually. We'll take, what? 25? Oh, no, hang on. Yeah. 20. Keep that and keep that. So you can go down. Whoa. Why am I struggling to drag things, dude? Is it if they added in a delay to it? I don't remember it being like that. It's like dead weird, man. I used to just like grab it and drag it. Like, yeah, there's something weird, dude. It's like some things I really, really have to like consciously click it and wait just a second. But not everything. It's like dead weird, dude. I wonder what's causing that. Is that just like server issues, or is it me? I don't see how it can be me, to be honest. That's a big step. Are you near me then, Jericho? That's a big step. I have family living there. Always wanted to go. I have the opportunity. Why not? Oh, that'd be a dude. Where are you, Max? I mean, I don't want to pry if you don't want to tell me, obviously, mate. But man, what, my girlfriend and I nearly moved to New Zealand, did. We were genuinely thinking about it, dude. Like, and I don't mean just like, yeah, fucking. We genuinely starting to put, you know, the wheels in motion to consider it. But we made a decision and we decided not to in the end. But yeah, fucking do it, dude. Fucking do it, bro. If you can, man. Especially if you've got a family there, man. Young man like you. Imagine the biking. Oh, dude. I just need to unlock a lot of stuff to change it to my original blueprint if I had on the also. Oh, right, got you. You had the. Oh, what with the dragon clicking? Yeah, I only noticed it yesterday, dude. Yeah. So, why is my chat doing this again then? How do I just get rid of all this chat? It's driving me fucking mad, dude. Off. Right. Background transparency. Message fade out is on. Settings. Why am I constantly? Let's just switch it to private. It's I never had to do that. Right, hang on then. So we've got. How are we doing on ammo? Oh Jesus, 83 rounds. That's not good, is it? That's not good at all, bro. Yeah, I was gonna say. I thought you're from Netherlands. Yeah. I didn't want to like say because I wasn't sure if I kind of knew that from elsewhere. So yeah. You got a family in Auckland. Small town in the Northern Ireland. Wow, dude. Well, look, man. I mean, freaking awesome, dude. All the best, mate. All the best. Imagine the adventure, dude. Imagine the adventure. Why don't you just go anyway, bro? If there's nothing really holding you here, why not just fucking go anyway? I'm sure a man of your talents would get a job, bro. Yeah, the biking would be just a mate, because I know you really enjoy that, don't you, dude? So yeah, absolutely, bro. All the best, mate. I mean, whatever happens. Good luck, dude. All right, so where was I? It's kind of weird because I was right on a teleport, wasn't I? So that doesn't seem to correspond to any of this area. Oh, what the hell? It must have been this one then, yeah? Yeah, it's got to have been. No, all the best, mate. I mean, freaking hell, Max. Dude, the way I see it, right? The amount... Oh, no, this isn't where I thought I was. What the hell, dude? There's something I was going to chat, and I can't think what it was now. Oh, fuck it. Let's just do this area. The way I see it, Max, the amount of people that go through life, man, with opportunities that they never take, dude. You know, or don't even don't take it seriously. You know, you've got a wonderful opportunity there, mate. At least put some serious thought into it, man. You know, how many people just never take that risk, never take that gamble, man? Yeah, and before you know it, the choice is taken away from you. You know, well, whether it be job related, family related, health related, there's always something that is going to end up saying, "That's it for you now, mate. This is it for the rest of your life, bro." I mean, how many people talk about, you know, going to live the idyllic dream, you know, off the grid and all the rest of it? They'll never fucking do it. They're full of shit, mate. Every fucking one of them, bro. They ain't gonna live without the fucking internet and good at fucking healthcare and a doctor around the fucking corner, mate. They're full of fucking bollocks, bro. How many people say, oh, we're gonna travel the world for a few years after university, but they never fucking do, man. You know? Don't have regrets, mate. And a young man like you got a life in front of you, dude. take a gamble, man. Or at least, like I said, even if you end up not doing it, don't have the guilt trip of not doing it, but at least say you put some serious thought into it, you know what I mean? You weighed up the pros, you weighed up the cons, you had an opportunity, but you thought, I'll take the other opportunity. Because otherwise, it's just a life of regrets, isn't it, man? There's so many people I know that have never moved away from the city they fucking grew up in. Or they only moved like to one city, you know, maybe for a job and stayed there. And there's nothing the matter with that, as long as you're happy. But I also know a lot of people. I always remember the girl, girlfriend of my girlfriend's. She went on. I think I might be a little bit off. This is a long time ago now, man. But I think she went to Greece. I think it was on a holiday, just like a normal run-of-the-mill holiday, I think. And there was a turtle sanctuary there. Fucking hell, dude. God. Hang on, let me have a swig of this cold coffee. God almighty, I don't know where that came from. That's actually really quite painful. Anyway, she went to Greece, I think it was. Or somewhere in that neck of the woods, anyway. And then there was a turtle sanctuary there, and I believe she went there for a day visit, you know, like you do when you're on holiday with a mate. And there was a job there. And she thought, you know, completely unplanned, she went for it. I mean, she stayed there for years and years and years. She's actually moved on now. I don't know if I've ever mentioned that. I'm not sure if I've got permission to continue that story, but I always like to ask. But, yeah, she worked just living with some local folks. Nothing fancy, really cheap. And all they did was basically look after fucking turtles, mate. And she never fucking looked back, man. We've got a good family friend who fucked off to Australia. Not completely on a whim. That was a pretty planned one. Never looked back, mate. I think it's the greatest thing they ever did for their... Because they had a kid while they were out there. And they said there's no way that they would have had... That child would have the same life in England. You know, watching that child grow up in Australia and all the amazing things they do, you know, the physical activity that seems to be so inbred with some of the younger generation. No doubt born in wonderful weather some of the time. But yeah. I mean, some horror stories as well, Max. You know, I think the property they bought, it was infested with some sort of spider in the back garden. And they literally had to burn the entire fucking back garden. I don't know if there's any Aussies in chat who could clarify the specifics, but yeah, I had to burn the whole fucking back garden. Otherwise, these spiders are going to be a major fucking problem. You know, it's literally their health. You know what I mean? So you know, it's not all rosy and things, but yeah. So say a few people grab the bull by the horns, as they say, right? Exactly. The serious thought is that yeah, exactly, man. You know, yeah, if you get that job, you know, you got a decision to make, haven't you? Good luck, mate. Hey, look, the way I see it, at least you've got an option in you. Right? You got a chance to do it. You don't have to take it, and you're not a lesser man if you choose not to. But how many people would not even have that chance, or even have the courage to think about doing it, bro? I think that's the important thing, isn't it? Well, I can't go to New Zealand. Oh God, no. Well, I don't know. Maybe you should have fucking given it a bash, mate. Alright, that could end badly. That's a big boy, isn't it? Oh, hang on. That's a very big boy. I could probably do with some sort of cover, I think. Alright, that's not going well, is it? I think I missed most of those shots. Alright, well, that could have gone a little bit better. But New Zealand doesn't have spiders. I'm pretty sure New Zealand does have spiders, right? I'm sure New Zealand does have spiders. I can't imagine anyway it doesn't have spiders. They might not be like the same spiders in Australia. They had to burn everything. And apparently it was their neighbour that told them, you know. You know, when they'd moved to us and they bought their... Because they rented, or I believe they rented, for a short while. And then they bought a property. And apparently it was their neighbour that came and told them that there was a major problem they'd started observing, and they believed the root of the cause was in their backyard. And the only way to guarantee doing it was to fucking burn the fucking lot, dude. which I believe at that point that the little one was on the way. So it was like, yeah, let's fucking napalm the shit out of it then. A co-worker came to me personally that he always wanted to move to Austria, but always regretted never doing it. It was a very nice conversation. Yeah, and then, you know, I mean, the thing is, right, I mean, it's not about having a regret. It's just don't flippantly say, oh, of course I can't. Because people do, don't they? But people are just so fast to say, oh, I couldn't possibly move. Oh, I couldn't do that. I couldn't be away from family. I'd have to get another job. Oh, it sounds like a lot of effort. So many people just live life, you know, the path of least resistance without ever really exploring other opportunities. I think it's the vast majority of humankind, to be honest, dude. You know, like you said, at least give it some serious thought and consideration. You know, don't just say no because you know, it's a bit of an inconvenience in the short term. You know. Yeah, I was gonna say they're definitely not the big ones, but you know the ones that are like you know necrotic flesh immediately after being bitten. Yeah. Just loaded up art for the first time in a couple of months after a couple of updates. It's stuttering worse than it ever did. I've heard really bad things about art recently, mate. We were talking about it a few streams ago. In fact, on several streams even very recently. I can't remember. We were talking about servers. I know we did yesterday, but a couple of 3 weeks ago, dude, I started doing a bit of a dig around. I sometimes go back to some of the, you know, just have a look around on Steam and a couple of the YouTube channels that I know cover some of the games really well. PAX Day, Ark, and Pantheon being the bigger ones. And, yeah, it ain't looking good for any of them at the minute, dude. Not looking good at all, bro. So Nihilism's got up back to... I was going to say, I mean, everywhere. Is there anywhere on Earth that doesn't have spiders? You know what I mean? So spiders must be pretty much like everywhere, right? I can't imagine a place wouldn't have spiders. I mean, obviously, if you start, you know, if you go to the extremes where nothing is, then obviously, I'm sure the Arctic probably hasn't got your... I mean, or maybe it has. I mean, I don't know. Does the Arctic have some hideous, like, spider-esque creatures? I can't imagine, so... Not exactly known for its wonderful, you know, insect and arachnid life, is it? But... I should imagine most places typically occupied by fairly dense human populations would also result in being prime locations for insects and therefore a food supply for arachnids, right? I just read something called Atomic Habits and similar non-fiction books, and I think they subconsciously have me thinking of life in a completely different way rather than being stuck in a flow in my relationship. I think most people lead a pretty linear life, don't they, Max? To be honest, bro. I've always been fascinated by the idea of education as we know it, and I'm pretty sure if you delve into what education is, it's little more than a manipulation of the masses rather than just something that was originally designed to be of any actual fucking benefit to anyone. If you really think about it, right, you're born, aren't you? And you spend a lot of time with your parents, and they have very strict rules and things you can, things you can't do, right? Most of the time born out of a love for you. Kids these days that sometimes go to nursery at a very early age, right? Where there's very strict rules about what you can and can't do. You'll be told when you eat. You'll be told when you have free time. You'll be told you need to read this book. You need to do this activity. And then you move on to school. And that's incredibly regimented, you know? A lot of schools still probably are not exactly into you thinking for yourself. You will learn what you're taught, right? And you'll have some leisure time when we tell you have leisure time, and then you get a job. Hey. and the same thing happens. You will turn up at such and such a time, and you will take a break at such and such a time. And thus you go through life and eventually die. And all you've ever really done is to just be what you're told, really. And let's be honest, for the vast majority of people, that's pretty much it. You are indoctrinated into a system from the minute you're born, basically. You are expected to abide by a set of rules, societal rules, and any deviation from that, you know, is probably going to be very difficult. Yeah, the Antarctic. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The Antarctic. Oh, it does have spiders, especially wool spiders like the Arctic wool. Oh, there you go. So they do then. They're abundant in the Arctic tundra and play a significant role as predators in these. So I assume that must mean that there's therefore typically insects that they prey upon. I suppose the tundra, the Arctic tundra, I can understand, as opposed to the more glacial holes, where I'm pretty sure there probably aren't spiders. Would that be right, or is that wrong as well? I mean, a tundra, you know, by its very definition, is a very different kind of... Yeah, thinking along the same lines. I guess I wait until after the release of UE 5.5 update to see if that helps. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think ever since Wildcard took over, sorry, Snail Games took over, and obviously the abomination of financial management from their chief exec and his obsession with making the big bucks from electric cars, I think Wildcard have just been hung out to dry, really, haven't they? Ark is often now discussed within the gaming sort of community as a dead franchise, isn't it? That it was a game that a lot of people loved, they were very passionate about, but a very happy community a lot of the time. And it's all just been very soured, hasn't it? You know, the Ark 2 shenanigans, the confusing information around pre-ordering that, and that Ark Survival Ascended having just once again absolutely not stuck to the roadmap. You know, the monetization practice around Ark Survival Ascended is an abomination. They just haven't done it's literally, I mean, look, all games are made to make money, right? Let's not beat around the bush here. You know, they are profit making ventures, but there is a point where a game has gone so down the rabbit hole of trying to bleed their communities dry that you kind of know that you're being taken for a fool, don't you? And that's very much Ark these days, isn't it? I think a lot of the player base, even some of the most devout followers of the game, would be hard pressed to say it's gone well for the last couple of years. Which is a shame, isn't it? But this is what happens, man. This is what happens when, you know, another company gets involved and... Oh. The Antarctic sea spider can be no longer than the head of a pencil eraser, or grow to over 10 inches. And, oh my god, that's huge. So this is an aquatic one, is it? A marine spider. So I don't worry too much about those unless they can come on land, because I've got no plans of splashing around in the fucking Antarctic Ocean. I would imagine it's pretty fucking cold, right? So it's not really on my list of things to do, you know what I mean? Just a lot of numb following of... Yeah, that's actually... we used to have discussions around this, yeah. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. She sing along to the lyrics in perfect unison, yeah. Oh, the irony, bro. Oh, the irony. It's just another way. It's just another alternative to follow something, isn't it? It's just another set of rules to follow. I don't think it was quite meant like that, though, was it? I think that's the kind of conversation you went into when you had way too much weed. You know what I mean? And you suddenly thought, shit, oh no, we got to stop singing, bruh, because we're doing exactly what we're not supposed to be doing. And then you just realise it's just a banging song, right? Start moshing again. Shouting at the wall. Ah! Pretending it's your mum and dad. The good old days, boys. The good old days. I need to go down there, don't I, if I remember? Isn't there a gap in the glass? It's not back there, is it? Okay, good stuff. Has anyone played that Atomic? What's it called? No, not Atomic. Atomfall. I was thinking of Atomic Heart. Atomfall. Anyone got any like final sort of review points on it? You know, I know it's a very short game. Is it worth having a ganders when the price drops? You know, is it actually a pretty cool... I mean, a lot of people saying, you know, 15 hours, you know, 20 hours at most for a lot of people playing it, wasn't it? I'm pretty confident I would double that. So, you know, that's a pretty big chunk of a game for me. Yeah, I'd be alright with that. I mean, is it? I mean, is it an interesting romp? Or is it, you know... So what would you do? So if you move to, have you got like close family over there, Max? I mean, is it you know, people that you'd stay with for a while? You know, just want to get your bearings and things, or would that be imposing a bit too much? I mean, it's always nice to have family somewhere, isn't it? I mean, I don't know what your relationship with that family is. You know, if you ever even met them. I've got a family member who lives in, as in a direct family member who lives in Australia. Or are they technically not a blood relative? Oh no, or is it? Let me have a think. No, it's not. No, it's not. Or is it? Hang on, let me think about this. My mom's adopted, isn't she? So no, he's not. So he's not a blood relative. But yeah. But God, that's really wow. To really think about that, Len. And to really think through that one. Yeah. He used to live just near Bondi Beach, not far from Bondi Beach. And many moons ago, he used to tell about what a shithole it was. Like an absolute fucking shithole, bro. Condoms and shit everywhere, mate. A proper nasty place, man. Yeah, it's just, like the family, Max. That was all. Like, you know, are they sort of like close family that you've met many times over the years? Because obviously, like Netherlands to New Zealand's, you know, you're not knocking on their front door every other day, are you? You know what I mean? It's the kind of family that you'd stay with for a little bit if you moved over there, just while you sort of like settle in. One happy child's bouncing like a... hang on, what's happened then? What you done? What's happened, Emmy? Have you bought something nice for the little ones? Easter eggs. What is it, mate? I supposedly have family in Australia. My dad stayed with them and he emigrated there 60 years ago. Oh, that's cool, dude. Oh, so your dad lived in... or lives in Australia? When he emigrated there? Oh, what a shot. Nice. Dad been living in the Netherlands for a couple of years, so I've been in touch with them for a while. Who's shooting me? Really get around well with my cousin. My aunt moved there, she was 16. Oh, wow. Cool, dude. That sounds like a jigsaw that could very well come together nicely, doesn't it, dude? This gun is ridiculous, bro. Buck made a sword for Honey's cosplay. Oh, nice. Oh, nice one, Buck. What's she going as? Nice one, dude. Oh, is this like a 3D print thing? what's she going as? I mean, what is this? Is it like a school cosplay thing, or like one of these like events, Comic-Con things? Yeah, I mean, you've done a bit of touring around. You've been a fair few places on the bike, haven't you, Max? And Beth from Percy. Oh, I don't know much about Percy Jackson. Percy Jackson and the Lightning something, isn't it? I think I saw the first film. I actually really quite enjoyed it. Was it Percy Jackson and the Lightning? The Lightning Thief or something like that? I don't know a lot about Percy. Oh, I bet that looks really good, doesn't it, dude? You got any events this year, Buck? Not Evo Fat Lord. Give him a little wave. It's like, you just know that dude, like, went past me, saw me emote, he went, oh, for fuck's sake, he's one of them. Alright, I'll stop and find my emotes. Jesus Christ. There's always that one bellend role player on the server, isn't there? And off he goes, going, fuck's sake. 3 seconds of my life wasted. Luton Comic Con. Is that a good one? Luton Comic Con. Oh shit. Hang on. Who's shooting me? There's someone behind me somewhere. Whoa, what were they up to? That looked really weird. I think not, little woofer. I think not. Toy Fair on Sunday, and there's another 2 in September. You'll be doing your Mando stuff, bro. I had a good bash in the garden yesterday. I got a good bit of time on it. I got a little area that I planted a load of what's they call them? Wild flowers, also known as fucking weeds. In an area near I've got like a few sheds, but I've got like some really old shed, man. I kind of don't want to get rid of it because it must be like about 1 million years old, and it's still functional. But I think one of the squirrel goes in there. He's had a little burrow up on the top of the door, so he must hide in there when it's a bit, I don't know, wet or something. Who knows? I don't know much about squirrels, but I kind of don't want to get rid of it, really. It's such an old, and it's kind of like all overgrown. It's got like some lovely ivy sort of growing around it. So I planted a load of wild flowers there a couple of years ago, man. And of course, yeah, they looked all right the first year, and then, like, you know, the brambles kick in and everything else. So I thought I really need to clean that up, man. So I got it all out. I was gonna get that little mini chainsaw. I thought, fuck it, you know, I reckon I can do it with my hands. I did a pretty good job, actually. So I'm going to carry on working my way down from there if I get a chance later. We'll see how the weather is. I might knock off a bit early. But yeah, it went alright, man. It looks like we're going to have some nice weather coming up next week as well, if all goes well. Nah, we evicted Daikoi ages ago, mate. It was making too much fucking noise down there. But yeah, it was alright, man. I did okay with it, man. And honestly, the Dutch hoe, bro. I don't know if anyone here gardens. And if you do, you probably know way more than I do. So it's like trying to teach someone to suck eggs now. But holy shit, man. And every now and again, I get like a little, you know, that like this time in, I don't know, 2021 or something, whatever it is. And it shows you like your old pictures, doesn't it? Oh my god, all those years I've done gardening and didn't know about the Dutch hoe. Fuck me, that thing is incredible, bro. I just don't know how no one ever told me about it. I'm sure my fucking dad's never had a Dutch hoe. I don't even know how I found out about a Dutch hoe. Probably from YouTube, man. They are like the most god tier gardening item the history of fucking man creating tools, dude. They're absolutely beastly, though. I think this is the one I was at earlier, isn't it? This one's going to be a pain in my ass. Where's that blue box? How are you doing, Emmy? Is Mark alright, bro? It's a very ammo efficient weapon, isn't it, when you think about it? They seem to have made it even more powerful than it used to be. Yeah, noisy fucker. So since he had that bloody Steam Deck, let's get rid of him. Speaking of gardening, was tending my peppers and a few just came out. Oh, nice, dude. I don't know whether to grow anything this year. I might forgo this year because I'm going to be so busy, man. I mean, I've always enjoyed growing my tomatoes and I've had potatoes and things, but I just don't think I'm going to bother. I think I'm going to focus all my time on just trying to get everything looking like really neat and clinically tidy. Just have it really nice looking. So it's like if we can get some days off with the girlfriend, she said, she's just got a nice place to chill out, you know? Maybe spend a bit of time. I might even scarify the lawn a bit. I've got a lot of beds. That's my trouble. The dude that used to live here, he was obviously quite a keen gardener because he was retired, so he probably had all the time in the world, you know. So I don't really know much about what grows well in the areas I've got. You know? I don't really know like the pH of my soil. You know, I planted, I mean, even things like lavender, I planted some lavender, but that's already dead. It did really well for about a year. And then that was it, really. I've made a really bad mistake here, haven't I? Like a really bad mistake. Oh, Jesus, a really bad mistake. Oh, Jesus. Went a bit better than yesterday. I mean, plants are not that expensive, are they, in the UK? I'm thinking of heathers. My dad planted a lot of heathers in a part of his garden many years ago. And they seem to take a long time to start, you know, taking and expanding into the beds, but they look really nice now. Really doing indoor stuff. Got 4-year-old habanero plants, which sadly I think will. Oh, do they have like a limited time? I didn't even know that. You see, I normally grow some peppers each year, but out in the garden. So it's like, you know, mixed. Depends on how the summer is, dude. I normally do. I can't remember what they were. I had some really spicy ones. I can't remember the name of those. Like the very small chilies. And obviously some bell peppers, which tend to grow quite well in the UK. Yeah, I love the snipers in this game, Jericho. That was the very first build I put together. Was a sniper build, but it was a turret sniper build, you see. So it was absolutely awesome, dude. If I stayed still for 3 seconds and then shot something in the fucking head, it was pretty much guaranteed, like not only dead, but dead 10 times over. But the problem was, that then was utterly useless in the dungeon runs. You know, I just wasn't keeping DPS even remotely comparable with the other guys, because of course the dungeons required so much mobility. So that build wasn't really viable anymore. Obviously, I could have gone for a different sniper build, but I think I went down the route of what was it was Valor. I think I went. It seems to be a very popular one, so I thought rather than trying to figure it all out with everything else I'm taking on board, trying to learn the game, I just sort of copy pasted the old Surge Valor build. I believe that's what I went for. It was a really fun weapon as well. So. I've changed this all after winter. They didn't seem to like that. Is that something you shouldn't have done? Or, you know? No, Max, stay safe. You don't worry about it. Have a lovely day, mate. And, you know, if you do get a chance, let us know how it's going, mate. Let us know. Stay safe, me old mucker. Stay safe. Alright, we're doing alright in there, aren't we? Let's just get a little top up from on. Sadly, I've got some expensive stuff in the garden this year as well. I've got a tree I need to have trimmed. I dread to think how much that's going to fucking cost me. I probably need about 6 to 10 foot taken off the top of it, and then some big branches that have got overgrown. I can't imagine me getting much change out of a few hundred, 500 quid for that. I don't know whether to try and get rid of the moss, man. The thing is, one section of my garden is just pure moss. It's because it's so deep clay, you see. So like the water just doesn't drain, man, and the moss just fucking loves it, dude. But scarifying is going to make like the whole garden look like just ugly as hell for a few years, isn't it? And there's no way I can lay a new lawn down. I dread to think what that fucking cost. So we're going to have to go on the back burner, sadly, with coding, which is why I think I'm trying to do. I might do this year on the cheap. Like, I maybe spend this year like getting it ready. Does that make sense? Like really clean it up, get all the edge in the borders. Like, oh yeah, I was talking about a shed, wasn't I? So I planted a load of wild fucking flowers there a couple of 3 years ago, whatever it was. And started digging it all out yesterday. I found like 3 fucking patio slabs right outside it. There's like 3 big slabs. It was so overgrown, you wouldn't have known they were there, man. It's like, fuck me, dude. I'm pretty sure, right, you know, when I'm killing these, just the odd tap is all I actually need. Most of the damage comes from that. You know what I mean? I don't think the rat-a-tat-tat is helping, right? So yeah, I might focus on doing the grunt work this year. See, the thing is, I've got some bushes that I need to trim back, but if I trim them back, they're going to die. I'd have to trim them so far back there won't be anything left that's green to keep it alive. You know, I've let them get too big, which is kind of sad, really. It seems to be respawning quite aggressively because it's a lunar event, isn't it? You definitely get weapons, don't you? I'd like to see a change to the blueprint system. So that getting lunar boxes was maybe a way to get like weapons that you can then smelt down to get components for to add to your blueprints rather than this gacha machine. See, the gacha machine makes no sense to me. I'm going to be honest with you. The gacha, gamba, whatever you want to call it, Mr. Witch, only really makes sense if it was a pay-to-win game. You know, where you're actually paying to spin. Otherwise, I just don't see why this system makes sense. I think you know, it's like it's a mobile system that isn't going to ever work because they don't pay for spins. I just think there's a much better way to do weapon leveling than through Mr. Wish. Never really understood the blueprint system. Well, I shouldn't say that. I think I understand it. I just don't understand like why it was the you know the direction they chose. Maybe is a better way of looking at it. You reckon I can get over that? Oh, there's another. Oh, where is he? Where is he? Son of a bitch! Right back at you, mate. How are you feeling today, Shades? You all right? How's the sort of like recovery going, mate? Got another elite there, haven't we? Do you know if you need to kill an elite in an area and you've got a lunar event and you kill an elite, does it count? Whoa! What the hell was that? Whoa! It's like playing that's like playing it. What's it? Star Citizen. You cheeky boy. I'll have to ask the people who enjoy that mech if they get the same satisfaction, even if they don't pay a thing for it. It doesn't make any sense since that type of mech doesn't affect me anymore. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand how you get any satisfaction out of it anyway, personally, because you haven't really got anything to lose. It's not like, because you can guarantee getting it anyway within X amount of rolls, can't you? I mean, maybe I could understand it if like Asterisms and Starcrom were quite hard to come by, but they're not, are they? It does feel like, it feels like, to me, it feels like a system that was introduced in, say, the development of the game that made sense when they were looking at a monetization system, but then for whatever reason decided not to go down that route, but kept in the wish machine because it was kind of, I don't know, like, almost like an iconic thing, you know? As a mechanic, it just seems like, I don't know, it's not that it doesn't work, I'm not trying to say it's a broken system, it seems like it just seems a bit out of place, if that makes sense. It just seems like that they could have done a much more fun way of doing it, but then again, I suppose definition of fun, and I suppose what I would be thinking as fun would be like maybe a bit more of a grind concept, you know, like I said, of like farming lunar events or whatever it's going to be, or bosses in order to get, you know, so you farm dungeons to get guns, then you smelt those guns down, or you farm lunar boxes to get guns, and you smelt the guns down, and then you use that maybe to upgrade blueprints or purchase blueprints. So I'm not saying that's a good idea. It just seems a bit weird. Oh, I didn't kill him. Morning, Missy. How are you, mate? How's things? I did a bit of gardening yesterday, Missy. I've been a good boy. I cleared out my my wild weed garden. Decimated it, mate. Right down to ground zero, Missy. It's not a big area, but I'm going to keep doing more of it today. So I'm quite chuffed with that. It was a very nice day yesterday, Missy. I was thinking of you when I was out in the garden. I know you like pottering around out there, don't you? Ooh. People complain about not having enough stuff that we personally find easy. Yeah, yeah, absolutely, dude. The problem is too many people treat the game like it's a big dick game. I'm sorry, but if you've played The Division, right, you've never even seen a big dick, so you might as well just pack in the conversation, mate. Yeah, so too many people try to make out this game's a lot harder than it is, in order to inflate their idea of ego within the digital world. It ain't gonna cut no shit with me. I've never played a fucking easier game, dude. And I think that's the problem. Is people are so hell-bent on trying to make it out like it's so much more convoluted and difficult than it really is. And it does lead to that bitchy moaning about things, doesn't it? Morning, Doc. How are you, dude? How's things? How's life? Hey, I tell you what, I've heard the old Minecraft film's doing really well, isn't it? It's quite funny. It's been like, even the girlfriend, you know, for her to have picked up on pretty much anything news related, like within her friends groups, but a lot of folks have been taking their kids to see it, haven't they? Or dropping their kids off to see it. And like, even here in the UK, that you've got people taking, you get in trouble, I would imagine, but they're taking videos, aren't they? I like the kids in the aisles dancing. It's fucking crazy, dude. It's so cool to see, man. I mean, what would be interesting to see is like how the reviews are, like the mainstream reviews. Has anyone read them? I mean, I'd heard it had been slated, like really bad reviews, but that's not what happens in the real world, is it? And I said this yesterday, didn't I? It's like, I'm not expecting to go to a Minecraft movie and have like the greatest movie experience I've ever had. But to a kid, it must be fucking awesome, right? It must be absolutely fucking awesome, dude. Apparently there's the one that I saw, which was in one of these like IMAX theaters over here. I think it was in, was it Bristol or somewhere? And it was I mean, I don't think this is like a spoiler, but there's a bit in the film with a chicken jockey. Oh, dude, man. The kids went fucking mental. It was so cool to watch, man. Absolutely fucking awesome, dude. I love it. I think it's brilliant. I think this is the problem. People get so out of touch with... this is why I'm a bit frustrated with Nintendo, you see. It's like, I just don't know who Nintendo are aiming their products at anymore. Because they're so expensive. You know, parents can't afford that shit for themselves, let alone for their fucking kids. I've always hated the Mr. Wish machine, especially in the first couple of seasons. If you bought wrong, you were screwed, so you could earn more from the next season. My lad would be pissed if they removed it. Yeah. It's like I said, you know, whether it's good or bad, it is going to be, you know, somewhat subjective and objective, depending on like how much time you have to play the game, etc. And like you touched on there, how much time you're willing to invest in, like, I don't know, watching YouTube videos and finding out if you're about to make a critical mistake, kind of thing. But it just feels like it was always designed to be, oh, buy Starcrom. Let's be honest. It was like, oh, you know, you can buy 500 Starcrom for a couple of dollars. And once I realised that wasn't a thing, that there was no pay to purchase anything in the game outside of cosmetics, that the Wish machine stopped making any implementational sense to me, really. And you know, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it just seems like really weird. Kind of like a. It's in the category of it's shit, but shit enough that it's good. Like the. Oh, is that like the main film review? I mean, the kids are loving it, aren't they? Absolutely loving it. They're all dancing along when Jack Black's up there. There was another one they were talking about where you can actually hear the lad, and he's so loud. And he's obviously with his mum and his dad, and you can hear him shouting out. I can't remember exactly what he says, but that's a creeper, Mum. That's a creeper. That can explode, Mum. Oh my God, Mum, it's that the dude. And you can, I mean, because you can't see the kid, you can only hear him. But you can just imagine he's like, you know, his eyes are wide, and it's like, ah, creeper, oh no shit. My lad is chomping at the bit to go watch it, but I keep blowing it off as I know his mate's birthday party involves going to watch it. Oh, that would be awesome, man. Well, I hope they enjoy it, dude. I really hope they enjoy it. Nice job with the Golden Grum. I need to get started on the weeds too. So far, we've been focused on getting the lawn ready for its first cut. There's so many mole bumps. Yeah, mine's very tufty. I only took... I've only mowed the one section. I only took it down just to get rid of the really big, sort of like 6-inch tufts. But I think I'm going to leave it a couple of weeks because it doesn't look horrible at the moment. I mean, it certainly doesn't look pretty. But you never know in the UK. I could get a really nasty frost and it could really hold it back for the rest of the year. So. But yeah, I did an alright job on it, Missy. I didn't even go and get that little, what's it, a chainsaw or anything. I got a rake and a Dutch hoe and a shovel and I went for it, mate. It's really prime ground as well. I can grow some really nice stuff in there. It gets a lot of sunlight. It's reasonably well sheltered, so it's not going to be too windy, but more than windy enough to make the plants happy. I think I could do some pretty cool stuff there, but I really want to get some permanent stuff in there. You know, like sort of, I don't know. I don't really know enough about plants really. All you need is a hoe and a shovel. Wouldn't agree. Well, a hoe and a rake. You can sort of use your hoe as a shovel in a way anyway. I know what you were doing there though. Right, and we've done that one. So let's have a look. So we've done that one and we've done that one today already. So that's good progress. Let's go and do this one then. Yeah. Now, can I actually get out on a bike? Don't eat a lot of potatoes. Well, I mean, the problem is, to be fair, you can grow so many potatoes in the UK that most of them go to waste, mate. And I haven't got anyone to give them to. You know, we've got so many old boys around here that do nothing but tend their gardens. You know, like the Dorises of the area have endless fresh veg throughout all of the harvestable months. So it's not like I could grow it and give it to anyone else anyway. I mean, we do eat a lot of potatoes. We do eat quite a lot, to be fair. But, I mean, even just a few potato plants would provide us with more than enough potatoes, I should imagine. So, I just don't think there's any point in me growing anything this year. I think it's just going to... I need to get out and work more soon. I think I might spend this year just getting it like really well landscaped up, all the beds cleaned out. What? Am I out of fuel? Get all the beds really nicely cleaned out, and then maybe if we can sort out Cody this year, maybe next year look at like actually getting some plants in, you know. Right, where are we going here, boys? Where are we going here? Am I going the right way? Green. Yeah, green. That is what I was thinking, not worth growing. Well, I mean, the thing is, I to be honest, I don't grow them to eat them. I grow them because I just think it's gorgeous. I love the smell of the tomato plants. I love tending them. I get a great deal of satisfaction out of looking after my potato. I've never really grown to eat because you can just have so many, right? You don't even need a big plot of land. I mean, fucking hell, just stack some car tires and grow enough potatoes to feed a family, right? So it's not. It was never really about that anyway. That was just the icing on the cake. And have some fresh tomatoes on a sandwich, or some fresh spuds out of the garden with a Sunday lunch or something. But I just really like looking after them, you know, seeing them grow. And what I've always done is let them grow and then just like pretty much mash them back into the earth. To be honest, so I'm not losing too many, resources and minerals, etc. And it's nice. It's nice to see a little area all planted up. I've grown like carrots, potatoes, cucumbers, aubergines, tomatoes. I mean, peppers. I mean, the list goes on. I always like belittle myself a little bit, or I don't do much, but actually, I've grown a lot of cool stuff, dude. And I don't know much about it. I really do not. I don't go all hardcore with it. I had a little bit of the old blight on the tomatoes one year, but I came up with a concoction someone here on Twitch chat suggested, and that worked well to get rid of that. But I think this year it's just like I know I'm not going to have time to look after them. I hate the thought of plants dying, But pop some nice potatoes in, get some lovely green shoots, and up they come. And then if I don't water them, there's a really good chance, they're just going to wither and die. I think I'd be pretty gutted if that happened. I think better not to grow them. I found in weapons in general, probably why I had reservations about playing Division back in the day. Turned off the tiered weapons when playing Breakpoint. I didn't have fans to put up with that in MMOs. You see, I'm the opposite, Gimmer. See, it's not about tiered weapons at all for me. It's about progression. Now, I can't remember Division being tiered weapons. I thought Division was more about just actual weapon types, wasn't it? I actually can't remember. That's how long it has been since I played Division. Well, once you've got like an exotic, it was just the same, wasn't it? I can't remember, dude. You didn't have like 400 different, because Breakpoint was like MMO style, wasn't it? So like one AK was very different to another higher graded AK, even though it was the exact same weapon, right? See, I don't mind that, because it gives me. That's why I like looter shooters. 9 times out of 10, that's what a looter shooter's about, isn't it? Getting better weapons or somehow upgrading them. I need progression. So you see, I didn't like it as much in Breakpoint, because I like to play Breakpoint as a sim light rather than as a. I think it's wonderful though. I think what they created was they created a hybrid. You could either play Breakpoint as a looter shooter, getting better, more powerful weapons all the time, or you can play it as a sim where all the weapons are static in terms of stats. So you've got a choice, and I'm all for choice. Yeah, it smells gorgeous. Yeah, when I trim all my tomatoes, dude, one of the best parts, right, is having a Bex Blue and smelling your fingers, mate. I find it absolutely just utterly addictive. The tomato leaf smell on your fingers, oh, it's so nice, dude. As you lift your Bex Blue up to your nose and you get that wonderful smell. We used to open the windows. You used to put like 2 of the big pots near the window so that the smell would gently waft into the living room. Love it, mate. Really strong smell from tomatoes, aren't they? It's going to be interesting to see if we can get wild tomatoes again this year. If we no plans on taking care. Weren't you a bit worried about your stuff? Didn't you have a problem with like some of your stuff, Missy? Because they're like, was it like a sewer thing or something? Last year we harvested around 200 cherry tomatoes. 200! Oh my god! If I was to say I had 4,000 tomatoes last year, I don't think I'd be far off it, mate. It was ridiculous last year, Missy. I probably had 200 just on one harvest on one plant. Fucking hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them, mate. Massive bags full of the fucking things. Like dustbin bags full of tomatoes. You know what they got turned into? Compost. There's no way I could have doubted it. It was fucking ridiculous last year, mate. Absolutely fucking ridiculous last year. You've got 10 potato plots. I just can't be arsed this year. My mum is intrigued by it, so might take them down to her place and show her how to chip some spray and spuds. Yeah, so spuds are fun, man. Spuds are cool. You try growing cherry tomatoes one year. My background was like a jungle. Don't worry. See, a lot of people forget that tomatoes are not supposed to be climbers. Tomatoes are actually like they actually grow out along the ground. It's only us that makes them grow up. Yeah, the garden peas. Yeah, my dad does peas. Yeah, my dad loves growing peas. Yeah, they are. They're really nice. Yeah, but peas are... And the problem is, I just don't like peas. And it's not that I don't like peas. I probably shouldn't say that. I just find peas just boring. You know, I'd much rather bite into a juicy tomato, or I can put a tomato on a sandwich, or add them to like a curry or a chili. Whereas peas are just so utterly boring. You know, like if I ever go to a carvery, I never put peas on a plate because they take up a lot of space on the plate that I could have more meat or roast potatoes on. You know, I quite like popping open a fresh pod and eating them raw. But even that's a pain in the ass compared to just plucking a tomato, right? So I just don't do peas. I just find them, everything about them is just too much hassle for too little reward. Even eating them off a plate, you know, bandits them on your fork, it's a pain in the ass. But my dad goes crazy on this. I should clarify, he used to go crazy on this. He's got some massive ceramic pots. Huge. They're probably 2 foot high and probably about 2 foot plus in diameter. Huge ceramic pots. Really heavy as well. So obviously as the plants grow with the weight of the soil and the weight of the pot, there's no risk of them getting blown over. Can't see the one I'm supposed to be shooting. Surely it's the orange one. Oh, it is the orange one. Oh my god! Where's his orange? He dead? He's dead. God, that gun's insane, dude, isn't it? You're against green veg. You're against what? You don't. Yeah, I mean, I know what you mean. I mean, I love my roast. To be honest, mate, if I was to have meat, I just have meat and roast tatties and Yorkshire puddings, mate. Everything else is just, it's all right, mate. But I'd just rather have more roast tatties. Yeah, it's not, you know, I like broccoli and I like. I even don't mind a bit of cabbage. I like sprouts. But I'm gonna be honest, I just like roast tatties, man. Oh, I was actually gonna miss it with that shot. Kept so saying, well, they will. Tomatoes a beast mode, Missy. Yeah, I mean, you think about how many seeds are in your average tomato, mate, and it's not like they go very far. Tomatoes are ever so easy to just keep eternally growing in an area if you know even left undisturbed, man. They rot down very, very well. The amount of tomato seeds in a single tomato is fucking ridiculous, mate. I remember spending money in Division to buy an SMG early game just to have a better one drop. That stuff infuriates me. When you say you spent money, what do you mean? I mean, buying anything early on in any game, that's down to you, though, Kim, alright? without being too horrible about it. Like you should never ever buy an early game in a game that is designed to get better loot. You're just wasting your time, aren't you? Even pre-order stuff, it literally is probably only slightly better than anything else in the game for like less than half an hour, right? I can't think of any games that deviate from that, to be fair, man. Do you know what I mean? I mean, in the Division, you probably go through 10 different weapons in the first 10 minutes of playing the game, right? So I'm not sure why you'd ever would have thought buying a weapon was gonna in any way help out, dude. It's one of the strong points of the Division, is that even if you don't like, say, an LMG, you'll get one to drop, and it's just fun to use for a bit. You know what I mean, dude? That's kind of like that's more a you thing than a game thing. I mean, one AK is the same as the next to me, but you can't have that in a looter shooter. So in that case, again, it's down to you, though, Gimmer. You chose a looter shooter and then blamed it for being a looter shooter. It just makes no sense, dude. It's like having a go at Borderlands for having too many guns. You know, the Division isn't meant to be a simulation of an AK. It is literally a looter shooter, where every gun's got slightly different stats on it, you know what I mean? Some good, some bad. Yeah. You know, you can't hate on it for being what it is. It's like going to a football match and shouting that the rules are dumb. I'd happily live never having another English roast ever again. What, really? What? So, I mean, I suppose for me, an English roast is meat, raised potatoes and Yorkshire puddings. That's it. I'd be quite happy with that, dude. I don't need any of the trimmings. As long as there's gravy with it, dude. The rules of football are dumb. Yeah, at least that game flows, unlike the American game, which is stop-start every 5 minutes because you're all too knackered for wearing that silly armour that you don't need, like real men don't wear in rugby. But, you know, that's a conversation for another day, right? Morning, Joshua. How are you? Darth, did you figure out how I'm going to get this swanky loot yet, dude? I need some swanky loot, bro. My dad loves American football. Into this day, still does. I always thought it was a fad. But being an Englishman, he quite likes his football. I think he's a bit upset at the minute because Villa are doing quite well, aren't they? I like American football. I wish, you know, it's something I'd got into to know a bit more with my dad, to be honest. I actually quite liked it. There are some incredible athletes, aren't there, within American football? I think if I'd... the problem was, when my dad started watching it, I can't remember how he watched it, but he really... It wasn't something he could watch at any time. He tended to watch it like live. I can't remember what service he used, so it was like quite crazy hours, you know, obviously with the time difference. So because he was like self-employed as an accountant, he kind of worked the games around his job, really. Whereas obviously I would have been stuck with whatever I was doing at some school, presumably. So I didn't really get a chance to see a lot of it, but I definitely, you know, they don't fuck around, and the fucking speed of some of them boys, I'll tell you, man, it's a sight. Another one's ice hockey. I really think I'd enjoy ice hockey, man. You know, I've watched a few games. We've got a family member who's really into ice hockey, like really into ice hockey. But yeah, I think I'd enjoy it. I think I enjoy most sports. I don't like cricket. I've never liked cricket. Cricket to me is the most boring fucking waste of time in the history of fucking sports. Golf's the same. I really don't give a shit about golf. I can sort of understand golf a little bit because it's a day away from everything, out with your mate on the golf course in the sunshine and a few beers after it. I can sort of get it. But as a sport, cricket, I just find fucking terrible, dude. I cannot watch that fucking sport. It's so fucking dull. My dad, who's no longer with us, was a huge cricket fan. We got him like season tickets for Edgbaston. The Edgbaston cricket ground, whatever they call it. Fucking terrible game, dude. In-game credits, they're not DLC stuff. I kind of went into the vision thinking it was some sort of sim. Yeah, so there you go. You know that you know, you can't hate the game for being what it was. That's what I mean. You know, the Division is actually probably the best in class at what it does. Yeah, I mean, if you went into the Division from Armour, then absolutely, so it's no wonder. But again, you've got to accept full responsibility for that. You did the same with Borderlands 2, but I had a massive baby brain in that game. Just had the problem with the guns, don't know why brain. I'm going to be honest, dude, but Borderlands to me is too much, Gimmer. It's too much, dude. All those quirky guns and things, and I feel like I never settled down into anything. You know, in my opinion, too much of a good thing, bro. And 9 times out of 10, but by the time you get the end game, there's a few legendary or whatever they call them weapons that everyone farms, and that's it. That's the meta, and that's the end of the game. To be honest, dude. So I kind of know what you mean with Borderlands. It's a shame though, isn't it? It's a shame you went into the Division thinking it was something different. And what I will say though, super strategic game, Gibber. Super strategic. In some of the harder difficulty settings, or the higher tiers, however it works now. Getting a small group of people together in a division, it can still be really challenging, bro. You can understand everything but golf. Well, I understand golf in the same way that I would say I have no interest in fishing, but I love fishing. Because if I was going to go fishing, I'd go camping. And if I'm going camping, I'm going to have a campfire. And if I've got a campfire, that's fire. And therefore, I'm fucking happy. And I can throw things on it and see what happens. And I'm probably also going to have some beer. And I'm going to get to stay up all night and then fall asleep in a tent, which is just fucking cool, right? And the fishing is just something that I pretend is the reason we went. Now, if we actually do manage to catch some fish, the chances are we probably wouldn't even have it anyway. We'd probably nip into the local village, get a nice pie and chips, and have a few lagers down the pub, and then go back, sit around a campfire and drink whiskey and smoke cigars. So I understand. I understand fishing because it's a fucking excuse to fuck off away from the missus for a weekend, isn't it? Golf to me is the midweek equivalent. It's like, yeah, I won't be back till later. Yeah, I'm playing a round of golf. Yeah, you know, you finish work, you go down the fucking, you know, you're in the clubhouse, you have a few beers, pretend to knock a ball around a couple of holes. I get it. It's just a scam, innit? It's just a blag. So golf, fishing, I totally get it. We had a question at a quiz the other day. What's the national sport of India? We all got it wrong. The national sport of India? I have no idea. I mean, obviously, I know they love cricket. I mean, fucking hell, they're obsessed with cricket, aren't they? But what the actual national sport is, I genuinely don't know. Because it obviously isn't cricket, right? Football or cricket? Or is it something completely, you know, is it something I don't even know of? You know? Golf, does it take talent? Yes. Is it a sport? So you wouldn't include things like darts or snooker as a sport then? It'd be interesting to know what you mean by a sport, I suppose. My buddy says if you can drink alcohol and play, it's not a sport. Oh, I like that. Well, the thing is, you can't really drink alcohol and play golf, though, can you? I mean, wouldn't you have to add... I like the idea behind it, but... You can play football pissed. We do it nearly every weekend in the pub car park. No, to be fair, I don't drink anymore, so... Golf is fishing for people on 6 figures. Oh, yeah, I've got you. Yeah, cricket. Field hockey. Oh, is it really? Field... I would never have guessed that. Yeah, I would never... So when you say the national sport, does it also mean the most popular sport? Or is it just that is the national sport? You know what I mean? There's a difference, isn't there? Badminton. Fucking, what a dumb game. Innit? Badminton. That's the one that has that shuttlecock, innit? What a fucking dumb game. It takes all the sense of fun. You can hit it as hard as you fucking want, and that thing ain't going any faster than it's like, you know, basically its terminal velocity, which isn't very fast, is it? What a shit game. There are alcohol carts that visit you as you play golf. No way. What? So you could be on like old 6 and a little like mobile fucking beer cart comes past. I need to take up fucking golf. F2. Let's have a look at that. F2 home. Oh, hang on. F2. Hang on. That's not F2, is it? Hang on. F2. Oh my god! Stop! F2 home decor. Second pack down. Facility pack. No. Building panel pack. Co-build. It's still saying I can buy it. What's this mean? Oh, hang on. Confirm purchase. No. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I get that. I don't know. Shall I try before we do anything else? Shall I go and see if it's already active, Darth? The thing is, you wouldn't have thought it would be letting me buy it if I've already got it, would you? You wouldn't have thought, mate. You can snowboard, pistol stand. I was going to say you can do. I actually really like the idea. I thought it was a great definition. If you can drink alcohol and play, it's not a sport. Actually, that's a really cool definition. But sadly, I think it's too horribly flawed, isn't it? I mean, even if you add in and do it well, it kind of excludes pretty much everything, doesn't it? Golf is dull. Hit a ball. Well, I don't know if I agree with that. It's not about it being dull in the sense of what it is. I find like, for example, to be more specific, like the reason I don't like cricket is I find the overall pace of it just far too slow. There's too much downtime for me in cricket. Does that make sense, Dom? It would be the same for me maybe with golf. It's like you're saying, you hit a ball, and then before you get to hit the ball again, there's a huge amount of time, isn't there? It's you know, the idea of getting, you know, darts. You know, I think I'd rather watch, or I'd certainly rather play darts. Probably because I can have a beer and a packet of Scampi Trons. At least, you know, most of the time I'm doing something. Like, half the time it's me, half the time it's my opponent. Cricket, it just, oh God, it's so fucking boring. Don't even know what's going on in cricket. It's not a complicated game. It's just too much waiting around, man. Way too much waiting around. It shows that you own the glass building, so I guess it should have shown. Oh, did it? So there is something wrong with that and stuff. I mean, don't bust the ball, Darth. No, don't. Obviously, thank you for trying. Hopefully, it's not taking money out of your account. Oh, I got a prompt on screen to accept the gift from Darth. Oh shit, when? Oh, hang on. Whatever you just did, Darth, we might have to do again. I didn't. So I must have been looking at Twitch chat. Although then again, I'm not sure where did it come up. It's there now. So do the same thing. So what would I do? Go in. Shop, home decor, building panel pack. Oh yeah, it says owned. Oh, you fucking thanks ever so much, dude. That's really kind of you, mate. I like the look of that. I think that looks really nice. Missy would like this. I even like the railings look. I might even copy that. I'll actually see if I can just copy this design. It actually looks really, really nice. I like all the knobbly bits on the supports. Love the reef. Looks really nice. Yeah. Hot and hot. Owned and owned, dude. Thank you very much, Darth. You're an angel, mate. Very much appreciate it, man. Remember, we were saying yesterday, Missy, do you remember when you built a tree house? Well, not a tree house, but, you know, like a stilted house, like a tree house. But that would have looked really nice with that cosmetic. Thank you, Darth. Thank you very much. Very generous of you, my friend. Thank you. We will have a proper play with that as the seasons go on. But yeah, going back to what we said about Dull Dot, you know, to be a bit more specific, it's for me it'd be the downtime in some of these sports, if that makes sense. It's too much sitting around waiting. I wonder how much money there is for a pro cricketer. I don't really know anyone that watches or has as much interest in cricket these days. My dad used to love it, and a couple of the lads were, you know, sort of mildly interested in it. But I'm pretty sure since the COVID era, I don't think any of them really ever mention cricket these days, to be honest. Well, I wonder how much money there is in it. You know, a reasonable professional level. You know, I wonder if it's, you know, a reasonable income, you know, for playing for a local, successful-ish team. You know, can you live a reasonably good life? You know, because you're not going to be the top, are you? I'm not talking about someone that plays for, like, the creme de la creme. I think in any sport, you know, you're probably making a reasonable living out of that in sponsorship deals, aren't you? Especially with things like golf. Fucking hell, golf is a crazy rich man's sport in terms of sponsorship deals. Not so sure about cricket. Be an interesting one to look into, isn't it? What kind of level would you need to be playing at in order to have what I'd call satisfactory income as a full-time cricket profession? Don't like watching any sport really. I did enjoy playing whatever I play. When I did play in golf. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, dude. I mean, yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, playing it's so different to watching it, isn't it? I think well, I like anything that just gets like the I don't know, the blood racing a bit, and that's why I've always liked football and rugby, right? You know, they're good team sports, some cracking personalities. I mean, football, definitely. But football's a fun one to watch. Cricket will be the first thing to... Oh, Chris, I didn't hear that, mate. I'm so sorry, dude. Oh, and Mario. I'm not sure I heard Mario's. Was that today? Chris, thank you for the 61, dude. How are you, mate? How's things? How's life treating you, dude? What, you're not a cricket fan, no? Yeah, I've got nothing against cricket. I just actually do find it fucking awfully boring. Like I said, if you're playing it, it's completely different. You know, all sports are going to be more fun in the act of playing it, aren't they? Can't stand watching it, Giver. I must admit, although I'm not the biggest... I mean, I suppose it depends on how you want to categorise this, but I'm probably a much bigger football fan than you realise, but... I do like watching football. Football is a great one to watch down the block, mate. Love it. I love the camaraderie and the hatred. I love it. I think it's fucking awesome. I think it's such a classic, you know, whether it's a girl thing as well, I really couldn't give a fuck. I'm not a girl, so I can't comment. But it's such a blokey thing. You got two lads who are like the fucking best mates. They'd literally run in front of a fucking bullet for each other, right? But they support two opposing football teams that are playing in, like, you know, a big championship, dude. and it is fucking venomous, man. Absolutely fucking venomous. Until the final whistle. And then it's like, good game, you fucker. Yeah, you bastard. Anyway, yeah, all right, mate. Fucking how's work going anyway, mate? You all right? I love it. I love it. It's like going to war, but, you know, afterwards it's like, no one died, mate. Yeah, so we'll wave some sticks at each other, didn't we? I love it, dude. I think it's so fucking cool. The euphoria of watching that, you know, the ball in the back of the net, and then the absolute devastation when it's discounted. Do you know what I mean? Oh God, it is fun, man. The adrenaline, the cheering, the standing on the tables. I love it, mate. It's more than just a game at that point, isn't it? Is it the same with American football in America? Do you know what I mean? Do your bars go fucking mental when the game's on? And thank you very much, Chris. You're right, mate. Just about to go check my bot. I mean, that was balls then, dude. Oh shit, you got a problem, mate. You all right? Where the fuck did I go? I think I'm thinking of footballs, and I saw the B. I was like, I'm just about to go check my balls for the first time. After winter hibernation, it's like don't get out much then, Chris. No. Holy shit! I've misread some shit in chat in my life, mate. Oh, I hope it goes well, mate. I hope she's purring for you. If they scored more points, I'd like to watch it. Indoor soccer is more fun to watch. Indoor soccer? Oh fuck no! Oh god no! I mean, I know why you're saying it, but fuck that, dude. Nah, no chance, boy. Football would be more interesting to watch if they gave the players swords. What about like you know what spy films, and they have those like little blades in their shoes that come out like near the toes, and then they karate kick you in the kidneys. Well, what about that? I think swords is taking it a bit too far, isn't it? Well, what about like sharp pointy bits in the boots, mate? I mean, I suppose the problem there, you have to have like it wouldn't work, would it? Because you keep bursting the ball. I never thought about that. Do you remember when they made the footballs 2 round? Do you remember that? Do you remember that? Do you remember who was it who made the perfect football? It was a perfect spheroid, wasn't it? And it broke the game. Do you remember? It was during the World Cup, wasn't it? And they're all bitching like nothing worked. It completely changes the aerodynamics, doesn't it? It's actually scientifically proven that it breaks and creates a high degree of randomness in the airflow around, in the flight of the ball, doesn't it? Yeah, it's a fact, Doc. Yeah, it's literally a perfect spheroid is impossible to play football with because of how the air goes around the ball, and it leads to highly erratic and unpredictable flight. And that's why footballs now are made with a lot of creases and heavy stitching. And they're the only ones allowed to be used. So yeah, it's a scientific proven fact, and it did it. I'm sure. I can't. Was it like Adidas or someone? I can't remember who made it. They made a perfect football for one of the World Cups, didn't it? And all hell broke loose. Fist fights break out in the stadium, parking lots all the time in American football. People are crazy about it. So it's like real high adrenaline, alpha male, dumb fuckery. Yeah, yeah. It's the same over here, mate. I was a big, strong lad at school, as I used to go to the gym with my auntie's boyfriend, who played rugby and a bit of American football. I could also run extremely fast with 100 meters time. Oh no, man, that's awesome. I used to do a lot of running, dude. The Forrest Gump of the rugby team. Yeah, I was a fast fucker on the rugby fucking field, mate. I was dangerously fucking fast, mate. I broke so many fucking people's bones. I was a nasty fucker on the pitch, man. Indoors, faster paced, also American. Yeah, you see, yeah. It's such a lame way to play. Football should be played outdoors, the rain lashing down, mud and puddles. You're talking about pussy football. Yeah, because you're sort of like ambidextrous on the feet. My bro was actually. Yeah, my bro was actually pretty good at football, dude, but his knees got fucked. You're right, Critak. Thank you for the 58, my friend. Thank you very, very much for the 58. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll have another cornale and we'll pop and we'll pop. You doing alright, Chris? Life good. Hopefully the bike's alright for you. Hopefully your balls are alright as well, mate. I remember the first time I was on the... I remember this quite vividly. The first time I was made to play rugby. And I wasn't very fucking happy about it. I was a pretty good footballer. In fact, I would go so far... It's hard to say because obviously we were very young at that point, so who knows. But, I mean, the three lads, we were all pretty good at football. That's all we did, play football. And I was on the school football team. So this was in junior school. And they just started picking for... This was just internal, because I think there was only a certain age where the teams went and played each other, you know, from other schools. So that year, I was 100% getting picked to play football for our school's team. And I broke my fucking leg, dude. So I couldn't play. I was absolutely fucking mortified, dude. Absolutely fucking mortified. So as a result of that, I didn't get on the team. And my best mate at the time, and he lived down the road from us, got on the team. And it was like fucking soul destroying, dude. And of course, once the team set up, by the time I'd healed up, you know, I was so soured on football. I was so miserable about it. And when I ended up at secondary school, they made us go out and play fucking rugby. I was like, this is shit. Rugby's for twats, man. Football's the real game. Now, I'd grown up loving football, man. I was like, fucking rugby. Screw that shit. Oh my god, that's gotta be one of them dudes, right? This is one of these like other players, isn't it? And I've run out of me freaking pew, bro. Oh, gutted, dude. I haven't got any bullets left for it, have I? Look. Ah, my one chance, dude. Anyway, I was so pissed off, right? And this was my other best mate. I even remember his fucking name at the time, because at the time we were really, really good friends. Yeah, there ain't no way I'm killing him, is there? Ain't no way, dude. Anyway, I've gone out of the rugby field, right? And I didn't want to play rugby. I was pissed off I was being made to play rugby. And my mate had the ball, right? And I was like standing there, what am I supposed to even do? Am I supposed to tackle him? What's this tackling shit all about? You know, I come from football. Yeah, you can't just go and hit someone, can you? This is just not the way it works. Anyway, I thought, oh, fuck it. I'll just go and fucking leap at him, see what happens. I ran so fucking fast at about a 45-degree angle into him, mate. And he broke his fucking leg. I completely shattered his fucking leg. I was straight on the first rugby team. Straight in right there. Fucking, I'd only just joined the fucking school, mate. I was like 11 years old, dude. And apparently, I mean, obviously years later you find out we found a natural psychopath. Straight in, first team, we'll have him, mate. It was fucking awesome, dude. Yeah, dude, it was such an illegal fucking tackle as well. I didn't fucking know. No one had told us. I didn't think they realised we'd actually hurt each other. I just went straight at him, mate. Took his legs out. Fucking wrapped him around the back of his head, mate. He was down. That was it. All hell fucking broke loose. Oh, fucking hell. Shit. You're not supposed to... Straight on the first team, mate. I'm bugging my left knee and hip and trying to do a Pele overhead kick like something from FIFA 98. I was bugging after that. Oh no, fell into the music crowd. Started playing guitar, grew my head. Started taking drugs. Good lad, good lad. It all works out right in the end, right, Gimmer? Rugby's for grammar kids, it was. We were fucking nasty as well, our team. We were nasty bastards on the field. Fuck them 5 ways pussies. We were feared, man. We really were. We did not muck around, man. We Jesus, the amount of injuries. It was unprecedented. You know, even like people that had been around in the school for years, you know, we had a team that were... We were something else, man. And we were so close-knit as well. I bugged my. Sorry, I was not. I was shit out of basketball too. Went from PE teacher's favourite to his nemesis in one school year. Yeah. I was quite funny actually. My surname was really similar, but only in pronunciation to the PE teacher at my secondary school. And I always thought it was really weird. The first few weeks, it was like ever so strange. Yeah, everyone else is like jostling for position, trying to find their way, you know, finding like who you are and where you fit in the hierarchy of it all. I just thought it was really weird. Then none of the older kids were punching me or tripping me up or stealing my bag. And it turned out they thought I was the PE teacher's son. Obviously later on they found out, so they had several weeks to make up. He just got shit beaten out of me, but yeah. I was a vicious ass once. I've been told I had to play about 5 times before I took my glasses. Any problems? I couldn't see fuck all. Yeah. See, I think that was it. I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing, so I thought, oh, fuck it, just go and tackle him. But yeah, it could have gone one of two ways. He could have put me off forever. But yeah, I break his fucking leg. I'm sure his ribs went as well. I'm sure they did. But I remember hearing one of the lads' legs break, and oh my god, I've never heard a bone snap like that since. Never. Not the one I did. I swear it was like it echoed around the playing field, man. Never seen anything like that. It was the loudest, most distinct "that's fucked" noise I've ever heard. It was awful, dude. Nice clean break, though. There was no doubt about what had happened. You didn't need an X-ray for that fucker, I can tell you. Nobody told me I couldn't jump out of tackles. Apparently that's dangerous. I was like, so it's do you remember the fucking boots you used to wear? Well, I had some shit boots, man. Proper shit boots playing rugby. Right, anyway, that did not go well, did it? Let's make some ammo. I'm going to get a coffee, boys. LMG copper ammo. We can make some steel stuff in a bit. Well, let's make a couple of thousand. Why not, right? I never made that katana, did I? I was going to make a katana. Not that it's the one I should be making. I've not made any bronze either. Yeah, so I broke my leg, which is why I couldn't play football. So I got soured on football. You know, being a kid with the arse. You know, I'm not saying there was anything more than that. I broke my best mate at the time. We hadn't been at school for long, and he was somehow we just naturally drawn to each other. We both loved. Well, I didn't know anything about D&D at that time, so actually that's not correct on the timeline. He wasn't even on the same bus as me. But we just got, you know, like you just hit it off with someone, like really cool. You know, just found like a little comrade in arms when you started a new school. We were very good friends, and yeah, we ended up playing a lot of D&D together in the end. I was one of those like really weird ones. I was like strange at school because if we weren't training, I'd play D&D, and it was so weird. Like everyone was like dead like skittish about that. It's like you can't be on the rugby first team and also be in chess club and playing D&D. It don't work like that, man. You're either one or the other, dude. And I was the only one that was like that. So I had like a foot in both camps, to be honest, mate. And it was both awesome, but also, you know, at times problematic. There's no doubt about that. But, yeah. Weird times, man. Weird times. Good fun, though. Fucking hated school, though. Fucking hated it. Way too much pressure when you were at grammar school. Way too much pressure. I wouldn't wish it on fucking anyone. That really is just a machine. It's a machine to bang out a child with, you know, a score in it. They don't give a fuck about anything else, mate. It's relentless, bro. Absolutely relentless. I feel like I'm forgetting something before we go back. What am I forgetting, dude? I mean, I've got a bit of food. What? Oh, wait. But that's not what it is. That's not what I'm thinking about. You still play D&D? Well, I'd love to say yes, My problem is I can only play D&D in the physical world with real people. I can't play virtual D&D, you know, over the internet. I just can't, dude. I just, to me, it's just not the same. And you know, I'm not knocking it. I just get no sense of satisfaction, you know, because I used to DM. I almost exclusively DM. And without the people there, it just the experience is just rolling virtual dice. It don't work for me, dude. So no, I don't. I actually don't play D&D. I still pay a passing interest in it, and I used to paint miniatures, and a lot of my stuff was published in White Dwarf magazine here in the UK. Did a lot of work for Games Workshop over the years. No, not work. This is when I was a kid. I used to get all my stuff put up in the rotating pedestals in Games Workshop in Birmingham. And some of those were sent off, photographed, and put in White Dwarf and stuff. So, you know, I can't even play Baldur's Gate, mate. And I think it's one of the best games ever made. But I can't stand turn-based video games. So, I don't, mate, to be honest. No. But I still have a passing interest in all things Dungeons and Dragons, I guess you could say. Yeah, so there's still very fond memories of it. I just don't play. It would be very hard, you know, with the speed that the world goes, and all the other things that so many of my friends get up to ever get us sat around a table to play a session. It's just never going to happen, dude. Not realistically. There's been a couple of times, you know, like if we've gone on holiday as a group of friends and then we've had a little bit of a D&D session, if it's been pissing it down outside, but very few and far between examples of that, really. Drop that. You get together every other Saturday. Nice, dude. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, I played a fuck ton of it at uni. I was very, very skint at uni. So I used to work a lot, just trying to pay my way. And, let's drop the steel in there. Drop that in there. Oh, wow. Oh, it's super laggy. So a cheap night in. You know, there were many other lads and lasses like me that you know, couldn't afford to go to student union or downtown every night. So we used to play D&D. So I played a shit ton of it at uni, mate. Your PE teacher's still around and won't look at you in the eye. Will acknowledge a friend if I'm with them, but totally ignores you. Oh my god, bro. So it's not one to sort of like remember the past then, no? Did you see Oasis in Brumscott? Oh, I didn't know. Is it really? Wow. Holy shit, dude. That was that was just up and over from the Games Workshop, wasn't it? Yeah. God, that was a shit pit, wasn't it? Yeah, I spent hours in there, man. Fucking hours in there. I even got my hair cut in Oasis once. There was little barbs in there, wasn't there? They used to sell, I mean, to be honest, I used to go in there for all sorts of, they used to do a lot of dice and stuff in Oasis as well, didn't they? And all those, like, crazy hoodie tops and things like that. When did that close, then? Has that been closed a long time? Or is that, like, fairly recent, dude? I mean, I'm not surprised. I just assumed it, you know, I've not been in there for years and years, man. But, you know, where would that hold a place in a consumer sort of world in 2025, you know, unless they've massively changed what they sold. Oh, so literally just recently. Yeah, I mean, I wonder what it was. You know, I wonder what it became. Because there ain't no way the Oasis... Oh, what the hell? Why have I got rustic gloves equipped? What the fuck, dude? What the hell, dude? What? But they should be barbecue gloves, right? Whoa! What the fuck, bro? Dude. How long has that been like that? Armor crafting, gloves. Barbecue gloves, right? Oh, I've just made tier 2. I didn't actually mean to do that. Well, that's just weird. Like, super weird. Will it let me choose the mod that was on the other gloves? I could have switched it then and there, couldn't I? Do I have to now unmod... Oh. Oh, that's just super weird, dude. Oh my god, I've not somehow lost my mod, have I? Do you know what I mean? These would be, barbecue gloves would be status enhancement, wouldn't they? Status enhancement, yeah? Oh, dude, something weird's gone on. Oh, this isn't good, man. Crit amplifier. Well, I suppose we can use elemental overhaul, but... Dude, something's really wrong here, man. I've somehow lost a mod. Haven't I? Dude, I hope I've got... There we go, status enhancement. Oh no, there it is. There it is. Sorry, I missed it. So I don't think I did lose it, look. I thought... Because I normally look for the padlocked ones, you see. So I thought, shit, I've not only lost the gloves, but I've also lost the mod on it. But no, right, okay. That's weird. I mean, I even remember, like, unlocking... I literally unlocked the blueprint, like, yesterday morning, didn't I? And equipment, so... 54 years away since was that. Well, I mean, I've never been back in there, dude. I wonder, like, what they became. I mean, it was a shit pit of a store, wasn't it? But it sold some really cool gear. Oh, do you remember Poppers? Wentex, did you ever buy Poppers from Oasis? Well, we used to pretend it was like jet fuel or something, didn't we? Do you remember it, dude? They used to do like a sort of like knockoff legal Poppers. Nowhere near like the real stuff. Your brother was pretty good at sports, but also went the way of the dropout. Seeing me doing the same must have really pissed him off, especially if I was always managed to get my guitar lessons dropped during double PE each week. I was so bad at music, mate. So bad at music. I remember like the music teachers. I just don't know what to give you, man. I tried the drums, you know, guitar, piano, mate. Oh, I was so bad at music, bro. Just absolutely terrible, man. You got a ton of mods. Yeah, but it was the one. Yeah, I know that. It was... Lock just means I've used it before, so it's an easy way to tell that I've probably upgraded it or that it was the best of the ones that I've got. I really need to go through them all. I was just worried that somehow I've managed to not only destroy an item, which I don't understand how I've done, but also destroyed the mod somehow. I'm looking forward to mine later in this session. Some sort of health and safety issue. I was there in the youth, not been in it. So yeah, it's been years since I was in Oasis. I mean, it's not a million miles from New Street, was it? If I remember. So I can't remember. Wasn't it up and around? Like Games Workshop was like on the front area, wasn't it? I can't even remember the layout really to be honest. One sense, but I'm sure it used to be up and around. It was like multi-tiered one in Oasis, wasn't it? Like a weird like staggered sort of place internally. So it's like it was a right hodgepodge place, wasn't it? Right, we'll go back down here. See how we get on. I noticed one of mine was locked. No, locked just means it's being used within a weapon, I think. But it also keeps the lock if you know on server migration, if that makes sense. So because you lose all your weapons that you've got, don't you? But I believe the mods carry over, so it just sticks a padlock on it, I think. So like I say, it's the padlock isn't anything to worry about at all. The fact it's padlocked, however, is just an easy way for me to see my mod. So because I couldn't see a padlocked status, I thought I'd lost it. But it was lurking in the corner. You got your hat? Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah. Make sure you wear your hat. Don't burn your head, Missy. Don't burn your head. Right, look for a mystical crate. Do we know where the mystical crate is in here, then? This is the one that goes all the way up the hill, isn't it? Let's go for a tour up the hill. So sorry, I meant the weapon crate, Mr. Crate's one. Yeah, I think they're up the top, aren't they? Still get confused. Mr. Crate and Armor Crates and Gear Crates. Right, what's the other one? What's the one that is the Goober one when you do that and you see them, they're invisible? What are they called? They're not mystical crates, are they? They're... This is a mystical. Can't remember now. I'm pretty sure if we go... Oh my god, what the hell? Whoa, 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 whoa. What the hell, bro? No, I've never seen that before. Oh my god. What the hell, dude? Okay. I'm pretty sure that's not right. Right, we'll ignore that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's right up there, isn't it? Courtyard. I couldn't find the... Yeah, so sorry. Yeah, I think it's up here, Joshua. Morphic, that's the one. Mystical Morphic. Morphics are the ones that run around like Terry Pratchett's luggage, aren't they? Something's not right there. Definitely. That's definitely... I've never seen that before either. Very strange. We'll stay the hell away from that. If that was in Star Citizen, we'd log out. Get on another server just in case it, consumes us or something. Oh, I didn't know you could actually harvest them, I don't think. We'll go through these. None of these have got it. I think this is isn't this the one with the little jellyfish lady around the back, or is that something else? Whoa, the explosion killed the little dinky one, look. Look at the detail in it. It's actually really cool. I do like the graphics of the game. A milk frother. How are you getting on with this, Jabosh? Are you, No, I saw you in game yesterday, didn't I, mate? It's a very pleasant game to play. I do hope I hope Way of Winter's got some nice updates to it. Wentex is playing it, but Wentex is playing it as his first map, so he won't know if it's been updated, will he? Well, definitely, I'm looking forward to doing Way of Winter. In fact, I'm going to assume we'll get to jump to another server before the so-called... There's been a huge hoo-ha, hasn't there? Since that dev stream. Because didn't Derek or someone make the mistake of saying something like, I believe... He said something that led people to believe about these persistent servers being a thing, didn't he? Persistent with all 3 zones. And it's caused a bit of chaos, hasn't it? Where people are really not sure what's going on. I don't know any more than that, other than it's caused confusion. I'm not worried about it. I'm just whatever. Whatever will be, won't it? You know. There are mystical POI blueprints, mythics, the ones with a purple thing you need to walk over and follow. What? Wouldn't you have to walk over and follow? What the fuck are they? I've never followed anything. I just shoot shit. Or when you say mythic, do you mean the ones that chase you? I've never followed one. I just shoot them. I don't even know what that is then, dude. I don't think I've ever even seen one like that. The mystical ones I know. The mystical... The purple thing moves. Yeah, but like the one I just killed. Respawns in another spot near. I don't know. I've never seen one. I've seen the mystical crates. They're the ones like we've just done. Big line coming out of them. I've done the morphic ones where I do that and I go and shoot them. Like I see them and I shoot them. And then I get the ones that are like in the town or like there, like the Terry Pratchett ones that run at me and try and murder me. But I've never ever followed one. Oh, you mean the part? Oh, they're not chests, are they? Yeah, we're talking about chests. Do you mean the ones where it's like a little purple like Rubik's Cube sort of like mutation thing, and you jump at it, and then it goes over there, and then over there, and then I have to jump down and fly through it? Ah, right. So they call them crates, do they? I was gonna say, I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, got it. Oh, I just call them the parkour puzzles. But they're actually known as what mythic crates or mythic whatever. I was gonna say, fucking hell. I thought for a minute I thought shit, I've been doing it wrong. I've just been murdering everything. But shit, I was supposed to be following them to like some super loot or something, dude. Yeah, we've done a few of those. I know those ones. We did one at like the big refinery yesterday, didn't we? And a couple of others. You got to do a little parkour puzzle on it. I think the purple light thing you collect and spawns to another place. You go, yeah. Don't worry, guys. So sorry, I was just confused by the. I thought we were just talking about like the crates. I thought I was supposed to follow a crate, like the Terry Pratchett luggage. There's some hidden treasure. It's my overactive imagination combined with lack of sleep. God damn! I hate paper dolls. Paper dolls are just pointless anyway. I've got hundreds of these things. What the? I've never had one run away that far, though. What the hell, dude? What the hell, right? They normally just go a couple of foot away from you, don't they? Those things just like, what the hell, right? And now it's not moving at all, look. There's no mini game though, is there? You just click it. I'm not supposed to press F just when it's in like that sweet spot. How you doing, Alethea? How's things, man? How's the chicken bears, bro? I can see. I find it very hard to believe I can't pick that globe up. Just looks like a totally retrievable piece of loot, doesn't it? Well, sorry, what was that, Wentex? What did Wentex say there? I saw something. You're a tad annoyed you can't do the group content as I want the rewards and no one joins my group for hours. What is that in way of Winter, dude? What kind of group content do you mean, dude? I've never done anything outside of us, so I've never joined like random groups for anything, so I don't even know how it works, to be honest. Creating a group. It's part of the. It's one, if not the only major problem that the game's got, is that the whole social side of it. Considering like the dev it's coming from and the fact it's going mobile, so for things like the hive structure, the warband structure, the in-game communications, the ability to play with people from other servers, the ability to make a pickup group, it all just feels like it's a bit of a mess. It's not necessarily that it doesn't work. It just don't seem. It's like it should be super simple. It's like Nintendo did it. And Nintendo are notoriously just fucking dog shit at anything that involves the online ecosystem. Like they're so far behind everyone else. It feels like that. It feels like it's more complicated than it ever should have been. And most of the stuff that you would expect as a general quality of life thing is missing. I think from the minute we all started playing and we found out like that one person makes the hive and then it's only that person that can invite to the hive and no one else, we were just like genuinely perturbed by the whole system, really. But definitely not the game's strong point. I saw a YouTuber who had 6 alts all around a WoW thermal thingy. Amazing, mate. It's totally out of the normal players' range. I'm sure that's the type of players going out for persistent worms. The amount of bull egg soaring. Would it though? I mean, the thing is, you can get to max level really, really fast, can't you? And if you've got another player feeding it, I mean, you just need 6 Steam accounts. It's not going to even cost you any money though, right, Gimmer? It was a huge issue back at the start of the game, according to some people. I personally never witnessed it. I think again, a very small minority of bitchy whiners, where people were making multiple accounts. But then you realise you didn't need to. That it was just pointless. You know, outside of cosmetic building. Yeah, Bill, like, setting up like 3 alt accounts just to farm acid, and then just realising what a bunch of dickheads don't do. So it's a boss event. In an instance, 4 player, got down to 5% once, but not complaints again. Oh, so you're trying to do the... is it like these, is it, Wentex? These. The monoliths. Something like that, is it? Since there's no scenario on that unlocked west side of the map, I'm assuming it won't be included in the new one coming out in July, but may have some way. Oh, hang on. No, I'm getting confused then. I thought the new scenario, the new PvE scenario, which is the west side of the map, was due to come in Q4, wasn't it? So September onwards. But didn't someone say it was coming in July? So we're saying it's not coming in July then? The confusion isn't about that. The confusion is about whether or not there will be a single scenario providing access to all of the map. If that makes sense. Oh, here we go. I watched that video. It was never indicated that the new area of the map would be part of the new scenario, but that dev, not the C. Derek. Are we talking about Derek? So the new scenario will... It's the bit where he says, I believe. But which is what threw everyone, because it sounded like he didn't know himself.
Is there a possibility for creating a scenario which includes all of the maps from all scenarios?
So that's gonna be the new scenario,
I can't
which is going to happen in July. Okay, so that one.
What the fuck? You guys can, though, can't you? That's
Well,
going to be
include
through
all
Clueless
the
Crystal to you, isn't it? I've got no desktop sound. Shit. Oh fuck! Don't tell me I've got another sound issue. Yeah, I can't hear any desktop sound, mate. Let me keep that bookmarked. I'll have to have a listen later. I can't play it back, mine. They changed that. Thank goodness anybody can invite to the hive now. Oh, we can now, can we? Oh, so that has changed. Right. Well, that's good then. I mean, that's good. What about Warband and stuff? I mean, any improvements on that? You know, any incentive to go Warband with multiple hives outside of, I guess things like Prime Wars and stuff, maybe. I'm just not sure what. I mean, why not just let us just have a clan? Well, why do we need hives and Warbands? Is there a reason? You know, can't we just have like one big clan? Because what it led to was like for territory purifications, we just like made random hives, didn't we? And it all just felt so disjointed. But they should answer. They should just like let's have like one big clan and give us some incentives to unlock things like they did in the Division. You know, like if your clan can do X, Y, and Z. You get like a nice little cosmetic unlock, just to breathe a little bit of sort of camaraderie and, you know what I mean? The Division did it, but it was never anything overly powerful, was it? It was just like a fun thing. Oh, we've just unlocked such and such, and it could just be like a little dangly thing on your backpack for what it meant. Yeah, I can't hear it, Alethea. I'll have to play it back. I'm kind of, for some reason, none of that is coming through mine, which is kind of weird. So there is an unnamed map. So there's a whole new map outside of Nalcon, or do you mean? Is that what you're saying? Just trying to catch up. Yeah. So I just without being able to wear it, I can't really. Can't really get in combo, sadly. So July is a single scenario combining Manibus and World of Warcraft, but not the third map. So they're still on target for the September launch, are they? Or not? Have they mentioned September onwards? Q4 for the west side? I'm quite excited to see how they... oh my god, I've turned my headset right up. I thought it was just quiet. I fucking love it. It's crazy, man. They had some incentive to include some stuff with the Warband. You could donate stuff and get some meaningless things such as drinks and food. Yeah, okay. So that alright, so I mean credit where credit due, at least I've tried, but just not in a particularly meaningful way. Yeah, it'd be kind of cool. You know, if your clan can, even if it was something really silly like clear LEA like 20 times or something, you get like a little cosmetic reward or something. What do I still need, dude? Oh, I still need to go up the hill. I didn't go to the top, did I? I've ended up coming all the way back now. I didn't go to the very top house, did I? I think everything probably hinges on the mobile launch, doesn't it? I would have thought. I mean, I'm not the person to ask. I really do not know that much about mobile gaming at all. And what the current market situation is for games like this, or even if there is anything like this. But I would imagine if this game even gets a look in the mobile arena, and knowing how easily mobile gamers have parted with their money for cosmetics in a huge slew of games, it could be hugely lucrative for them, couldn't it? Like hugely lucrative. I remember I booted up Genshin Impact on my phone, the only like what I would call proper fully fledged game I've ever owned. That isn't just a gimmicky, you know, Clash of Clans thing. And yeah, I know a lot of people love Clash of Clans. In fact, it is. It's quite a cool game, but you know, it is one of those things where you probably do need to spend a bit of money on it, right? But as the idea of playing like in an open world, Genshin Impact, I thought I'd download it, and I can't remember. It was like 10 gigs, something like that. It's a huge file for me to download on a phone. Never had to download anything like that. I've only ever downloaded like little apps and things. And it was like, holy shit, you know, how's this going to go? And it was like, fucking hell, this is actually pretty cool. If it was a game I liked, yeah, that's kind of cool, right? Wow, mobile gaming's come a long way. You know, graphical fidelity of this, not bad, even on my phone. Maybe I have been here then. So I must be missing another crate. What the fuck? So I would imagine if this thing does get a bit of a following, they're going to make a fucking mint out of it, isn't they? What am I missing here? I've never seen the back of that either. Could it be in this one? So Sammy the CEO, so moving on to the next question, is there a possibility for creating a scenario which includes all of the maps from all scenarios? And Barrett said that's going to be the new scenario which is going to happen in July. So this isn't the thing I'm talking about then, because it's not where it says I believe. So there's obviously two elements that are causing some distress then. But put that to one side. So that's going to be the new scenario, which is going to happen in July. So in July, we are getting Manny Bus and Wow winner, and like you said, but that's not including the third map. Yeah. Wonder how they're going to do it. Wonder how like they're going to. How will they deal with progression across two huge areas of the map? Because most areas are classed or classified by sort of level, aren't they? And we know that sometimes they mix those zones up. Did we not get that on the PvP server or somewhere? Like somewhere that used to be like a level 18 zone was now a level 40 zone. You know what I mean? Well, it'd be interesting to see how they approach it, won't it? Yeah, there was something that Derek said during it where he said something about, and the only reason I know it because it was in the What's It Discord, and some of the guys that cover the game extensively on YouTube were a bit annoyed because they put out a video that actually wasn't accurate because of the I believe section. So they were. I mean, don't get me wrong. They weren't being, you know, horrible about it. They were just saying like, could we just like ask for things to be a bit clearer, because we've had to take our videos down because we've misinterpreted things. So I don't know where that's coming from. Like clearly some misinformation. So some of the guys that cover this presumably make quite a lot of money out of it, and then they didn't want. Well, one of the guys was able to take his video down and edit that section out, I believe. So you just got your ass kicked by the hound. Something's definitely changed. No chance I can kill it alone. Oh, what? Really? Yeah. It doesn't say anything about a new map in that whole. Yeah, I believe. I don't know what he was referencing. But I know it's caused a huge amount of sort of. Again, I probably shouldn't say upset, but you know, like, you know, some of these channels have got a reputation to maintain, haven't they? So. Joke up to ESL. What's that, dude? Unnamed map in development. That dude. Unnamed mapping development. Yeah, what's that then? So I chalked up to ESL. What's ESL? Where's this last crate, dude? Where am I missing the crate? It's not. Is that house over there, maybe? Nah, don't see it. Yeah, well, everyone's always been very, very complimentary about Derek, haven't they? He was very instrumental to the early sort of liaison with the community, wasn't he? During the beta phases that we all had access to. He was widely regarded as a very good intermediary between the player base and the dev team. I don't know what his current role is. I mean, is he like community manager, or is he a more lofty title than that? I have to solo the dog with a shrapnel bullet. That's anything I do to break its spinning ball shield. Power surge just tickles it. So if they really upgraded him? I mean, I assume you're talking about on normal difficulty as well. Jesus. That's actually quite scary, dude. Because isn't the spinning ball thing a one-shot insta-kill to everyone in the arena as well? Isn't that phase where if you don't destroy it, you basically die? That sounds like that could be quite a challenge. Where the fuck is this crate, dude? I swear it was up there, dude. It's not down there, is it? Jabashua, you said you couldn't find it as well, didn't you? Well, I think the only place I haven't checked is in that corner. So I normally come in from the raid at the bottom, don't I? It's kind of what. And the dog spinny shield needs direct damage to take it down really quickly. There are 2 crates in 2 different houses. So have I missed one there? I swear I've just done a full check of all the houses shots. I'll go back. If there's only 2 crates, then they have to be in those 2 houses then, because I've already got 1 of the 2. I'll just check this corner down here. Because I normally come in here and go around on the left, but we had that weird glitch, didn't we? Where we... One's on the balcony. Yeah, I mean, I've been out on the balcony. I hit both of them, haven't I? I mean, I've done a pretty fucking extensive clearance of them, I thought. He looks so cool in a sort of horrible way. I mean, look at him. Look at all like mutated face. Cool creature design, bro. Isn't there a little, there's a little, like, quest around here, isn't there? We've got the mythical crate. It's always annoying when it's like the last one, isn't it? It's kind of like you know it's there, and you found it like 12 times before. Can't be that odd, can it? I bet it was on the first run, Shanes. I bet I've you know, I probably thought I'd been out and just got confused. Did they say anything else in the video then? I mean, obviously, you know, outside of, you know, permanent or persistent servers, which are kind of like just a general thing these days, right? You know, maybe like you said, Darth, a new map coming perhaps. You know, the roadmap for this year. Anything new? The mobile phone release later this month. Oh, yeah, I remember this. Fucking hell. Yeah. Anything that we didn't know about revealed or any more concrete discussion around things that are coming? I'll have to watch it all, but I'll do a bit of digging around about the other comment as well if I get a chance. I don't really pay much attention to it because I don't really watch YouTube videos. Yeah, Alarian's gone for his bounce build. It's supposed to be quite good now, isn't it, the bounce? Because that was like, I think Alarian had bounce like from the minute the game went live, didn't you, mate? And it turned out to be like the one build sort of, I suppose, class almost, isn't it? That just didn't really do a lot. It was a little bit underwhelming, wasn't it? But it's had quite the boost now, hasn't it? Well, we're going to check all these houses, man. It's got to be in one of these, yeah? Okay, maybe in the first one. Is that it there? Holy shit, how the fuck did I miss that, dude? There we go. Job done, dudes. Job done. I've got to start using my clicky fingers more, haven't I? Right, literally there, staring at me, dude. What a knob. What a bloody knob, bruh. You bloody knob. Nobalicious. Nobosaurus, bruh. Well, I'm going to go and get these. wonder if we'll hear about a Division 3. I mean, Tencent are gonna kick ass, right? Tencent, how much did they hand over for the 3 primary IPs within Ubisoft? It's going to be wholesale slaughter within the next few weeks and months, isn't it, over there? Which, you know, which is not great. You know, at the end of the day, developers who are probably very hard working will no doubt lose their jobs. I just don't see any other way that it can. Is it something like 12,000 people work at Ubisoft now? It's something ridiculous, isn't it? Tencent are going to wipe the fucking floor with that. So I wonder what the first big change will be. Because what have they bought? It's Assassin's Creed. It doesn't include Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Rainbow Six, isn't it? So the Division wasn't part of the big 3, was it? Shit, actually, that's a fucking good point, isn't it? I never thought about that. Wonder what that means for the Division. We were talking yesterday about Sam Fisher, weren't we? And you know, where are all those like classic MGS stealth games of old? I think we can rule out ever seeing a fucking new fucking Splinter Cell. Come on. I don't see that fucking happening. Dude, I tell you what, if they remade like Chaos Theory or something like that, I would buy that day one, bro. I love that shit. Absolutely loved it, man. You remember old Sam, and he's like sitting there spread-eagled halfway up a wall, dropping down to murder his prey in his classic triple goggles. Did that not count as finding the clue there? Multiple times now I've heard them say that the new scenario, Endless Dreams, will be more like Lunar Oracle, where it's more like a layer added onto Manibus and WoW stories. So I don't even know what that is, to be fair. Is this the one that people were thinking was going to maybe be a new actual scenario? Endless Dreams. It's more like a yeah. Here's a response from Starwin regarding. Let me just make sure I've got that other one bookmarked, mate. I don't think I did. Yeah, I didn't. Let me just bookmark that other one. Dev spill the tea. Okay, cheers, dude. Here's a response from Starwin regarding the response to the YouTube video links. Hopefully you can open this link. Let's have a look. Yeah, let's have a look. Oh god, it's huge. Can I shrink it? Hey Peach and everyone else, I've gotten some clarity on this. The maps will not be a combined map experience, however both maps will be available for Endless Dream. There are 2 separate but concurrent stories running on each map. Players will play on the map that takes place with the story they choose to access. This means that both maps will be distinct and separate, but Endless Dreams will contain both all maps. This is the source of the confusion that both will exist, but they will be... What? I still don't really... What? I still don't think I really get it. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. No, I do understand it. So endless. So there are 2 separate concerns running on each map. Both maps. No, I don't get it. I'm just not going to worry about it. I've got no interest. This is the problem. I still don't really get what's going on. And to be honest, mate, I don't need to. When the decision makes, I'll come to make a decision. But this is the problem with the whole of Once Human. Everything is far too convoluted, far too open to interpretation, and I don't have the time. You know, I'm sure it's simple as fucking, you know, sticking your finger up your bum. I bet it's really not that hard to get your head around. But everything is just so much more complicated. So, yeah, I just want to play the fucking game, dude. I couldn't give a fuck, dude. It's not available. I don't need to worry about it now. I'm sure it will all make sense in a week or 6. The whole thing is it's just a fucking mess, bro. It's no wonder people get confused. You know, the menus are convoluted, the information about the game's convoluted, the information isn't always strictly accurate. You know, I get it. I'm not even upset about it. You know, localization, you know, language barriers, misinterpretation, the internet being the internet, and you know, putting 2 and 2 together and coming up with 16 pineapples. It'll be whatever it is. I bet I end up playing it, and I bet it's awesome, right? So I ain't gonna worry about it. Right, okay. Where's my little? Oh. Hey. Okay. Okay, got one. Right, next one. Suppose if I actually mark these on the map, it might make it a bit easier as well. Right? Well, hang on. Oh, it's Splinter Cell would be. It'd be awesome. Yeah. What was the last one they played that we had access to, Killer? See, I remember, right, the classic. Was it Chaos Theory? The classic Sam Fisher night vision goggles and all that, yeah. And then I remember one where they did that amazing thing. Do you remember? It was like so cool. I've never seen anything like it in a computer game. Like say I just entered like a map, yeah. And up here, like in the building, like obeying the geometry and contours of the building, it would have said like episode 1 or something. Do you remember it did? It was like these heads-up display elements like superimposed on the building, and you used to get like that sync shot thing. I remember that one. That was fucking awesome, dude. And then I remember another one where I was a bit more like a dude out, you know, infiltrating camps rather than like I suppose a spy. And I seem to remember like having a drone and. They were really good games, weren't they? No, they didn't buy Tom Clancy. No, Tencent have only got the shares and power within the new sort of like sub-corporation for... It's Far Cry, Assassin's Creed, and Rainbow Six Siege. All the others remain firmly within the normal Ubisoft umbrella, not this new subsidiary setup. Yeah, Tom Clancy had nothing to do with it. Well, apart from Rainbow Six Siege, obviously. They were just the top 3, basically. The way I read it is that you'll be able to sign up for Manibus Lunar Oracle. So, okay, so I understand that. Manibus Endless Streams. Yeah. And that's what you were saying. It's more like a layer cake addition to the existing scenario. And do we know anything about what it is? And are we getting that in July, are we, Alethian, yeah? I'll look forward to that. Mind you, to be honest, dudes, once we're in July... Oh, did you see the... who was it? Someone from Take-Two, I can't remember. There's been a bit of a spiel about... Well, an interview done with what's his name? Oh, my God! What's his name from Take... Oh, shit, dudes. Oh, God. Shall I even take it, or am I just going to waste it because I'm about to die? Oh, dude. Not like this, bro. Not like this. Not like this. Dude, these Lunar Nights are brutal, aren't they? Like, absolutely brutal, man. This is so much better than it used to be, man. Because of all this confusion, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, it's like I said, I'm not making YouTube videos that's going to upset people when I get it wrong and they go, oh, you promised me this, Graham. I'm not, yeah, it's like I said, man, I just enjoy it for what it is, mate. Thing is, but by the time it happens, we might have dropped the game for all we know. So something else might come along, or maybe the mobile game will be the beginning of the end. Who knows, mate? There's so many things that can happen, right? I know someone from Take-Two or someone was interviewed recently, weren't they? And they were talking about like Grand Theft Auto 6, obviously. And what they were basically told was like, dude, you know, this game is huge. We know it's huge. Everyone knows it's fucking huge. We're not tooting our own. Oh, that's that fucking dude. I thought it was another player. They are so well done. I saw the dude running out. I thought, oh, another player. I wonder if he was the one. I heard some gunfire earlier. I thought, I wonder if he's the one that helped me a minute ago. Shit. He was there again, bruh. I really like them. Maybe they could just add a little something, because they're so one shot on a lunar night. I wonder if they could add like just something to let me know he's around. Do you know? Because the thing is, they're going to be really good fights, and I really want to try them. But like last time, I'd run out of ammo, so that wasn't going to happen. I wonder if they could like maybe just add like a little noise bite or something on the backpack that lets you know that one of the lunar spawns is nearby. Just so I can heads up and put my game hat on. You know what I mean? Because you go from like, you know, it's pretty easy. So, it's a little bit more tricky on lunar night. You know, pay attention a little bit to like, oh, fuck, insta-death. It just feels a little bit too... and the thing is, I should have known he was there because he was there yesterday. When I say yesterday, I mean like actually like in the game yesterday evening, wasn't it? Was it over here then? We can drop in there, can't we? Blacklist. Do you think Blacklist was the one where I remember more about going into camps, like with the drone and things? And not the Tom Clancy. Yeah, it was only Rainbow Six Siege. Yeah. It definitely was. It was just a Holy Trinity 3, wasn't it? Farming Sim just picked up a fertile contract for Field 69. Not gonna lie, I giggled. It's the little things, mate. It's the little things. Afternoon, Simpson. You're alright. Dude. What? The lunar spawns. You love a version of Manimus where it's like a lunar light all over the map and you have to work as a server or hive to liberate it. Oh, that would be cool. I love the idea of that. Yeah, actually unlocking the zones. The thing is, though, it sounds great, doesn't it? I love the idea, but in practice, you know, the practicalities around it. You're like, you know, you join and you go and clear an area, and now I don't get to clear the area. You know, it's one of those things that would work really well on a really heavily modified private server. Do you know what I mean? Where we all agree to log on at certain times and you know, really work at clearing like really difficult zones. But yeah, I love the idea, man. The idea is solid, dude. That would be cool. Definitely something for a private server, man. Gorgeous. No problem at all, bro. Yeah, closing that. Yeah, that would be awesome, man. That would be really cool. Imagine, I mean, obviously, oh God, it would be so cool if it was moddable, wouldn't it, dude? Imagine moddable private servers, the shit you could do. This has got all the things like Scum or Rust or something, but you know, just like so much fucking cool from a PvE, you know, aspect, right? Imagine if Scum had towns like this. You know, it doesn't have to be all the wacky weird stuff, but like puppets, like really interesting puppets and mechs and things. It'd be fucking awesome, man. Did you have a nice evening, Simpsy? Star Citizen will be all done. We had a good narrow about Star Citizen. Oh, what the fuck? He's in the... This dude is like my nemesis, bro. He's in the freaking... I didn't even see him, bro. What an asshole. These dudes are amazing, man. And this dude's going to cost me like about $1,000 in energy links teleporting to try and find him. Yasu. Yeah, Yasu's post. Right, let's try that one more time. What an absolute asshole. I think he's got a grenade launcher, hasn't he? That sounded very much like a very high explosive device to me. Right, let's give him another bash, man. What an absolute testicle. What if we get like what if we get the drop on him from up high? Because he was in the pool a minute ago, right? I'm not gonna get any I'm not gonna get any elevation, am I? In fact, this is probably a really bad angle to be coming at. Is he in there? Is he still there? Or has he moved? Yeah, oh shit! Dude! What? Dude! My god, bro. Oh my god, they're so freaking cool. I probably need to repair. I think I've died more times in the last 60 seconds than I have in the last 3 days, right? Jesus, they're brutal. Costing me 85 fucking energy links every time I do that. Son of a bitch! It's like literally one single shot is enough to pretty much kill me, isn't it? I didn't actually realize I was about to land in an area where you could still see me. Thing is, the tracer fire looks like it's missing, doesn't it? It's like his tracer rounds are all over the place, man. So this is actually a player. I mean, not as in a real player, but this is like the ghost of a player that's died, isn't it? So, you know, do they, or is it, or is that just, it's not, you know, that's where it's meant to be, but it isn't really. I mean, is it representative of the player's gear that died? Or are they just like, you know, he's right there, look. Just ain't no way, is there? What an absolute asshole, man. This is where bounce, not bounce. Oh my god, jeez! Fuck it, there ain't no way, dude. There's no point risking it, is there? There's no way. It's just an impossible fight without mega cheese. I don't count that as a win, so I think we'll lead him to it, boys. Oh my gosh. They're everywhere, lads. They're everywhere. There's millions of them, boys. There's millions of them. I've made such a bad mistake. Oh my god, dude. I want to close that door. I really wish I could close that door. All I can think about is trying to get me in like a little choke point. Oh my god, clever girl. Very clever girl. Oh! Oh my fucking god, dude! This isn't even... I don't think this is... I'm pretty sure it is not even a difficult area, man. What level is that? What level is it? 18 at most, right? Not even a high level zone, bro. I really need to get a coffee, man. It's already fucking 1 o'clock. Let's have a look. What is it? Level fucking 10! It's a level 10 fucking zone, bruh. Jesus. The fuck, bruh. It's a clone of a player. Every time you die, it gets stronger. What, for real, dude? Do you get anything, like, really cool if you kill them? I mean, everyone I've come across, it's like, basically, I'd have to put in, like, my entire ammo supply and probably still wouldn't kill it. Versus him having to hit me maybe once or twice. I mean, is he, like, always there on a lunar evening? If that makes sense. Like, so, if I was to come back here tomorrow evening, would it be the same lunar... What's it called? Like a lunar spirit? Because that's freaking cool if it is, man. And like, the more... you know, I mean, is the rewards for killing it any good? Like, get a posse together to hunt them down. It reminds me of, like, the old days of, like, Ultima Online. Where you get a PK, and you'd be picking on all the new kids. And the new kids would be limping into town, like, crying. Like, it's fucking not fair, man. Like, we don't stick a chance. We've got a dude in the fucking graveyard just killing us over and over and over, man. And like, you get a posse together and you go and slap that little bitch senseless, mate. it was like rounding up the cowboys, just going at the bad guy. It was so much fun in Ultima Online, that was. But yeah, if they could incentivize, like, the rewards for killing them, that'd be really cool, man. Want me to join? Unless you are massively more powered than me, dude, there's no point, bro. Dude, I'm not even tickling him. The thing is, if you come and we do it, it's just going to be because you've got a character that can do it. I'm of no help to you, Alaric. I can't even hurt him. He's I can sit behind the wall. I mean, I'm sure I could kill him, just cheesing him. He can't get at me. I could get a shot on him. Creep back, even if I take a hit. Just wait for my mimetic. I mean, he's basically stuck in the swimming pool, I mean. But I don't really count that as it's not really about skill at that level, is it? It's just about, can you hurt him before he kills you? You know, the game's never been, like, particularly complicated outside of PvP, really. You're either getting your shots on or you're not, right? Unless we're shooting in this game at the fucking hardest. But I'm just not doing any damage to him. I assume that's the green one, right? The green. Which balloon is the illuminated, or none of those look like they're the weak spot, do they? Is he cheated? One of these balloons should be his weak spot, right? You better not fucking shoot me again. That dude's got a seriously, like, laser guided. Oh my gosh. At least I get my loot back. Okay, we're back. They give gold mobile lunar chests, and they're decent. They're nasty, man. They're actually a really cool addition to the game. But best implementation of something like that I've ever seen myself was Zombie U. And I always said, like, how the fuck 7 Days never implemented it is beyond me. It's a criminal offence that the 7 Days team is so, like, non-experimental. considering all the stupid shit they do fucking add to the game that makes no sense. But zombie you when you die, you'll oh my fucking god, what the fuck is even hitting me, dude? What's an absolute butt muffin? Have I told you the story about my bottom brush? I'm pretty sure you've never heard this because it only happened yesterday. But I've got a bit of a block sink upstairs, right? So I've got a really old toolkit here. Like you know, all those bits where your dad's like giving you a couple of bits because they're shit and he's bought some new stuff, and like your nan's died, so you've got some like stuff that her great grandfather had. Right? It's a really ancient bit. It's just a box with some shit in it, right? But in that box, right, is this like imagine like a bit of metal, right, that has been kind of like twisted, yeah. So it's like a helix bit of metal, quite thick. Well, I say thick, about 4 millimeters thick. And the reason it's been wrapped is all the way around it are these like little bristles, like round, like loads of umbrellas going up the stem of it, but fanned out like little soft bristles. And there's probably about what I'd say about 6 inches long, and then about another 4 inches, which is just like a bit of wire with like a hoop on it to put your finger. I have no idea what it's for. No fucking idea what you're supposed to use it for, right? But I thought I'd tell you what, I'll put it down the plug hole and give it a jiggle about, yeah. Anyway, I put it down and jiggled it about, and it all went weird. It was ever so strange. God knows what's down the sink, but it went like a browny orange stain on the bottom of the bristles. And I thought, well, it did well. It cleared a little bit of a blockage on it. But anyway, I was just coming down the stairs, and I was walking down. A girlfriend was about to come up, so she waited at the bottom. And she went, what on earth is that? And I looked at her deadpan in the eyes, and I went, oh, that's my bum brush. I think I've got a bit of a problem. And just walked off. Oh god, she didn't know what the fuck to say to me, man. She was like, "Fuck, like, are you all right? Like, why are you putting that up your butt?" Jesus Christ, dude. I'll see if I can get a picture of it later. I'll put it on Discord. You'll fucking die when you see it. Yeah, I made it out like it was a man thing. Prostate. Yeah, it's a bum brush. Wait, where did you get that? I don't think you're supposed. You know, it's like a medieval torture fucking device. I'm not even kidding you, man. The good old towel and the bum brush. That's a new one. It's a new one. It's gonna be in the book. That one. Bum brush Grum, yeah. Couldn't kill it. Sorry, watching at the top level stream. The top level, they need 5 to kill it. Are they that bad? Yeah. Are they? Oh, no. Why am I not shooting? I've got no ammo. Oh, that's all right. What is this dude shooting at me? Maybe I shouldn't shoot him around the back where I can't see what he's up to. Now, old Eddie the Knob should not be causing this amount of problems, right? Is it a bottle clean? I don't know, mate. I got no idea. I've never cleaned a bottle in my life, mate. I mean, why the fuck would I clean a bottle? I don't know. Is that what it is? I don't know. How would it get? I suppose it would work for a bottle, but I don't know how you get it. Like, if it was a bottle that, you know, bottles. How would you get in the bit around the neck with it? I don't know. I don't know, mate. Maybe it is a bum brush. Maybe in the olden days they used to unclog their butts with bum brushes, mate. I mean, it would be very good for cleaning, like, the neck of a bottle. 100%. It would be very good at that. Cook! Eddie! Stop being a knob. Come and fight fair, mate. Come and fight fair, bro. Orange one. got? What we got, Eddie? Come on, give me your best shot, mate. You're doing my head in, bro. Oh my god! Is that what was killing me? Is that what's killing me? I saw the red outline on the floor. That's all. Cracky bastard. I wonder what that's in the toolbox then. I don't know. I mean, pickle jars or something. I don't know, dude. Scared the fucking living shit out of the girlfriend, man. I think I need to take the bit out of the bottom of the basin. You know, the S bend or whatever they call it, the U bend bit. But it's so hard to get around the back of that sink, man. Has anyone got anything that's good at like unblocking sinks that you've used in the past? You get all these like drain cleaners, but they're all overpriced shit, aren't they? Anyone got like a product that's been really good at like getting rid of organic gunk? It's got to be hair, man. It's got to be hair in it. Because I sort of like... it's not like I wash my hair in the sink, but... hang on a minute, how do I do this? It's the sink I shave in, and I'm a very hairy fucker, and sometimes like I use this like... I bought it ages ago, didn't I? It's fucking horrible shit, but I might as well use it. It's like charcoal tea gel shampoo, right? So I rub it in my beard, right? And then I thought, oh fuck it, might as well do my hair a little bit as well, you know, around the front. You know, or lather it up. And then I get like a little cup and tip it over my head. So it's probably got like a load of my nasty ass straggly hair down there, man. But is there anything you can put down, like a U-bend that will just like dissolve hair? There isn't some overpriced Mr. Muscle drain cleaner that does fuck all. You know something that's like illegal. You know, you're not supposed to put it down the sink because it'll kill all the fish for a 4,000 kilometer radius. That sort of shit, you know what I mean? Like petrol and set fire to it. I mean, I did think about that, and I thought, I don't know what the you know, I was thinking like get a small amount of petrol, right? Just a bit, you know, tip it down there, and then like fucking flick a match at it. it's got to burn any air down there, innit? But I thought, I don't know, it's the kind of thing that sounds clever, mate. But you know, who knows? It could be blowback in the kitchen or something, you know. Girlfriend's suddenly running around, air on fire. You know, it's, oh, I don't know what happened there, mate. Oh, it's one of them freak acts. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Right, I'm trying to find the code. I can never remember the code. Anyone know the code? Oh, hang on. Hang on. Maybe I haven't done the code one. Am I actually doing the bottle one? Oh, I might not even be doing that. Are you ready for a clear drain cleaner? I don't know, what's that? What is it, dude? Anything that's going to get rid of anything, because I really don't want to take, dude, it's so hard to get around the back of that sink, man. You know, I just don't know how I would get my hands around it, man. A thin chain. Yeah, I spoke about these. Yeah, you can get them on eBay, plastic ones. It's like a really thin, like length of very flexible and quite durable plastic. It has like little barbs all over it, and you push it all the way down, and it's supposed to go round the U-bend, innit? And then when you pull it out, you give it like a twirl, and then as you pull it out, all the barbs should gather all the hair. Yeah, I did see that. I did think about buying one, actually. Have you tried the sink gel? I had a really bad block bathroom sink and used a bottle of Buster Bathroom Unblocker. Have you got a link to it? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Buster Bathroom Unblocker. Let me put that in Google. Do you know what had blocked it, Simpsy? Did you literally put it down there and then AO presto? Oh, yeah, okay. £12 on Amazon. £4 at Ocado sell it. I could get it with my dad's food delivery. Oh, yeah. All right. This is viable. This is viable. Okay. Yeah, all right. Blue and black bottle, Simpsy. Nice one. Cheers, man. A small amount can't hurt. Yeah, I don't know. Petrol in small confined spaces, you know, with interconnecting pipework around the rest of the fucking house. I don't know, dude. It sounds like one of those things that you think, it can't do any damage. But I don't know. You know what I mean? It's petrol, mate. It's gonna burn for ages, right? In a plastic pipe. Let's be honest. It ain't gonna end well, is it? You need a bag of baking soda. So distilled white. I've heard about this. I've heard about the baking soda and distilled white vinegar, you know? I've tried this for cleaning things like coffee mugs. It's all bollocks, dude. It don't do shit, bro. I remember another one that I was told was the thing they clean dentures with. That's supposed to be really good. It fucking ain't, dude. But baking soda and distilled white vinegar, that's going to get rid of your basic shit. I need something way better than these anky-panky fucking half-assed ideas from ye olde fucking days when we're out on the fucking prairie, mate. I need some modern-day badass shit. Yeah, like tiny bot, yeah. Is it longer? My hair is quite long, yeah. Yeah. A long cable tie. Oh, right, okay. A long cable. No, because it won't go around the U-bend. I haven't got a cable tie that long, dude. What you're describing there is the same as what Dicor is on about. I could just get one on eBay for about £2, dude. I tried all the things, yeah, but that baking soda thing don't work, man. But basically, if it's going to work with a bit of baking soda, the problem wasn't that bad in the first place. You know, I've tried that in the past, mate. Normally it's a case of having to unblock it like literally manually, but I did wonder if there was a chemical one that might, you know, if I leave it in there. How long did you leave it in there, Simpsy? Like a few hours, a day? The thing is, they sell that in Arcada, and it looks like about £4. I think it's a £4 a bottle, which is worth a bash, isn't it, man? Well, there you go. You see, you're using it consistently, which means, you know, because there's no way your sinks are blocking consistently, because if they are, then you've got a way bigger problem, haven't you? So because you're using it consistently, you're not actually... Mine's built up over a huge amount of time, you see. You know what I mean? The old baking soda ain't getting through a massive matted air anytime soon, is it? I need something to dissolve that nasty ass human hair. 300 ml. That's what I just saw. Here, let me show. That's exactly what I just saw. 300 ml bottle, £4 from Okada. So I'm going to get 6 bottles. Gloop the shit out of it, mate. You know what I mean? Leave it in for 48 hours. Start noticing, like, it looks like Slimers crawling out of my fucking living room bloody ceiling. You know what I mean? So I think we might have overdone it, mate. You know? Ooh, what was that? That was a weird little delay, wasn't it? Yeah, see, yours ain't that dirty. You do yours every once a month, man. You're coming in here with your little lardy-fardy fixes, bro. This is for a bloke who ain't cleaned that sink probably for 10 years, mate. I don't have time to clean my sinks once a fucking month. What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? What's on this month? Oh, I've got to clean all the sinks. What the fuck, dude? You got too much time on your hands, mate, I'm telling you. Fucking once a fucking decade I clean my fucking sinks. And even then I need fucking Twitch's help to do it. 6 bottles. Trying to clean the drain of his own group. Yeah, well, shh, don't say anything. Shh. How you doing, all, mate? You alright, man? How you feeling today, dude? I'll give that a bash, Simpsy. It'll either be the greatest thing. All right, while we're on this, then, okay, all right, here's another, right? So I've got a little problem on my face, boys. All right, I've got a little problem on my face. You seem to be full of good ideas today. It's not like a scab, and it's not a rash. It's been there for a long time, and it's annoying the fuck out of me because it gets quite painful. It's just underneath my eye, right? And I think it's like it might be a bit of psoriasis. It's like there's nothing in there. There's nothing like, you know, it's not been wounded or injured. It might be a bit of eczema. It might be a bit of psoriasis. But, you know, if I rub my eye and I catch that lower part just above the cheek, it's quite tender, man. And it always looks a little inflamed. And it's not like, don't think it's like being, oh god, it looks like a fucking reptile. It's just a little bit, like at times, a little bit dry, almost like a little bit flaky in a really small area, yeah? And I've tried all sorts. I've tried coconut oil. I tried tea tree oil. I tried Sudocrem. I've tried. What's the one you get for itchy bollocks? Oh no, for itchy vag. Oh, it's next one. I've got some here. What's it called? Oh, Caniston. But athlete's foot, yeah. And I think you can use it on itchy vag as well, can't you? I've tried that. It's not. That don't seem to help. I've tried. A friend's got like eczema, and they use. Is it hydrocortisone? So I borrowed some hydrocortisone. That's like a steroid. That didn't do anything. I don't know what it is, man. I can't. Like a dandruff. Yeah, no, but it's nowhere near that bad. Yeah, it's not dandruff. Like maybe once or twice a month. There's like, I can peel off the tiniest bit of skin, almost like a tiny little scale. That's all I can tell you, really. Sclerosis. Isn't that like scarring of the liver? You have eye herpes. It's not my eye though, so I know it's not that. Yeah, like no, it's not like dandruff. No, it's nothing like dandruff, dude. No, more like a scale. The dandruff's just like little bits of white flaky sort of skin, innit? It's not like it's not flaky like that. But I can't think of what else to try, man. It's fucking annoying, man. Yeah, well, I thought about trying. I mean, without being funny, I've tried undiluted bleach on a cotton bud. I thought like maybe it's like you know, like a bacteria or something. You know, like murder it with bleach. That just made it go a bit red for a day. See it there. Fuck, dude, the fuck? I ain't got, dude. What is with you like getting me to do weird shit? I ain't got time to sit and a fucking tologist. It's just a little tiny bit of fucking like a little thing on my face, mate. You know, had me trying to dip my toes in warm water the other day. Do you hear about this, Simpson? I come out of work, man. My feet were killing me, dude. It's been like really like my boots were heavy. They got a bit wet. My feet were killing me. You know what they said? Twitch chat wanted me to get a warm water, right? Put me fucking feet in it. What the fuck am I? Fucking what the fuck, dude? Oh, I didn't think about pee. Oh, I never thought about pee. See, if I piss in a cup and then get like some. Alright, I'll piss in a cup. I'll try that. Yeah, alright. Yeah, you never know. I mean, I'll try anything at this point. Sudocrem and 17 litre is a ground. No, I've tried Sudocrem. I said, did I not say I use Sudocrem? I swear I said I use Sudocrem. I've used Sudocrem like by the bucket load. I've tried rubbing it in. I've tried like putting like a big smear on it. The only problem with Sudocrem, right, is I keep forgetting how hard it is to get off if you use a lot of it. So there's been a couple of times I've gone out and says, "What's the matter with your face?" I says, "What's the matter?" He says, "You got white shit all over it." Oh, it's Sudocrem, mate. I says, "You gotta wash it off." I said, "Not really, no. I got a little bit of a rash. Look, it's a little rash." So I've tried pissing on it. Maybe it's part of my manly aging process. It's just annoying me now because, like, you know me, I don't give a fuck what I look like, but I've tried everything now. It feels like there's got to be something, right? I just want it. I just want to see, even if it comes back, and you know, let's say the solution is like really weird, and like, I've got to piss on it. Yeah, I'm not actually gonna do that. I just say I'll live with it. It's not a problem. Yeah, I've tried E45, E45, Sudocrem, hydrocortisone, Caniston. There's another one as well. Savlon. Tried Savlon. I tried TCP. That really fucking hurt. Because it's that part of the lower eye. That fucking burnt. That hurt more than the bleach. That was a bad idea. I haven't tried aloe. I tried tea tree oil. Have I tried something that not yet. Not yet. It sounds like a very finite solution. Very finite solution. Yeah, I couldn't go to a dermatologist. Fucking hell, I mean, a dermatologist are like for people with problems, man. You know what I mean? Got psoriasis and X. I ain't gonna go. Bio oil. What the fuck is that? Oh, is that the stuff women rub on their tits after they've had a boob job? Bio oil. I think I've heard about this. One of the girls spoke about this. Is that supposed to help, like, less scarring? She used to massage it into her boobs after she had a boob job. Or am I thinking? I'm not thinking of baby bio, because I'm pretty sure you don't rub that on your tits, but that's what you put on plants, isn't it? Yeah. Have I tried asking a pharmacist? No, because I'm not a fucking pussy. I'm not going in a pharmacist with this tiny little fucking thing. Oh, you got any cream for this? You know what they're going to say? They're going to say Sudocrem, E45, Savlon, hydrocortisone, isn't they? None of it works, mate. I just wondered if anyone got like a cool idea, you know, like a concoction I could try. Yeah, help with scoring bio oil. Isn't that really expensive though? Isn't that like crazy expensive shit? I don't know much about it. I just know she kept banging on about it. You rub it under the underboob. You can imagine that night in the Bunkaya. Well, you got to show us. Got to show us each week, ain't you? So we can tell you if it's working or not. You know what I mean? Otherwise, how will we know? Get your tits out. Yeah, that was a good week, that was. Right, no, input code. Right, how do I do this then? How do I do this, boys? Tasks, journey, survival manual, tasks. 325. 325. I was hoping for more help here, Twitch chat. You know what I mean? You're not normally quite good at the Google feel or something. The thing is, I think I've got another patch. I think it might be expanding. I think I've got a little bit on my forehead as well. I think I must have come into contact with some hideous contaminant or something, you know what I mean? Like some alien, sort of organic infestation, perhaps. Like mites. Maybe I've got face mites. Do you know what I mean? Fucking hell. I never thought of that. That'd be bad, wouldn't it? Can't imagine face mites are a good thing. We probably want to go home and get some ammo, don't we? Yeah, you see, you make it out like, oh, against the dermatologist. This is fucking England, not fucking America. Fucking dermatologist. Jesus Christ, dude. This is fucking real men over here fanning about with fucking dermatologists. What am I doing, dude? Oh, ammo, yeah? Ammo. Let's have a look. Like I said, I can live with it. I just thought you might have you want to try a little bit of, you know, Ginganguli bollocks on that, Grum? It'll clear it up no end, mate. I've either got a choice of pissing on my own face or bio oil that'll probably cost me about $4 for a small sachet. Is it no, it doesn't itch. No, it doesn't itch at all. There's no itchiness or... It literally just looks like a little angry bit of red. But it's like I said, the only reason I would like to get rid of it is it's like if I rub my eye, yeah, and obviously with it being summer, doing gardening, it's quite dusty at times, and like it's actually really sore if I touch it. Like if I touch it and press on it, it's fine. But you know, like if you rub across it, It's actually quite sensitive. You really don't want to explore what sort of critters can live on your body. Oh, dude, I've seen this, mate. These like mega microscopes of all the weird mites and fucking weird critters crawling around. Oh, the face is full of it, right? The face is insanely full of weird shit, yeah. If you get that chemical for the clogging, try... Oh, dude, yeah. Fucking hell, seems he might solve 2 problems. Dude, I didn't think of that. I literally didn't think of that. I've tried bleach. So a little bit of drain cleaner. I'll try it. I'll put a little dab on it. I'll let you know. Can't see a doctor in the UK. We're almost back to seeing a local barber to have things cut off here. To be honest, mate, they've got a lot better. Even my dad admitted this. To be honest, this is going to be regional, right? Getting in the doctors, a lot of them have changed their policy now, haven't they? I don't know whether something's changed. I'll ask the girlfriend later because she'll know. But, like, for example, my dad's doctor and 3 of them around here, because of people I know, right? They used to use that system where you had to ring up at 8:15 in the morning. And basically, if you weren't first in the queue, you probably wouldn't get one. They've all started booking appointments like in a normal calendar for up to 3 weeks in advance, dude. Total change, Gimmer. I don't know whether there's been some new law or how the fuck it's working, dude. But it's all happened in the space of about 2 weeks, dude. My dad's over the moon with it. Face mites give itching. Yeah, I don't think it's... Dr. Twitch chat. So it's red. Yeah, I mean, it's more sort of rub, though. Like I said, if I press on it, I just know I'm pressing my face. Doesn't itch. It's definitely dry. It's definitely dry. 100% dry. Yeah. Yeah, I think when I googled it, I got face cancer, bro. So I thought I probably shouldn't keep looking at that. Grades of full-blown grayscale. Oh, fuck. Dude, what are the chances, right? What are the chances? I watched the YouTube short of that yesterday, dude. What's his name? You know when he gets the scalpel, he's digging into it and all that yellow pus starts spurting out. I actually watched that yesterday, Alethea. Yeah, that's fucking nasty, that is, dude. Yeah, it ain't like that. Not yet, anyway. I feel like we need to solve this now. I feel like this now needs to be an important part of Grumbodian history. You know what I mean? I think we need to solve this, dude. Don't look up fingernail cancer. Ugh, fingernail... Wait, dude, there's such a thing as fingernail cancer. What the fuck? I mean, just take your fingernails off, right? We got the phone system down here. Yeah, I wonder if it's rolling out across certain surgeries or something, Gimmer. Because it's like 4 surgeries that have all done it. 3 around here, and I know my dad's. Live stream of going to the dermatologist. I actually did recently go to a dermatologist. Did I tell you about my mole? Did I tell you about the mole? I did. The doctor said, oh, you've got to go straight away. I was literally booked in almost immediately. I was shitting myself, mate. Absolutely. You know what they did? They took a picture of it with a fucking iPhone. I'm not even kidding you, bro. It's got a fancy little camera thing on it. Took a picture of it, and then you have to wait to hear about it. Apparently, it's nothing to worry about. So that was a big way off my fucking... So I forgot to tell you about that, didn't I? That was fucking hair-raising, mate. I was not happy about that. I actually went to the doctor. I says, like, look, Twitch chat. No. I went to the doctor, mate. I'm a little bit worried about this, mate. This thing like used to be like the size of like, you know, the end of a pencil, and it's already like 5 mil. This thing is growing like fucking rapidly. It's like, let's have a look then. He went, ooh. That's one thing you don't want your doctor saying, isn't it? Ooh. And he went, has it always been like, what did he say? I can't remember. He says it always been, I can't remember the word he used. It was like non-uniform. Like, because it's not like a circle. It's all like, yeah, maybe it looks like, how can I put it? It's not like it's growing out from a central point. You know what I mean? It's all like misshapen around the edges, all jaggedy. And I can't remember what he said. He said, has it always been blah, blah, blah? And I went, well, no, because it was like only tiny a few weeks ago, mate. I went, what, so it's this big in the matter of like a few weeks? I went, yeah. He went, oh, again, that's 2 holes at this point. 2 holes. He's like, oh, fucking hell, bro. I ain't gonna lie to this. He says, right, we need to get you in. I says, okay, right. Well, what do I do? He says, right, I'm gonna get you an appointment now. And it was down the old dermatologist, a unit that deals with nothing but fucking face shit. And I was like, fucking shitting myself, lads. Like, fucking shitting it, dude. Like, proper fucking stressed out, man. I got a family to fucking look after, you know what I mean? And like, all the signs are there, aren't they? You know, it's misshapen, it's growing rapidly, it's like all weird, like brown and grey. Like, what the fuck is this thing, dude? And I shit you not, man. The lad that did it, right? He said, just gonna say a couple of pictures, blah 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 blah, and he pulled out a fucking iPhone, mate. Pulled out an iPhone, and he presses this thing up, and he takes a couple of shots. And he went, right, we'll be back to you soon. I went, come on, mate. Have I got the face cancer, bro? He fucking sort of chuckles. He says, I don't know, mate. He says, I just take the pictures. I went, I've got the cancer in, bro. We had a bit of a giggle. Anyway, have a nice one. And I got the letter. I got the letter in the post. And it went, nothing to worry about, boss man. You're all right, mate. You know, your face ain't going to fucking suddenly fall off. And they gave it a fancy name as well. I'll see if I can dig it out. They gave it a wonderfully fancy name. Nothing to worry about. So, yeah, anyway. But I did. I took your advice. You were all saying, you got to do it, Grum. You know, you shouldn't fuck about, mate. Go and get it sorted. So I did. I plucked up the courage and I went and got it done. And it turned out just to be a bit of a blob on the face, to be honest. Nothing to worry about. I was supposed to keep an eye on it. I don't think I've got to have it looked at again. I don't know. I don't know, a year or something. You all right, Raz? How are you, mate? How's things? Yeah. Twitch chat told me. To be honest, if it wasn't for Twitch chat, I wouldn't have done it. I was like, yeah, whatever. But even the girlfriend says that ain't normal, man. The girlfriend thought I was fucking done for. She thought, you've got to go and get it sent, because that ain't right, mate. I was like, I'm going to have my fucking face carved open. Because the doc said that. The doc said you'll probably have to have that cut out. He did say that. It says, get your appointment. Chances are you'll have to have that cut out, mate. I thought, oh, well, okay. As long as that, you know, that don't lead to anything bad. Best thing a doctor ever said to me at check-in was, oh, you look good, was expecting way worse. That's a good, positive start, isn't it? A friend of mine had a blemish under her nail. Let's get it checked out. She's prone to getting things that are early signs of cancer. Her husband was shitting it, as Google states. It's either highly virulent form of cancer, but also highly curable at the same time. Well, what happened then, Casco? Was she all right, mate? Bust the bathroom unblocker. Yeah, I'm going to try that. What's weird is that actually that is where the other air... I'd say I've got a little bit maybe on my forehead and a little bit near... Because I thought it was that might have caused it, you see. Yeah. Well, I'm going to try the bunker buster. Bunker... What's it called? Bunker buster... what's it called? Bust the bathroom unblocker. Bust the bathroom unblocker. We'll give that a bash, mate. I got the hiccups. Alright, where are we? Let's gather out our food man stuff, dude. Yeah, it is the worst part. It's the waiting, Casco. It's fucking awful, mate. It is. It's really awful, mate. Amazing how fast you're in and out, though, dude. Like, I bet I wasn't even in there for... Well, it definitely took me longer to walk up the stairs and sit down and wait, like, a couple of 3 minutes to get called. I bet I was in and out of the building in less than 10 minutes, too. And I'm going to be honest, I think I'd probably have a few minutes spare on that as well, mate. Almost straight in, clickety-click, off you go. Amazing, really. Blobby spot on the face of one of those fasciitis of blobbispatosia. Yeah, that's what I had, mate. Well, that's what I've got, dude. It's kind of weird. I never really noticed it either for a long time. Because I used to, like, shave my head. So, you know, so sometimes I'd sort of grow a bit of a beard. And I suppose I knew I'd got a little mole there, but it had never like been so large, misshapen, and also a bit knobbly. You know, if you rub your finger over that area, you definitely feel it was raised. God, I'm an ugly fucker. I really. I'm a hideous man to look at. I think this is why I was such a violent rugby player. I think it was the perfect sport for me. It's just like, no matter how many times you break your nose or bash your fucking head in, it's just probably there's a chance you might make it better. Well, you can't say it's not an improvement, man. Your fucking nose splatted halfway across your face. Oh, dearie me. You gotta laugh, boys. Embrace who you are, that's what I say, man. Make the most of it, right? Yeah, that little rashy thing is fucking annoying. Because I don't know how to fix it, man. You know, like anything else. You know, I've got a blood blister. You know, you stick a hot pin in your nail bed, don't you? And all the blood oozes out of it. You got a scab. You just get a scalpel and pick it out. You know what I mean? You can solve all these things, can't you? You got itchy balls, just smear them with toothpaste. Don't do that, by the way. It's a very bad idea. You know, there's a home remedy for things, isn't there? You know what I mean? But I've tried it's the most I've ever tried to get rid of like, you know, something that's a little bit inconvenient. I can't find anything, dude. Nothing at all. We'll shift it, bro. Blood blisters are fucking amazing. The ones under your nail are the best, man. Getting a hot pin. Oh, it's so fucking cool. The smell. The little ejection. Like little blowout. Oh, it's so good. It don't get any better. Now my fucking face is hurting. Because now it's gone all sensitive because we're talking about it. Free nose job. Yeah, you know, just knock it back straight. Well, one of my ears is very misshapen compared to the other, but I'm very lucky. I don't have... What do they call it? I'm fucking up. Most of the lads have got it. What do they call it? Boxers get it. Rugby players get it. Cauliflower ear. Yeah, I never got cauliflower ears. Not even a hint of cauliflower ear. I'm very lucky on that front. No, it's cauliflower, not cabbage. Points for trying. I mean, close enough, right? Yeah, I never had that, which obviously I'm quite happy about that. Because that's pretty nasty, man. BJJ practice. What's a blowjob jewelry? What's a BJJ? Any sort of physical sport, you're very likely to get. You're not going to get an American football there because you wear a helmet. But yeah, I mean rugby. Wrestling, boxing. It's not uncommon, is it? What's BJJ? What's a BJJ practitioner? What's that? Brussels sprouts. bit of broccoli here. Oh, it's a nasty bit of broccoli here. That is, bro. Yeah, wrestlers. Yeah, is the sword pack smooth or is it bobbly? It's not. Yeah, it's not bobbly. If by bobbly you mean like spheroid raised bumps, it's very smooth. But like I said, if I was to completely 100% leave it, like by the end of a couple of weeks, I might get like a single little shed of skin will come off. Like a single little shed. You know like when you peel, but you know when normally when your skin peels from being burnt, it's still quite moist, isn't it? It's still quite. It's not brittle, is it? There's a certain amount of stretch still there. It's think of a very small 5mm by 5mm, like not a scale. A scale's taking it too far, but Yeah, I'd say like a little piece of dried skin. It's really tender to get at it. You got to get your nail under one section and then you peel it off. And it's a lovely feeling, actually, as it comes away. Oh, Brazilian Jiu. How the fuck was I supposed to know that from DJ? You give me a B, you give me a J. I'm going to think blowjob, you know. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, it's not nice. It's not nice. Okay, nothing in there. Doesn't Joe Rogan do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or something? He's a bit of a beast of a man, isn't he? Are you making any progress on the Google Fusency? I think I know where your missing one might be, Jaboshua. I'm just trying to pay attention. I think I remember this one quite well-ish. I tried aloe vera. No, I haven't. No. But the reason that I don't think that's going to make any difference is aloe vera isn't really anything fancy, is it? You know, like if you imagine like Sudocrem and Savlon and all those, and hydrocortisone is not doing anything. I can't possibly imagine aloe vera is going to do anything either. Tea tree oil doesn't do anything. Do you know what I mean? I think I'd be really skeptical to imagine aloe vera would somehow magically make a difference. Got too small start on your right leg. Yeah, I think it's psoriasis because my brother's got psoriasis, but he has it really badly in his like joints, you know, knees and elbows and things. So I think it's just it's probably something I've always had, and because I've been out in the sun a little bit more recently, maybe it's just drying it up a little bit faster. So I've just become a bit more aware of it, perhaps. Yeah, you mentioned aloe. No, I've not tried aloe. See, the thing is, what is aloe? You know, I mean, what am I going to get? There must be 1,000 different products. Aloe vera this, aloe vera that. You know, what percentage strength of actual aloe is it? You know, I just, you know, I'm sure that's great for some things, but I would imagine like all this stuff probably has some degree of impact. You know, if you've got psoriasis and you put Sudocrem on it or hydrocortisone on it or whatever, there's going to be some kind of relief or something, you know, even if it doesn't remove it. Like, nothing I've tried has made any difference. Like, nothing at all. But, you know, what is... It's like the tea tree oil I bought. I don't know what strength it is. You know? I mean, aloe, you know, an extract of the aloe plant. You know, do I need to get pure aloe? Yeah, I mean, I just can't imagine it's going to make any difference personally. Right, okay, I'm going to have to be a bit careful here because I've only got a little bit of... Oh, hang on, where's my... You're right, Druck, how are you, man? Do you moisturise your face? Well, the honest answer to that is that I can't be asked anymore. I used to use... I used to use what's it? Is that a bad dude? Oh, that's a bad dude. That's a bad dude. That's not a player, is it? Fuck. I've got another one of them badasses, but this one's hunting me, dude. These guys are better than the what's it? The hunters from the Division, dude. Oh shit! There is no way, right? No, there is just absolutely no way I can take them down. What was I saying, dudes? Can't remember now. What was I babbling on about? Do I moisturise my face? I used to use that Nivea. I used to get really cheap from the supermarket. Nivea aftershave, balm, and I used to rub that all in my face. But that never made any difference to it, to be honest. So yeah, I can't be asked moisturising anymore. I'm just going to grow old gracefully, I think. It's a plant, maybe. Oh, yeah, I know what aloe vera is, dude. Fucking hell, I think we all know what aloe is. Jesus Christ, it's been in every survival game we've ever played, isn't it, mate? You grow your own aloe. What do you do with it? Like, do you use it for medicinal purposes, or? Shave my. I've never shaved my legs, dude. No. I've had a bit of a problem with my calves over the years. I had this nasty habit of sitting cross-legged at times, like legs out, and instead of like having them spread out, I used to like cross them. So the back, and quite often, I'd put my right leg over my left leg, so I got like the equivalent of like a bald patch on my right calf. So I started trying to stop sitting that way, because it looked like I was shaving the back of one calf and not the other. I don't ever grew back the same way, to be honest. I've got quite airy legs, so... I shaved my arse once. Don't ever do that. That's a terrible fucking mistake. No. So technically I didn't shave my own arse, but anyway, that's a story for another day. No, I don't. No, I went to the bathroom and can break apart a leaf if needed for a home remedy. Yeah, so you're talking like straight out, because it's like it's quite sticky, isn't it? Like it's like quite. It's like almost like a greeny looking. Well, it's actually almost looks like white, doesn't it? Like a colourless gel. And as you snap it, it comes out like sort of you know, a slightly more. It's certainly more viscous than water, obviously, isn't it? So basically, I've got to go and grow some aloe plants in my bathroom and then stab my fucking face with a cactus. Yeah, so it sounds brilliant. SIBO psoriasis. Yeah, I think that's what I looked at. Yeah, so it's like sebaceous psoriasis, isn't it? I never tried witch hazel, actually. Witch hazel was supposed to be good. That was one I did read about, and I've never tried that. I tried the tea tree oil. Yeah, witch hazel could be worth a bash. Hello, Vera. You alright, mate? Burns and stuff. Break a piece off and spread the juicy jelly on it. That's it. Yeah. You're right, Jules. I had a bottle of aloe gel when the kids were small. It has anti-inflammatories and healing properties. 100% pure aloe. Yeah, well, I suppose it is if you're ripping it out of your plant, right? Right, I've died way too many times now. I'm gonna have to repair all this shit off. I bet I'm gonna run out of scraps, leather scraps, aren't I? I should probably go and make some of those, because they take a while to craft, don't they? But I think I have to unlock it. Is that right? It's in the cradle somewhere. It's got like its very own little section or something, hasn't it, if I remember. Leather working. Did I actually get that? Leftovers. Let's grab at least 100 of those. That'll do us, won't it? How are we doing on ammo? Not bad. These fucking lunar shadow dudes are fucking dangerous motherfuckers, dude. I might try witch hazel. I might give that a bash. I think I've used witch hazel many years ago, and I can't remember what it was for. And I'm sure that would, because you can get it like on a dab stick as well, can't you? I'm sure that's what I had. Like, it was like a lipstick, but it wasn't obviously a lipstick. It was just a stick of witch hazel. Tainted Grail, the Fall of Avalon. I've heard of it. Let me have a look, see if it rings a bell. Apparently it's already in my Steam library, so they must have sent me a copy of this. So that means we'll probably stream it, because I very rarely accept copies of games that I haven't played. Is this the one that was like the Skyrim, but it was absolute fucking dog shit on performance? Did we not have like really really early access to this one, guys. It was the one where I was like, oh my god, it's better than Skyrim, until we got into the real world. And the performance just literally fell off a cliff. Is that one, guys? Because we never went back to it, did we? Because we always said we'd go back. Because, you know, it's got to be... I think we started off in like a dungeon, didn't we? As in a prison. And it was like really cool. And I got out and I think I went to a goblin camp or something. It was like, oh my god, the frame rate, dude. It was so janky, bro. I mean, I just noticed straight away there, it seems to have a lot of positive reviews. I'll have a look at that later, Alethea. Nice catch, man. Nice catch. Because I was really impressed with what I saw until the performance issue here. It was unplayable, to be honest. It wasn't like me just moaning about a bit of stuttering. It really was terrible, wasn't it? Like, really bad. I don't think there was any occlusion built in whatsoever. You know, looking pretty much any direction, and the whole game just fell apart, dude. Yeah, when you leave the prison, it must be that, dude. It must be the same game, man. I mean, it looks like it's got positive reviews, bro. Let us know if you pick it up, man. I'll have a ganders later. I might even download it, but I'm not going to get a chance though, because I've got to do some gardening. But Witch Hazel for spots. I remember. I was quite lucky with spots. I wasn't too spy, but I've got a lot of sort of scoring from chicken pox and things. I think even at that age, I was a bit of a picker. You know, I wasn't too bad. I wasn't too bad with spots. I certainly didn't have acne. Let's put it that way. I had a couple of friends did, man. God, dude, that's rough, bro. You got enough on your plate when you're that age, didn't you? It's just one of those things like kids shouldn't have to deal with shit like that, man. Because I'm talking about really bad acne. You know, really affected who they were, how they perceived themselves. You know, like, as you get older, it's like, who gives a fuck, man? You are who you are, right? Take it or leave it, mate. I don't give a fuck. Some people are beautiful, some people fucking ain't, right? Sometimes it's about who you are, innit? But, you know, as a kid, the world ain't like that. And even back then, I mean, I dread to think what it's like these days, mate. I wouldn't wish it on any child, would you? So something like that, sort of facial disfigurement, and it's painful, and you know, it's awful. Acne's a terrible, terrible thing. Luckily, and I don't really know how I know this, but I spent quite a lot of time on YouTube and Google looking into prosthetics and the advancement of prosthetics. And you remember I spoke about that wonderful young lady who's got like her own makeup business, and she's got no fucking arms, and she's got some amazing prosthetics that even lets her do professional grade makeup. Incredible, mate, absolutely fucking incredible. But there are some really good YouTubers who are extremely unlucky with the acne, and they're amazing, mate. You know, it's all about, you look, it is what it is, man. You know, be up, you know, look, it is. You know, but they're not down in the dumps and trying to sell you a product. They're just going through their, you know, their cleansing routines and talking about the horrors of yesterday. You know, yesterday was the worst day I've ever had. Oh, you know, it was painful, and like, you know, I've never felt so greasy, and it's like a diary, and it must be wonderful if you're a kid to have someone that is like so well. Oh my god, this dude is like crazy, bro. You know, so when he was just so forthright and open about so something that, you know, the rest of the world, you know, or the world as you know it as a kid, is probably like, ugh, look at you, what's the matter with your face? Oh, fucking hell, kids are fucking rough, in them. But yeah, there's some really nice, positive vibe YouTubers for things like that, man. You played the demo yesterday. It ends when you leave the prison. It's an incredibly beautiful specimen, but just not for this planet. What's that? Oh, you're an incredible... I thought you meant the game then. I was like, oh, what's that? born into the wrong species, Elysium. Nah, we'll be alright when the zombie apocalypse happens, mate. What is that? What is this? This isn't Star... I was going to say Star... It's not Star Patrol, is it? Star Trace. Is that you? Fucking hell. They were a bit rough, weren't they? Did you give her a hand? Boom, boom. She's really cool. She's got some amazing prosthetics. The thing that I was impressed with hers were the delicacy with which she can pick up things. So, however it registers the pressure on something, and again, I have no idea how it works at that sort of mechanical, sort of servo level, but it's she's able to do extremely fine makeup work with brushes and things like that, and also pick up ever so delicate things, you know, with a almost 100% degree of success. You know, for all functionality purposes, she's got 2 fully functioning hands and arms. Amazing, absolutely incredible. This is getting... These Lunar Knights are getting hard, aren't they? They're really not fucking around. And when we get these Lunar Shadow dudes, whatever they're called. Thing is, they spawn like all around you, don't they? You've got to be so on it, man. What time is it? 2:27. We've nearly survived the night. Oh god, it's so annoying when I do that. I keep picking up the. Like one tap from them can almost be enough to murder me. How are you doing, Solex? You alright? So basically, we failed as a community. We might have failed on the dermatology test today, but we may try Witch Hazel. We'll see how that goes. And Uncle Buck's Unblocking Bonanza juice as well, whatever it was called, that Simps is recommended. If I get that in my fucking eye and I go blind, I'm holding you responsible, Simpson. Oh god, jeez. It's not the way the corpses ragdoll. Well, I don't think you need to worry anymore, Alethea. I mean, I don't like to do it, but I know not a lot of people probably have. I think you can... Can't you choose now to auto-gather all loot? I assume it's only for dropped loot. So I suppose technically you don't need to hit the F button anymore. Or whatever the button is. When you're out murdering things. I think someone said that had been added recently. I don't like that. I actually like to manually collect my loot. Yeah, I don't know how you change it, Alethea. Yeah, could be worth you looking into, though, dude. I imagine most of the player base probably have that active. I'm sure one day I will as well. The thing is that when I start the game, I'm sort of like looking at what I'm picking up, you know? So I can time the looking down at the relevant section of the screen as I press the button, you see. Just to familiarise myself with what the loot actually is. Shit, did I miss that yellow chest? That wasn't a crate, though, was it? Nice. Nice, boys. Nice. I think nuts. Not sure if that was a morphic trait or not. Really? Accuracy on this gun is so cool once you've got it like accessorized up. Oh, is this the Avalon one? You tested it out and it's kind of janky. It has some sort of cool... Oh, sorry, no, so sorry. Completely different. I tested it out and it's kind of janky. It has some sort of cooldown and it loots junk around you as well as dropped loot. Oh, right. So might not be an all singing, dancing solution. Yeah? When you say it picks up loot around you as well as drop loot, isn't that a good thing? Don't you want all the loot in this game? I'm just trying to think like what I wouldn't want it picking up. So like there, would it have auto picked that up without me clicking the button? And like if I just ran over here and ran through that, it would just have picked it up, would it? Or is it not that simple? I really, really want to play a stealth game, like a good stealth game, like Metal Gear Solid. Ever since we mentioned Splinter Cell the other day, is there anything out there like that? I enjoyed Plague Tale and Plague Tale Requiem, but they're not really stealth in the sense that yes, it is, but there's a lot more to those games than just the stealth mechanics, aren't there? You know, the rat control, the puzzling. You know, Metal Gear Solid, you know, rolling around, sausage rolling, putting dudes in lockers, Sam Fisher spread eagled across the, you know, a corridor. I really like those games, man. It's another genre we don't seem to be getting much of, do we? Well, certainly not that I know of, anyway. What the hell hit me then? Like, seriously, what just hit me then? What just hit me, dude? Could be that. Asshole. 16 degrees. That sounds like... I would imagine that feels chilly with aircon, doesn't it, dude? Because aircon tends, the whole point is it tends to be moving the air around as well, doesn't it? That sounds like that would be like, I don't know, like not nice. What is it here? I mean, it's like 14 degrees outside, so 16 degrees ain't cold, is it? But if it's like air blowing around, that'd feel a little breezy, chilly on it. Yeah, but you kind of need to stutter step a bit because of the cooldown. Oh, okay. Well, if it in any way affects the general motion of the game, then it's a 100% ain't happening on my end. It says, I don't mind. It's one of those things that I think when you stream a lot, you have like these little weird... You know, I think you don't even know you're doing it sort of at all. It's kind of a subconscious thing. So it's like each time I pick up a bit of loot like that, it's I just glance to the left, just ever so quickly, just glance like, what am I getting? You know, it's just something I do. Because otherwise, it's so easy to miss things when you're constantly glancing at, you know, another screen or two. The best one for that was 7 Days to Die. So it's like every time I started hitting a door with an axe to get through it, that was when I would always be looking at Twitch chat. So the amount of doors I hacked my way through, they used to drive chat fucking mad. Where I literally could have just opened it. It was an open door. I could have just clicked it and it would have opened. But I sat there for a couple of seconds hitting it with a fucking axe. So, I think there's one up here, isn't there? And there's one up at the top of the church. But I'm not sure if that's the mythical crate or whatever. You've got inside the church, then you've got the scaffolding stuff around the back of the church, then you've got the one up on the building. Did you, I mean, is it something you'll stick with, Alarian? Or have you just simply got rid of it, bro? I mean, I might try it. Don't know to try it. See how it feels. But reluctant to face each other. Does that mean we turn them so they don't look at each other? Or does it want me to actually make them face each other? We now have our answer, don't we? There we go. It breaks the flow you've used to a bit since you're kind of paying more attention to see if it actually looted or not. So you can see the thing is, I find if you run past it and just spam click the button, it picks up everything anyway, dude. I do it quite a lot in combat. You know, especially if it's in like something like LEA or something, where we've had a tight pack of mobs and I'm sprinting to the next the sort of area I need to be, and I'll just be spam clicking FD. I'm pretty sure it picks everything up, doesn't it? And then there's one up there, I think. I'm not sure if that might just be a normal box there, right? I mean, I've got everything, so we'll go and grab that. Are there any games coming out this week? Anyone here tried the big one? You know, that Kai, because he's playing, isn't he? And a lot of them are playing. What's it called? Schedule 1, isn't it? It's like a drug. It's like a Breaking Bad sort of drug empire build, isn't it? Where you're at. It's like Grand Theft Auto in a way. You know, you're in a sort of realised world. You're driving a car around. You've got to set up like your little grow pods in your... I don't know. I haven't watched too much of it because it just goes I do play it. But, you know, I assume you buy or rent a house or something. And you set up like your little cannabis growing things, and you have to go out and hand deliver them, don't you? To the residents of the world. And but I don't think it's really my cup of tea, honestly. Got it, Joshua, yeah. Yeah, it's just lad around the back. Yeah, it's I must admit that I always go the wrong way around as well. You go around that other side, I think it's easier to get down. And you can do the little mini puzzle game as well while you're there. Then. Right, that's another one done. We're making good progress here, actually. Let's go and get this one done. Another one of those cookie cutter petrels. Oh, I don't know that one, but yeah. I mean, it's, you know, to be fair, I mean, it looks very in-depth. I mean, and the dude's already banged out $20 million worth of sales, and I should imagine that's even more now, isn't it? So, what a wonderful success story. But, yeah, it's kind of thing that, you know, I'd buy for a rainy day. I'd probably know to have some fun with. But I'm just too busy, man. Just too busy to pick up something like that, I think. Maybe one day. I think you can play it multiplayer. I believe you can, anyway. I don't know whether it's possible to set up a server and have a bit of fun like that, or whether that just sort of, you know, kind of takes away from it. I don't know. It's like everything's a bloody simulator game these days, isn't it? The only thing is, we never get a space simulator. We just seem to keep getting, like, you know, like you said, like, checkout simulator. I mean, fucking hell, go and get a real fucking job at that point, right? Sit there fucking playing cash out simulator. I mean, car mechanic simulator I could probably get. You know, you can probably say, well, you might learn something from that. You know, it could be education. I'm sure it fucking is. But you can at least blag it a bit, couldn't you? What's the... Oh, there we go. What's the jump button? I'm missing my funky jumps, boys. I wonder what possessed them to add that in. I'm really glad it is. But I wonder at what point they were. Oh, should we make the? Yeah, how did that get in the game? Is there actually like some puzzles built around it, maybe? You've got to like race up a ramp and hit your jump boost or something. Oh my god! Oh, Jesus Christ! What the fuck, dude? It obviously thinks there's something in the raid, doesn't it? What the hell was that all about? There's lots of those games that basically do the same thing with similar graphics, but a slightly different setting, like petrol station or cannabis shop or game shop. Yeah, to be fair, and that's what I'm getting at. I think that the one that we're talking about here, the Schedule 1, to be fair, I think quite a lot more has been done with it, to be honest. It's not just like a classic flip. Yeah, we've made 3 games like this. Let's just reskin it and call it another Simulator S type. But to be fair, Schedule 1 does look like... You know, apparently there's quite a lot of depth to it. Now, what they mean by that, I'm not sure, because I didn't really want to watch too much in case I do pick it up. But apparently you can actually get quite intimate later on. You know, the way you manage all the systems and things and the empire that you're slowly building up. It's not like a one-trick pony. You know, play for a couple of hours and you've probably seen most of it. So it's the only one I've ever even thought about getting. All that sort of stuff always reminds me of something like you could probably play a Roblox version of it. You know what I mean? I think they're being sued, aren't they? The guy that's made it, I'm sure another game company is suing them, even though they haven't got a leg to stand on and everyone knows it. You got about 50 hours. Well, what's your thoughts on it, Drop? I mean, 50 hours straight away, that's amazing, right? Any game that gives you 50 hours. I mean, it's only about, what, 20 quid? Something like that? A bit more than that, maybe? I'm sure it's a pretty reasonable price, isn't it? I'm going to be honest. I do feel like it's one of those games that no one would have given a fuck about. Unless it went viral. And it went viral because, you know, again, content creation, isn't it? But, you know, if it means a good game gets its chance, then that's great. I mean, clearly a lot of people are watching it. I wonder how many other games just slip through the radar, you know? I think he put a really good demo out, didn't he? You get someone like Kai Cenat playing it. Fucking hell, dude. You can't pay for publicity like that. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to afford it. You never recoup the costs, would you? Good to see. It's always nice to see, you know, because it's just one dude. I can't remember his name. Just one fella made it. 20 million already. And that was just within the first day or two, wasn't it? From sitting there making a computer game. That makes you wonder, like, with the power of AI, you know, wonder what the first, like, big viral game that has been built by some dude, like, literally you just played with AI. Because you know it's going to happen. It's 100% going to happen. There ain't no way it won't happen. There will be a game come out where some dude fanning about with some AI and a game engine and built a game that goes viral and he makes an incomprehensible amount of money from it. I think we should do it. What do you reckon, Castle? Well, what should we do? Dildo Factory Simulator. What do you reckon, bro? Estimated 1.3. Well, that's a bit of a range, isn't it? What, estimated 1.8 to 3.7? That's like a huge range of sales, isn't it? That sounds like someone's putting figures out of their ass, doesn't it? Is that just based on concurrent player base on Steam and extrapolating that data? I mean, you know, your top end is double your bottom end, isn't it? I played quite a bit of it, and it is your typical sim tycoon game, but it's not another asset flip. No, that's what I mean. I mean, even the characters, to be fair, you know, I've seen a couple of the pedestrians walking around, and although it's not really like the kind of thing I would say I like, I was quite fascinated by the animation of the walking, and then the way I saw someone like look around at the player character as they went past them. And I thought, you know what, that actually looks pretty tight, man. And it looks very clean. You know, it looks very clinical. Yeah, it looks like it's responsive and snappy to you know, the things you're asking the game to do. I mean, you know, like I said, not really my cup of tea. But I bet you, if what I've heard is true, and there's quite a lot of depth to it, I reckon I'd probably enjoy it. Because again, it's simulator-esque, isn't it? You know, you are building your empire, you know, taking the wins and the losses. I don't know, like, how far it goes in terms of, like, maybe combat and defending territories and things, but not sure if that's even a part of the game. But I know you can get, like, presumably stuff. I think I saw on a YouTube short where you can get stopped by the police. And it looked like you could maybe hide something, you know, like if you got a bag of ganj on you, you can maybe hide it from the police. You're just like one thing, maybe. I think that was the whole point in the video. I didn't really pay much attention. A sex shop simulator would probably be a great choice. It would cause controversy to get attention as well. What about if occasionally, like, we sell sex aids and especially dildos. We have the bunker buster dildo, and maybe we create a Wi-Fi variant or a Bluetooth variant for RGB enabled sex shenanigans, but maybe they can go wrong. An AI can jack into them, and then people can get murdered by their dildos. You know what I mean? Like, whole families massacred by an RGB-enabled death dildo. You know what I mean? This is why I should get paid big bucks for this project, mate. The possibilities are endless. I bet none of you thought about that, did you? The bunker buster dildo. Yeah, I tell you what, mate. I should get paid a lot more money. I reckon a lot more money. There's families of... Yeah, no, this is the point. This is why we have to do a recall. I'm not saying this is what we're building, dude. This is because... Did you listen to anything I say? This is because they were taken over by artificial intelligence through the Bluetooth and Wi-Fi connections. And AI is using our dildo busters to murder people. And we've got to sort of, like, solve the problem, man. Come on, dude. Fuck me. Pay attention. This is an important fucking boardroom meeting, dude. Does this game still have RAM leakage? No. As far as I know, it's never had RAM leakage. What was that? Just for people like who didn't know what they were talking about? No, it hasn't, mate. I've never had RAM leakage in this game, dude. I know that was the thing that people were using when it first came out to try and throw it under a bus, because it was being... The RAM leakage was being suggested as part of the... what's their anti-cheat called? And the conspiracy theory was that it was sending all your data, wasn't it? Progression's nice, feels rewarding. It's kind of a ranks to riches type of deal where you start with a few plants and end up having a factory with workers. I mean, I like the idea of that. It sounds all right. I'd rather be playing Grand Theft Auto 6. Not gonna fucking lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think this is it, though, you see. I mean, there's nothing wrong with picking up games that are kind of like little throwaway games, but I don't do that anymore. I really don't. Mainly because of the potential cost implications, I think. I mean, how much is that game? How much is Schedule 1 on Steam? Is it about £20? What am I missing? Armor crate and the mystical crate. So I'm gonna assume. I'm a bit surprised. It's got to be up there, right? My mate and I think they're going to charge for GTA Online. I think that's inevitable. I kind of just assume that. I think you'll be able to play. I think you'll be able to play for free. But I think what's it called? That GTA. I bought it actually. I wonder if I need to cancel that. I think I might do it for 1 month. What's that new thing they've got as GTA, dude? You didn't have access to it on PC until literally a few weeks ago, did you? Like Grand Theft Auto Online subscription service. I think what they'll do is they'll let you play it for free. I don't think there'll be any barrier to at least playing it for free, but I think they will make that subscription service so utterly necessary that you will end up playing for online. I can't possibly imagine that won't be the case. So yeah, I agree, Sumo. I don't think it will be quite as simple as like you can't play unless you pay per month. But I think they will incentivize the purchase of a monthly subscription to make it borderline farcical that you wouldn't get it, you know? Bit like Elder Scrolls Online does it. And Fallout 76 does it. You know, technically you don't have to pay per month, but the chances are you're going to want to, I would imagine. Your RAM and GPU RAMs were maxed out, it was buggy. Yeah, I mean, what have you got, dude? What's your hardware? I mean, I've been playing it since the beginning of time, mate. So if your RAM and your video RAM are maxing out, I mean, how much have you got? I mean, that sounds like an issue you've got there, dude. That I don't think I've ever had or heard anyone else speak of, unless you've just got, you know, grossly underpowered hardware, perhaps, but... So, if that's flashing, there must be... Is it up there? Talking of sex toys, have you heard that... And if it's recent, then that's definitely a you issue. I can understand, like, maybe on launch, where there might have been some erratic things going on. But if you mean, like, in the last month or so, that's definitely an issue your end, dude. Talking of sex toys, have you heard those are the latest high... Hang on, what? Talking of sex toys, have you heard those are the latest hybrid warfare? I don't know how to translate that. I don't know what you mean. What are we talking about? They are the latest hybrid warfare. GTA is going to be 100 plus. I think that's inevitable as well. I can't possibly imagine that GTA... If you buy GTA 6... I think it's the only game that will get away with it as well. I think there'll be huge backlash from others. I mean, let's be honest, right? I mean, in the UK, a top tier game on the PlayStation service is going to be what? Between 60 and 70, is it, guys? So there is no way on God's green earth that Grand Theft Auto 6 isn't going to be £70 plus. I don't think they will even hesitate at putting it out as the base product at £80, and it won't affect sales in the slightest. People will pretend and go on a big rant about it, but they'll all fucking buy it. You know, if you're not going to buy GTA, you're not going to buy GTA anyway. If you're going to be buying GTA, the price don't come into it, man. It's a once in a fucking decade game, isn't it? They could put it out at £100 on PlayStation. They wouldn't even see a fraction of a percent of drop in sales. The thing is, it's because they've earned the reputation. You know, love them or hate them. You know, Grand Theft Auto is a product that many people have got very fond memories of. You know, I mean, look at Starfield. How many people went out and bought £100 plus edition of Starfield just to play a single player game there? Some people spent £150, £160 on that game. So why should GTA be any different? The difference is Rockstar probably will put out a banger of a game, right? If it was £150, I'd buy it. No, I'm not saying I'd be happy. I'm not saying I agree with it, but nothing on this fucking planet stopping me playing Grand Theft Auto 6. Unless there are serious problems, you know, unless I hear, you know, in the lead up that there is a major flaw with the game, you know, like it makes my PlayStation explode or something. Well, let's be honest, we're in the realm of fantasy. Yeah, I own so many copies of GTA 5, dude. So many copies, though. Even on launch, I think I had 3 or 4 copies on launch, though. Yeah, exactly. Well, GTA 6 isn't launching on PC, so there's no point talking about that. I'm talking about PlayStation games on PlayStation, so forget PC. It's got no part in the launch of GTA 6 as its console only. So if a game, you know, if a top tier game is £70 on PlayStation Store, then there is just no way GTA 6 is going to be any less than that, is there? Switch to Mario Kart is going up by 10. To what, dude? In the summer of 2024, there were several explosions in parcel distribution centres in the EU. And they can now say that cosmetic and sex toys were mixed with explosives sent with Russian fingerprints. The fuck? What? People were sending exploding dildos. Dude. This is shocking. Like, what sort of mental head case would you have to be to think of exploding? Oh, wait. Nintendo 8. Nintendo 8 what? I saw someone in Discord jailbreak Nintendo games into a Steam Deck, lol. Well, the Steam Deck... Well, hang on, what's that got to do with anything? The Steam Deck is an extremely powerful emulator, isn't it? But you're going to be struggling with that with the Switch 2, aren't you? Because, like, the old thing's going fucking online. Even your physical games now require you importing a Game Pass, don't they? I mean, Nintendo are charging such a ridiculous amount of money for their games. Because they're not worth it. And I could argue objectively not worth it, you see. A Nintendo game could be a wonderful game, but just look at the frame rate, the amount of attention to detail in the graphics. You're paying a lot of money for what is still a fairly simple looking game, aren't you? Now, obviously the Switch 2, we've got to hope that it's going to look a lot better. But there's just no reason to go and buy a third-party game on a Switch 2 when you could buy it on your PlayStation, is there? You're going to have a way better time of it on PlayStation. A significantly more powerful bit of hardware. But we don't know that. We might be surprised. I mean, what you got to bear in mind is the Switch 2 is very much picking my face now. It's an NVIDIA-based system, isn't it? Whereas all the consoles we have are very much AMD based. I mean, we don't know, do we? We could all be sitting there going, holy fuck, the Switch 2 is actually really impressive. I don't think it's going to happen, not in a million years. But until we see it in the wild, we just don't know, do we? When those first, you know, third-party games come out, we get all this 120 hertz bullshit. You're not going to be playing Cyberpunk 2077, right, at 4K 120 hertz docked on the fucking Nintendo Switch 2, are you? If you think that's going to happen, then I think you're smoking crack. However, you never know, do you? You know, but you know it ain't going to happen, right? But, you know, we'll wait and see. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt, yeah? Let's wait until people have got the systems in their hands. Let's see how Cyberpunk 2077 actually runs on a Switch 2. But you know what I mean? I'm not paying, you know, the same amount of money for GTA 6 as I am for fucking Mario Kart. It ain't happening, bro. It ain't happening, mate. There is a point where I am paying for the overall, you know, and I'm not saying, you know, you can put a price on art, but, you know, when a game is spectacular in its visuals, you know, I could argue a lot of work's gone into that, especially from the optimization element. You know, a photorealistic cyberpunk city versus a Mario game. You know, just come on, dude. Nintendo, you know, who is your target audience? Because I know it's not me. And let's say there was a version of me with disposable income. I still don't care enough. I'm not paying that sort of money for games that I'm not that fussed in. Or fussed about. Now give me GTA 6 and I'll fucking give you just about anything. But Nintendo, you know, Nintendo, have they priced themselves out of the arena for people like me? They've certainly priced them out of the realms of kids. You know, is Nintendo not, you know, one of the things that we still love about Nintendo is they make, you know, in a way cheery, fucking crazy, interesting games. You know, I've always loved the Zelda games, right? I've loved Mario Kart. There is something just like almost wholesome, for want of a better word, about a Nintendo game. But I ain't paying the same amount of money for a Nintendo console and Nintendo games as I would for PlayStation. You know, the PlayStation 5, you know, it's a pretty chunky bit of kit, right? So some of those games look amazing, Spider-Man and all that. I am not paying the same price for a Nintendo product. They haven't even fucking bothered to put an OLED screen on it. So you all know you're going to get fucking scammed into buying a fucking OLED screen in a year or two. You know, they're fucking us over on physical media. They're asking us to pay for a demo, you know, an actual demo about how their system works. They want us to pay for that. Are you smoking crack at this point? I don't think they're using the Hall effect Joy-Cons either, are they? Joysticks on the what's it? So no, the Joy-Cons will be breaking pieces of shit again as well. They're mad. I think Nintendo have fucking lost the fucking plot, to be honest. Which is a shame. Like I said, I get no satisfaction out of that. I would love to be sitting there going, I don't know, I really want to buy a Switch 2, man. I can't wait to play such and such, but I'm not. They haven't done anything to make me excited. The Cyberpunk, what next? That wheelchair game, man was laughing. It's like, that, fuck's sake, dude. Like, what the fuck, bro? You know, I really wanted to root for Nintendo. You know, I was genuinely thinking, like, I just don't see... You know, I thought they might come up with something completely radical. Like they did with the Switch. And the Switch 2 is just a slightly better Switch, isn't it, really? But even more expensive. And even more expensive games. And nothing in that launch lineup that I can honestly say is enough to tempt me back into playing the Switch. And I think that's a shame, really. You never know, though. Just give me one game. You know, like, so for example, I didn't want to say it out loud because, you know, I if they'd launched with a Monster Hunter, or maybe, I can't remember what else I was thinking in Hopes and Dreamland, but like if they'd launched with a completely exclusive new Monster Hunter, Switch 2 only, I might have thought, oh, you fucker, you know? I might have thought about it, you know. Hold on with the Switch 2. So, yeah, exactly. I mean, like I said, day one, no chance. Absolutely no chance. I doubt I'd even be able to get one, even if I wanted to be honest. Because in the UK, you needed to have had an online subscription with them for 2 years to be part of the first wave. So I wouldn't even be in the select few list, would I? And then you're going to have the people doing that, which will lead to scalpers picking them up, and God knows what else will happen for the first few months. And it wouldn't surprise me Nintendo play the same game they always do, and deliberately limit supply. They're masters of this game on launch, aren't they? Blaze Blessing is good with sorry, what's that, Jericho? KBD. Every time you kill someone with Burn Heal. Blaze Blessing is good with KBD. Hang on, what's this, dude? Is this a build thing? If you'd launched with a room in Final Fantasy IX Remake. I mean, that wouldn't have been enough for me. But yeah, that's my point. You know, everyone's going to have their own, like, you know, if they've got a launch lineup including that, you know, you might have been tempted, yeah. For me, it would have been the idea of going back to portable Monster Hunter, you see. And that's always been where I've loved Monster Hunter. You know, I really enjoyed Worlds, Monster Hunter World. But I didn't even, I'm going to be honest, I didn't even contemplate getting Monster Hunter, what's it called? Not Rise, what's the new one? Monster Hunter... It's right on the tip of my tongue, boys. Rise was the Switch one that got the PC. Can't think. But anyway, yeah, I don't think I ever put any serious thought into dropping any money on. After the demo, I was very unimpressed. You know, the performance, the graphics. I think it was a huge mistake dropping MT for Unreal Engine. So Unreal, their RE engine. Sorry. I don't think it translated well at all, and it just looks so dull. You know, I love the beauty of Monster Hunter World. I reckon I'll do exactly what I did with Monster Hunter World, probably in a few years' time. Yeah, so some big Twitch stream will suddenly turn back on Monster Hunter, won't they? And then everyone will be talking about it, and I'll probably pick it up for about 5 or 6 weeks. And I bet you'll have a pretty good time with it. But as a day launch, not happening. Day 1 launch. It's a mod. It's a mod. Blaze Blessing KVD. I don't know what you mean, though, dude. I'm sorry. I'm not sure of the context. I don't know what you mean. Is it a build you've got? Is it something I was just talking about that I've missed? Is KVD like a gun? I don't know any consoles. I'm mainly invested in a desktop. I was actually looking forward to Nintendo and potentially get a console that could also be handheld. But can't do that when there's way better options regarding all aspects. I've always said, you know, I mean, Xbox is supposed to have a handheld coming out, aren't they? There's lots and lots of things suggesting that they may have a handheld device coming. Well, we'll have to wait and see. But I think by far the best is to have a PlayStation and a PC. If you can afford the two. I think you got the best of both worlds, man. The PlayStation's fucking awesome. And especially if you're not going to have it just as a secondary. You know, if you're willing to invest in a force feedback wheel, PlayStation VR 2, I think you've got a really good ecosystem there. I'm not saying you can't go down VR just on PC, but you know, the Sony exclusives and things, I think they really are. I mean, obviously it's going to be different for everyone, but I love nearly all the Sony exclusives that I've ever played. Like, I really like them. Like some of, if not the best gaming experiences I've ever had. And of course, the beauty of it is as well, sometimes if I want to play a game on day one, such as Grand Theft Auto 6, I have no choice but to play it on console. I can't play it on PC. So there you go. Although ultimately I'm sure I will play GTA 6 on PC and it would be my preferred platform, I don't have a choice on launch. So PC and PlayStation, I just can't, I couldn't go wrong with that, you know. Yeah, take care, Joshua. Stay safe, man. Stay safe, dude. Gun you are using. This is Boom Boom, right? You're just gonna have to. I just don't know what you're on about, Jericho. You said something about like. I just don't know what you're on about, mate. Blaze Blessing is good with KVD. I don't know what KVD is. I'm using Boom Boom. Is that KVD? Is it or? I mean, I'm already modded up. I have got the build set up, dude. Why am I here? Have I? Oh, I've already done it. I've already done it, dude. Oh shit! I'm supposed to be over there. That's why. That's my bad. PC is greater than PlayStation 5 is greater than the Steam Deck. Or you mean like in that order kind of thing? I'm not sure I'd bother with the Steam Deck, personally. And I've had this somewhat reinforced and validated by quite a lot of people I know with the Steam Deck who have a PC. What are you going to use it for, man? Like seriously, what are you honestly going to use it for if you got a PC? I think you're getting it for the sake of getting it, and I bet most of the time it sits there gathering dust. I've seen it time and time again, dude. I just don't think you need one. Unless you genuinely tell me that you commute a lot, maybe you spend a lot of time away from home. The Steam Deck is great as like an alternative. See, the battery life is fucking shit on it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the Steam Deck. I think it's amazing. But how often do I use it? Very, very, very infrequently. If you've got a PC, you've probably got a comfortable area to sit, you know, away from the hustle and bustle of the rest of the household. You know, the Steam Deck is very small form factor. It's got a fucking terrible battery. You honestly going to tell me you're going to sit there on the sofa playing your games, man? You can go and play it on a proper fucking screen, at a proper frame rate and a proper resolution. It's one of these things that people convince themselves that it's going to have a place in their day-to-day lives, and yet the majority of people, I think, they just sit there fucking gathering dust. I mean, great, you know, if your reason for getting one is you haven't got a PC, you know, and you just want to play, you know, some lower demanding games. You know, a little dock Steam Deck's not a bad way to get into PC gaming and cheap stuff, especially, you know, the simpler games, isn't it? You know, if you're into emulation, for example, or you genuinely use it as a mobile device, I think the Steam Deck's a good bit of kit. But most people that are Steam Decks are fucking lying to you when they say how much they fucking use them. I fucking know from personal fucking friends, etc., that have them. Most of the time, they just fucking sit there, dude. Yeah, maybe they use them once a year when they go on fucking holiday for a fortnight. You know what I mean? And then you realise, fuck me, I'm on holiday for a fortnight. Why the fuck am I playing computer games? Yeah. But they are. I mean, don't get me wrong, though. They're amazing bits of kit. I mean, like I said, they're absolutely fucking incredible. But I think you've got to be honest with yourself. You know, are you going to use it? I always thought I'd spend a bit of time like with Diablo and Path of Exile and things on it. And I did a little bit. But then I thought... If I'm sitting next to the girlfriend and she's watching some TV, maybe, and I want my sound on, so now I've got to put my earbuds in. So I'm disconnected from her anyway. You know, I've got to get a cord out because the battery life's proper shit. You know, so you know, now I'm sitting there, I've got my earbuds in, I might have an extension lead out in the living room, or, you know, a wire dangling over the back of the sofa. I can't really speak to her anyway. You know, I might as well just go and fucking play it on the PC, right? Yeah, I know what you were saying, Larry. Yeah, I'm just, it's a complete sort of tangential conversation, really, about the Steam Deck. You know, it's a lot of money to spend on something that probably will sit there not doing a lot, to be fair. Now, a lot of people have them as their PC. I mean, I'm not sure if Caskell still uses his a lot, but, you know, there's a lot of games that will play really, really well on a Steam Deck that you can't get on a console. So, you know, a really good, easy way, and kind of cool way as well. Because, like I say, you know, emulation and stuff on them is pretty cool. You might even enjoy it just for tinkering with. I probably spent more time tinkering with the Linux side of it than I have anything else. You can lay in bed and play Diablo. Yeah, you can. And I've tried to convince myself that that's good fun. And it really fucking isn't. Because, like, if I'm going to go and lie in bed, I might as well fucking go to bed, right? Why the fuck am I playing computer games in fucking bed, right? I could have stayed downstairs and had a cup of coffee and done it on a nice fucking screen at a good frame rate, you know what I mean? I tried to do that. Like I said, I tried to play Diablo a bit. Diablo 4 a bit on the Steam Deck. You know, when the girlfriend was watching a show, because normally I'd sit in here to do whether you get on work or just catch up on some gaming news, maybe watch a bit of YouTube. I thought, you know, I've got this Steam Deck. You know, very lucky to have one. I'll sit next to her. It's like I said, that then became like, well, yeah. It's actually not as cool as I thought it was going to be. Because you quite often see there's a couple of forums in God where people have like show us your gaming setup, can't you? And it always makes me chuckle the amount of times that someone will point out nice dust on the Steam Deck. Because they've got it and they like it on display, yeah? But like literally like a layer of dust over it, like really getting a lot of use. Yeah, use yours a fan because yours is like your PC equivalent, isn't it, Caskell? And I think that's genius. I think that's a really good way to get into a bit of, you know, relatively cheap and accessible PC gaming. And like Larry said, you know, why are you going to buy a Nintendo system with very limited games on it at very expensive cost, where you can buy a Steam Deck and have almost free games. I mean, the amount of deals on cheap throwaway games on Steam is phenomenal, right? Like, why the fuck would you buy a Nintendo Switch? The only reason to own a Nintendo Switch, the only reason, is to play their first-party games. Otherwise, there is no reason to own one. I can't find an argument against that. There is a better choice for every other scenario out there. And for me, their first-party games are not interesting, you know. To be locked into such an expensive ecosystem. It's just that simple. They've priced themselves out of the market, really. And if they'd come in with a bargain basement, you know, if it was a couple of, 250, 300 with a game, you know, physical carts, you know, £40 or something, I'd have been holy fucking shit, you know, maybe I would entertain the option of picking one up. But I know that we all knew that wasn't going to happen. But I never saw the price though. I did not see that coming a mile away. Yeah, I mean, the only things that the only games that I can think of would be the only way they're getting me into Nintendo would be, I mean, obviously it's not like we're going to get a Metal Gear Solid or anything. It would be a really good Monster Hunter that was exclusive. But again, it would have to be exclusive, otherwise I'd just get it on the Steam Deck or on PC, wouldn't I? Because I've always liked handheld.
Yes, the place is not from what people. The entire
I'm just trying to think.
Are shrouded in thick fog. But
I love Mario Kart. Mario Kart's a wonderful one if you got friends round and you know, I don't know.
Yes,
you're waiting to go out and girls are having a chin wag, stick a bit of Mario Kart. It's all good fun, right?
Unfortunately,
little sort of throwaway disposable game. Hang on a minute. Why is he doing that, by the way?
Ah, fascinating. You must once again, as you may have guessed, I will throw in.
So something I've noticed. My autoplay seems to be a bit erratic. Yeah. I mean, what else? I mean, what are Mario's? What are Nintendo's first-party games? I mean, Metroid Prime. If you spoke to me about 3-4 years ago about a new Nintendo system coming out with a new Metroid, I'd have been like, "Oh fuck me, yes, dude, day one." I am not paying that amount of money for a game that looks like that, dude. It ain't fucking happening, dude. I'm not a fucking idiot. You're right, Sia. Small golden right. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting out there, actually, myself. I had a good bash of it yesterday, Sia. We've got some really nice weather here today. I think I would have gone up to 350. But what game would have made you justify it, dude? You've never played Switch exclusives. I mean, what would you play, though, dude? I mean, I can't even really think of anything Switch exclusive that... I mean, I don't know what you've enjoyed over the years, but... You know, I've owned a Switch for a long time, and I've never been tempted to pick up anything other than Breath of the Wild, which I didn't pay for. But Breath of the Wild, obviously maybe Tears of the Kingdom. I never even bought Tears of the Kingdom, dude. You know, and I'm a Zelda fan, but it just looked like too much of the same, to be honest. It was like, yeah, cool, it's another, you know, it's the Switch, it's shitty frame rates, shitty resolution. You know, why would I want to play that anyway? You know, Breath of the Wild was all right. It was a good game, but not that great. Not so great. I want to play a lot like something that's probably going to work my fucking eyeballs with all these nasty ass jaggeds. So other than Mario Kart, Zelda, what else? What else? I mean, what would you be interested in, dude? That's like an exclusive. You actually had a... Yeah, I'm just trying to think. Because I think I'm sort of in the same boat. There's probably a lot of exclusives, Nintendo first-party exclusives I've never played. But I'm struggling to actually think of any that I give a fuck about, dude. Therein lies the issue. It would be easy for him to say, oh yeah, I've got a whole back catalogue of Nintendo first-party games. Like fucking what, dude? Animal Crossing. You can get it on PC, that kind of, dude. Or is that exclusive? Is that exclusive to Nintendo? Yeah, it ain't never going to happen, dude. It's a cozy game, innit? I couldn't give a fuck. Pokemon. Okay, I mean that's a good one. I mean that's a behemoth in the gaming world, right? I've never played a Pokemon game really. I enjoyed. What was the name of the game that we all had a bash with? What was the one that launched on PC that we played the shit out of my house burnt to the ground? What was it called? That was quite fun. But yeah, I mean, Pokemon's probably going to be the one in it for a lot of people. But I've never been invested in the Pokemon franchise. I've never really, I didn't grow up with Pokemon. I didn't have my first DS until I was quite old, to be honest. I'm sure I bought my own DS because my mom and dad, everything would have actually been bought 3 times, you see. But when it comes to DSs and things, so like with 3 bros, we kind of had a console and we all chipped in a little bit. You know, one of us would get a Nintendo game like for our birthday. So, I that isn't enough for me because I don't really care about Pokemon, to be honest. Now, I know for some people it would be the sole. I mean, like, for example, I mean, there you go. I mean, it's actually a very good example. If the Switch 2 had announced a day one brand new exclusive Pokemon game, which I don't think they did. Maybe they did. I don't know. But I could definitely understand like some excitement around that. 100%, dude. But yeah, games like Animal Crossing, I literally couldn't give a fuck. Couldn't give a toss. I don't play cozy games. And the thing is, like, I mean, in fact, I've just noticed you said about your daughter and whatever. You know, it's a hell of a strain on a family budget, isn't it? You know, like if you've both got to have a Nintendo Switch and you've both got to have an $80, $90 copy of Animal Crossing, you know, no wonder parents are a little bit fucking agitated about it. Yeah, Palworld, that was it. Yeah, Palworld was all right, but it was all right in the sense of it was all right for about 30, 40 hours. You know, and even then, most of that was because I had to reset a bit and figure it out. But you know, I understand there's a lot more to the game now, to be fair. But when I played it, there wasn't much to do, was there? Unless you were into that dumbass animal breeding, which people seem to obsess about in games. I've got no interest in that side of it. Yeah, Animal Crossing isn't. Yeah, I was gonna say because I think. The reason I hesitated there, because you can't get it on PC or anything, I think I thought about getting it on Switch. I did think about it. But I never did. I just knew it wasn't for. I don't play cozy games, man. I don't want to get too into it, but I like tinkering. Want to see what's possible with emulators and seeing my friends struggle on a little screen with poor frame rates while I was playing the same games at 4K 90 with all kinds of reshading. Yeah, I know a lot of people that played Breath of the Wild on PC. You know, locked out, you know, X 60 FPS frame rates. And like you said, with all sorts of like reshade to reduce jaggies and, you know, I mean, I do get it, and I think Nintendo have made a right old. Tell you what, if that thing gets jailbroken, we'll be looking at a new PlayStation 4, won't we? Because that thing was fucking wrecked in the UK, man. I think everyone had a PlayStation Portable in the UK. It was the same with the Nintendo DSs, though, man. Those little, you used to get the little SD cards, didn't you? England has been brutal for stealing games from Nintendo and PlayStation in their handheld mode. Probably not a single kid at junior school at one point didn't have a Nintendo DS with one of those little carts in it. you know, you piss off your player base too much, and it's like you said, you know, people that would never have pirated a game, never have thought about stealing a game, they'll go, you know what, fuck you, dude. I ain't paying that sort of money. So, you know, fuck it. Let's look into it. Let's see how I can go and play that on the down. And that's not good for anyone, is it? Yeah, Breath of the Wild looks amazing. Yeah, I suppose we probably shouldn't say too much about it, but we all know, don't we? Yeah. I mean, I never have done. I never have done. I've always been totally open and honest about this, and the day I do, I'm sure I'll let you know. But it's not that, you know, I have some higher moral value. It's just that I love the gaming world so much, and games have been such a huge part of my life for so long that even if it's a developer, I mean, even Randy Pitchford, I wouldn't even take money away from him. You know what I mean? And you know my thoughts on that asshole. I just don't pirate anything. You know, I know how it all works and all the rest of it. But if there's a game I want to play and I can't afford it, I save some pennies up until I can afford it. You know, I would never go another route. That's just the way I am. You know my thoughts on Game Pass. You know, there's many games I could have sat here and played on stream because they're on Game Pass, but I genuinely think Game Pass is a snake in the grass. I think it's going to bite us all on the ass, like harder than any of us can. Even me, who's a bit obsessed with it. I don't think even I can quite fathom out the repercussions of Microsoft owning something like Game Pass in the future. I think it's going to be a disaster for the industry. And so I have nothing to do with it. I no longer have it. I will never have it. You know, I will say if a game is on Game Pass and I want to play, I will go and buy it elsewhere. I'll buy it on Steam, you know. So, you know, I do put my money where my mouth is, you know, at the cost of sometimes missing out on good games. It's just, you know, I don't agree with the idea that, you know, just because someone's wealthy, they should have more money. You know, at the end of the day, it's not them I'm hurting. I'm not hurting Microsoft. Yeah, of course I'm not. But, you know, at the end of the day, there are people that work on these games. You know, blokes just like me. You go to work and work hard day, and I'd like to see them get the money if I can. But Game Pass troubles me deeply. I think the repercussions and the ripples of that, and knowing just how utterly bottomless the Microsoft. I think there's a desire for Microsoft. I think, you know, it's almost like a corporate ego thing. It's not like, I mean, we all know none of them really want to make us happy. They want to make us happy only because, you know, if we're happy, we might buy games from them. But I just think there's this thing about Microsoft. It's like they'll win at any cost. That they'd rather watch the gaming world burn, but own it, than, and therefore it inevitably becomes like worthless. I just, that's how I feel Microsoft approach things. They just throw money at the problem. You know, ever since the disaster of the Xbox 360 and the red ring of death, ever since the debacle of Kinect. You know, what makes you think Game Pass is going to be any fucking different, dude? It's just one fuck up after another, and ultimately, you know, the Kinect almost destroyed some developers. You know, Microsoft were adamant there is no SKU, there is no Xbox without Kinect. Kinect is Xbox, it is the future of Xbox. If you make a game for Kinect, it's gonna sell, you know? And then they yanked it, dude. They literally said fuck it and yanked it. You know, developers going under left, right and centre. They don't give a fuck, dude. Cellular had a Game Boy Advance. Game Boy Advance, what were they, dude? Were they like... See, I think I had one of these as like a little retro collection. Game Boy Advance was like... That was a single screen, wasn't it? With like a D-pad and a couple of buttons underneath the screen. So it was like rectangular. So portrait, not landscape, like the DS was. Is that right? Is that the Game Boy? Because didn't you have like a Game Boy Advance was like the colour one? Did that have colour, like a colour panel? The streaming platform. Yeah, there you go. There's another one. Yeah. What was it called? Big K, you'll remember this, won't you? What was the streaming platform called that Microsoft had? Oh God, what was it called? Was it Mixer? No. What was it called? That literally closed in a weekend, didn't it? I think internally the decision was made in less than 72 hours, wasn't it? There was a bit of drama, wasn't there? Turned out some of the people involved with Mixer, or whatever it was called, there was some imminent debacle about to rear its ugly head about sexual exploitation and deals ongoing, which I'd like to point out were also happening at Twitch at the fucking same time, by the way. And Microsoft went, no, fuck that, we're out of here, dude. Literally, billions it must have fucking cost them, man. The best part of it was the contracts that they had with people like Gathalion and who was the other one? Really big. The face of Twitch at one point, wasn't he? Young lad, funny hair. Oh shit, what's his name? Not it begins with an L. No, what's his name? The Fortnite lad. So they had exclusivity contracts with Mixer, right? You have to stream exclusively on that platform for a certain amount of hours, or it was slightly different depending on what contracts they were under. So some of which have now seen the light of day, haven't they? But the money was given out obviously upfront and over a period of time. But because they closed the platform that they were supposed to exclusively broadcast on, Xbox were now in direct breach contract. In other words, they had to pay the full contractual obligation over 5/10 years, which was the original deal, in a single lump sum, didn't they? Ninja, that was it, yeah. So because it wasn't a simple case of like, you know, oh, we're going to rebrand it, sell it on and all the rest of it so you can still contractually, you know, meet your obligations. That they literally had to just pay them everything they were going to be owed over the next 5 to 10 years in a single lump sum. They walked away minted, didn't they? Millions, tens of millions in the bank account of some of them. Microsoft don't care. It's like, we don't care. Just fucking pay them, mate. It's not a mistake. You know, they go, oh shit, we didn't think of that. It's like, we don't care. Just fucking close Mixer, man. This is not going to end well. We don't want fucking, you know, our platform associated with sexual fucking deviancy and all the other things that were about to fucking emerge from the woodwork. Fucking destroy it. Pretend it never happened. Game over. A bit like Sony did with Concord, right? Oh, obviously for very different reasons, though. Yeah, Ninja. It was Ninja, wasn't it? Shroud. Was he? I don't remember Shroud, but yeah, I mean a lot of them. Is Dr. Disrespect still going, by the way? Keep meaning to ask you about that. Because he went YouTube, didn't he? But didn't YouTube refuse to monetize it? Remonetize it? And he threw his dummy out of the pram in the end, didn't he? Didn't he go somewhere else? I'm sure I saw a tweet that he'd signed up with some other streaming company or something. Lucky Cat. Oh, dude, dude, so lucky they won it, Sumo. I mean, the thing is, it wouldn't have mattered. You know, they were great streamers with great careers. You know, they were never gonna, you know, worry about paying the mortgage, were they? No matter where they streamed, dude. But you don't strike it lucky like that, do you? Multi-million-pound, multi-year deals having to be coughed up front, and then on top of that, just move back to your original platform. And have millions coming in again straight away. I mean, you can't make that up, can you? I mean, absolutely freaking struck gold. No wonder they're all so fucking happy. You can bleed into you know, obsolescence at any point in your life now, can't you? You made the bank from it. But Doc had some problem with something. Well, I think that might be underplaying the problem. I mean, I'm not going to get into it. I'm sure we all know a lot more than what happened with Doc. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that obviously he was completely demonetized on YouTube, wasn't he, as a result of what happened. And then he reapplied for monetization, and I'm sure YouTube told him to fuck off. Despite him being like pretty much the #1 streamer on the platform at the time, wasn't he? And yeah, I'm sure he ended up going somewhere else, but I don't know if he's you know, thriving on that platform. Crossbow's great. This is really good. There's a really nice build with this thing. Really nice, which I actually was going to use, but I'm going to save it for Way of Winter. This is a really nice bit of kit, man. It pretty much one-shots everything in the same way Boom does, but there's a great build that affects like your thermals, etc. So I thought that would be a really good one to start off with in Way of Winter when I play it next, which is why I'm not going to upgrade this one. I'm just going to like look forward to that for my next Way of Winter playthrough. Yeah, okay, so for the next 10 years you have to do this, you have to do that, yeah, meet these various contractual obligations. You got to stream certain numbers of days a week for a certain amount of time. Yeah, do that for a month or two, and then they just go, you know what, mate, you know, if we work out what we owe you over the next 10 years, right, we're going to pay you all in a lump sum, bro. It don't get any better than that, does it, man? It's like, fucking hell. Oh, the thing is, though, it caused really big unrest, didn't it? Because, like, they were starting to pay. It was becoming a big thing, wasn't it? It was just a case of, it was like a bingo game of who was going to go next. Because if you think about it, it was starting to gain a lot of traction, man. They were really not fucking about with Mixer. You know, they'd taken it, whether you like it or not is irrelevant, but they'd taken the poster child of Twitch, which was Ninja. You know, they were now getting like, I don't know about Shroud, but yeah, presumably Shroud, and a whole slew of other like major names, man, major names from Twitch. And it was really just a bingo card of who was next. And of course, some of them were saying no, and you know a couple of the big ones. I'm not going to say about that, but they were quite close to signing a deal, weren't they? And they were hesitant. You know, one of them was very hesitant, and I know we did mention some stuff to his community. And they missed it, didn't they? They missed it. If they'd signed the contract like on the Wednesday, they'd have been eligible for the same payout, mate. So you can understand like why some of them were pretty fucked off, dude. Do you know what I mean? Like, fucking hell, shit. Why did I wait, dude? Why didn't I just fucking sign on the dotted line, man? You know, missed the signing of the contract because I wasn't totally sure. You know, I wanted to maybe hold out for a slightly better deal, dude. Fucking hell, mate. You'd have been fucking gutted, wouldn't you? Yeah, and of course, then they shouldn't be allowed back. Oh, no, hang on. They shouldn't be allowed back on this platform. No, they chose to leave. Why are you letting them back on? Yeah, it don't work like that in the real world, mate. Sorry, but... Nothing like a bit of good streaming drama. Yeah. But that's the thing, though. There was no job there, Alarian. They were straight back on Twitch, bro. Like within days. What they were really mad about was, do you remember when they had Ninja's channel? And Ninja had left, and they started putting adverts on Ninja's channel, didn't they? How the fuck Twitch thought they were going to get away with that? They started doing replays, didn't they? And fucking putting adverts on it. Fucking crazy, man. But, yeah, they not only let them back, they let some of them back with their old account details. So all the same followers, etc. You know, all the data and the you know, the metrics behind it. They let them just come back as if they just simply had a long holiday. You know what I mean? It's crazy, dude. Fascinating, though, isn't it? I mean, it does make me wonder what would have happened if Mixer had stuck around. I know Big K used to stream on there. I was going to give it a go, purely out of interest, like I did on YouTube originally, to see what the quality was like. More not because I wanted to jump ship or anything, and certainly not because I was getting offered a big payday, but I was genuinely interested on the technical side of things. You know, YouTube has always had, to some degree, a much higher quality live stream. but but there is still the issue of YouTube compression, you see. But obviously we can stream at much higher bit rates on YouTube. But that's coming to Twitch. We already know that some people have been streaming at 4K with massively increased bandwidth upload speeds to sort of like secluded and isolated ingest servers that they've been given access to. So Facebook. Well, didn't they allow when Mixer closed? Wasn't there some sort of deal with Facebook? Didn't they migrate some of the infrastructure over, or some? I can't remember, dude. I might be getting confused with something else sooner. Yeah. See, where Microsoft were, and again, like I said, they're not idiots. It's not like Microsoft didn't have an entire legal team behind them. You know, it wasn't an oopsie moment. But yeah, but because they shut the platform itself down, there was no way for the people with the big dick contracts to actually complete their contracts. Yeah, I can't stream on your platform because your platform doesn't exist anymore. I kind of understand in a way, now you have less worries than you had before. Money, free time, might as well get back to what you enjoy doing. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, you know, the narcissism's deep with some of the big ones as well. They do it for nothing because they need to be out there, don't they? You know, it's definitely a part of some of the bigger, you know, the faces and the brands. You know, they wouldn't be happy. It's never been about the money. It's about being the focus of attention, isn't it? So there's always been that element to it. It's the same with Hollywood, isn't it? You know, I'm sure most of them could do one big mega film and never have to work again, but very few of them walk away. You know, it's in some people's blood, and isn't it? It's in the DNA. Like, they need to be relevant. They need to be in the public eye. That's where the real kind of. But that's where the real, I suppose, driving force is for some of them. It's very important to them. But yeah, and you know, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, you've got to do what you got to do in life, haven't you? Anyway, look, boys and girls, awesome chat. I'm gonna love you and leave you. I'm gonna have some gardening to go and sort out. It's been an awesome weekend to everyone that's popped in. Lots of love, lots of peace to everyone out there. I will try and get on as much as I can this week. As you know, things are getting very hard, and we've got a rather unfortunate Vex bill, so I just don't know what that means. I'm not really going to think about it, but I'll see you when I see you. To everyone that obviously has popped in over the weekend, thank you very much. We'll carry on with, you know, if I can, we'll try and pop on some Star Citizen, a little bit of Once Human. You know, we've got Grand Theft Auto 6 coming out. We've got a couple of other games we might have a little sneaky peeky at. But I'm quite enjoying the Star Citizen discussions in the morning, and then moving on to something else. But for now, have a wonderful Saturday, whatever you're up to. Stay safe out there. I shall see some of you soon, hopefully. And enjoy the rest of the weekend. I mean, it's quite sunny here in the UK, so hopefully I'll get some rays on the face, and I'll go and put some bleach on it later as well. So, so did I not say Sunday? Did I say Saturday or something? To everyone out there, stay safe. Thanks for watching. I'll see you soon.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against brains of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we breathe vapors, green colors blinking in streets like cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic, carbine, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the systems are masked. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Divide with the power, we charge Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes to back the ashes. Bring the madness. Capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against brains of dead presidents, determining life of mankind. The cancerous, how we breathe vapors, green colors you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. Glasses melt the plastic compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the system's a mess. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Provide